Three, two, one. We are live to the audience. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon, and namaste. Welcome back to the second Metabolic Health Conference organized from India, themed Metabolic Therapies. My name is Ira Sahai. I'm a metabolic health coach and a member of D-Life, India's biggest, oldest, and the only award winning low carb platform founded by Anup Singh, with the world's biggest course on low carb nutrition and metabolic health with 60 CPD accredited hours. I'm also the media head of DLive.in and your lead host for this conference. As we move from one session to another through this conference, we will have the biggest names from across the globe speaking on these very niche topics, from mental health to cancer, to the autoimmune diseases, diabetes, to the carnivore diet, and much more. Across 3 days and 36 sessions, Shashikant Iyengar and Anup Singh will bring you a scientific feast from India. Let's begin the conference by having on screen Mr. Dilip Cherian. Dilip is the iconic image guru of India and the man behind many successful corporate brands and political campaigns. Dilip was the chief guest at the first Metabolic Health Conference too. He's back with us to inaugurate the second. Let's hear it from the man himself, Dilip Cherian. Welcome, Dilip.
Thank you, Ira, and it's a delight to be here to help all of you, the wonderful team at D-Life, inaugurate this conference. And I believe that as the second conference gets underway, we are on a roll, as they say. Simply because I think this is the moment. The world is looking for solutions which are looking inwards. The world is looking for simple solutions, and the world is looking for solutions which the individual can exercise a certain level of liberty and freedom with.
Dilip, you were there in the first Metabolic Health Conference and you were here as well in the second. How do you think we did in the first Metabolic Health Conference, and do you think we have created a big impact? Given the fact that, our Metabolic Health Conference was mentioned in an international research paper published from Canada, what is your view about, how we've done?
There's always the sky above us. We need to reach higher. The first conference was a landmark in being able to put together global and Indian experts and to explore a range of topics. I think we need to keep up that process. I think success begets its own success. I feel that we have made an impact. Peer-reviewed papers are a sign that the science is being taken seriously. I think we need to do even more to keep propagating the good work you're doing, the success stories you have, and most vitally, Ira, I think it's the case studies of human lives that will make a difference. The science will follow, but human lives expressing both success and gratitude is what will make conferences like this stand out for practitioners like you.
Thank you, Dilip. Thank you for that very interesting answer. Coming on a personal front, you started your low carb journey, I think, after October. From then to now, how has it gone for you? How do you feel now?
Having you as a coach, Ira, makes a huge difference.
Thank you.
And in addition, I'm very happy to note that on whatever social media that you most of you spend time on, which in this case is X, formerly known as Twitter, it doesn't matter whether Ira is my coach. If I have a query and I put it out into the universe, the network of practitioners is so strong that somewhere you will find someone 24/7 answering your question. But to answer your specific question, personally, it's been a life-changing look at how energy, health, and weight can all be managed with one magic bullet, and that magic bullet is called Ira. So, Ira, kudos to you, and I'm glad that you've put me on the diet. I love the arguments we have. I love the ability to learn um, little shortcuts, things that reassure you on this journey. For those beginning journeys like this, it is not easy, but it is a lifestyle change. It is a healthier change. It, it has actually helped me lose weight, which is my sole objective. You were the one to diagnose that I was at the edge of diabetes or had gone above the threshold, and it's now well in control. And despite a lot of quizzical friends who don't quite believe that abandoning vegetables and fruits is a smart way to live, I've stuck to the course. I felt happy, energetic. My sleep is deep. All parameters are great.
Yeah, I can vouch for that, being his coach. Thank you, Dilip, for that very magnanimous and crystal clear answer. And do you think it is sustainable for common people, people who are kind of skeptical to who've not done low carb? Because traditionally we are wired to eat high carbs. And if you tell them, they are a bit skeptical. So is it in the doable, spectrum, according to you? Can normal people do that, or metabolically challenged people?
It's a very fundamental question. Um, Carbs have been made so cheap that there is this caste divide, as it were. The, the people who need to fill their stomachs were the ones who started this massive carb over carbonization, as I call it, carbization. And I think that carbs have become the default snack, the default main course, and the default food for children. I think we don't realize what we have done. And this change has happened, I guess, ever since man discovered the joys of harnessing agriculture. But I think over carbs are more fundamental today because the quality of carbs, the quality of vegetables, the quality of fruits have all been altered so fundamentally that what used to be perhaps good and necessary is now becoming a source of pure sugar. And I think more than carbs, sugar is the enemy because carbs turn into sugar.
Dilip, you've been privy to our journey since at least October up till now, and D-Life has gone from strength to strength. Now we are the single biggest low-carb platform in the world, and our course, the D-Life Diploma course, is the biggest with 60 CPD accredited hours by the CPDSO UK office. Do you think launching a course in India, or studying this course, the masses of India, people who are interested in nutrition, health, and all of those people will benefit from D-Life as a platform and D-Life's course as well?
I'm sure the courses will be an eye-opener. I think you need to be a little careful as to who you allow to do the course. Pre-selection should be careful before you turn out an army of charlatans who claim that they are, practitioners of some new arcane art. Because otherwise, in my experience as an image maker, I have seen many such wonders flourish and then vanish. So if you want to be serious about creating a metabolic training program, then you've got to be more serious about setting selection criteria, testing, and then revisiting them. It's a bit like in America, doctors have to write exams every few years to renew their license. And I think because this field is changing so fast, for a course of this kind to have any validity, the person must renew their course certification every 5 years. Otherwise, you will let loose an army of the ignorant on a population who are even more ignorant.
Okay. Just last in a very brief answer, Dilip, do you think that people who are metabolically challenged should look at low carb as the first line of treatment?
I think low carb is the treatment of choice. It's easy, it's doable, and it works.
Thank you so much for being with us, Dilip. And that was a great start to the second Metabolic Health Conference. Thank you, Dilip. Thank you for being with us and
May I wish
encouraging
all
us,
of you
always
the
having our
best
back.
and the
Thank
listeners
you.
a fantastic time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilip. Okay, so we move on to our next guests, who are not guests, but the host really of the Metabolic Health Conference, Shashikant Iyengar and Anup Singh. Most of you know Shashi and Anup very well through social media and also through MHCs that we last held. So, but I'll still give a brief introduction of Shashi. Shashi is India's most certified metabolic health coach and the SMHP accredited metabolic health practitioner. Shashi is very active on social media. He's the founder of Metabolic Health India. Anup Singh is the founder of DLive, India's biggest and the oldest low carb platform, and India's only legally tenable course on low carb nutrition and metabolic health. So, welcome Shashi and Anup. You're both the co-organizers of Metabolic Health Conference, the second part. How has it been for you? How are you today?
Yeah, Hira.
Shashi?
Thank you. And we were waiting very eagerly for this. And I think we are going to have an exciting another 3 days.
What do you think, Shashi,
Yeah,
is the
Anup,
impact of the
Hira,
first?
Hira,
Yeah.
before we start, Dr. Roshni is here. So we are supposed to have Dr. Roshni. Please get Dr. Roshni in. So she's there in the inauguration part. Dr. Roshni, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Shashi, Hira, Anup. Nice to see you all again.
Good afternoon,
Good
doctor. How are you?
afternoon. And so nice to
How's
see you
everyone?
again. And we wanted you in this inauguration session, and you were there in the first event, in the first day, first show, and your video had made such a very big impact in India that your words still resonates. Certain words still resonates among us. Dawa khana and dawa mat khana. So this has become a very sort of the word still echoes around, and it had a profound impact. So we thought we should have you in the introductory session, in the inauguration session, so you can say something about what do you think about your experience in metabolic health conference, its necessity, and you can also talk about your upcoming book.
Oh, thanks. Sure. No, first of all, congrats to all of you, the panel organizers, the hosts of this conference. You all have created one more self-funded project for public to eagerly consume and benefit from. Using the internet and spreading this out shows that you really mean it when you say you want to raise awareness. So first, big gratitude and appreciation for that sort of effort. I'm doing something in my own way. Y'all are doing something. We're all trying to solve the same problem. And yes, metabolic health in India is a major, major crisis. For those who don't know me, I'm an endocrinologist and I have practiced for over 10 years. I've been clinically, experienced in the US, and I've been in India now for 13 years almost. And it has been an amazing ride. You could say I have been working on lifestyle first practice for over a decade now in India. And I was doing it when it was still not okay to even use the word diabetes reversal. I have gotten people asking me to keep quiet and sit down at conferences. Imagine 10 years ago, Shashi, I was told to sit down when I said things like, we should check a C-peptide in someone with type 2 diabetes to see if they really need insulin. They made me sit down. Okay. And when I spoke of diabetes reversal, I was told not to use such controversial headlines. Literally 2014, I was told this by people senior to me in age. Now, 10 years later, having stayed on that path because it was the only thing I believed in is lifestyle first practice. And yes, instead of using the doctor as the dawakhana, my practice is how to do dawa kam khana. So the book is coming. The book is my labor of love, my work. Of course, I work with diabetes a lot. I work with obesity, anything related to insulin resistance, any hormone imbalance that would respond to lifestyle change, as your previous guest, Dilip, mentioned, lifestyle change. And to do it in a way that is sustainable. And there are only so many people that you and I can reach in our lifetime as coaches. You and I have both got the SMHP, and we all understand that we want to help people one-on-one. And yet we need to do something bigger. Your dreams are bigger. My aspirations are bigger. So the book is in that direction, an effort to get people to know. And the title of the book is Turn Around Diabetes. And it's going to be a step-by-step guide to help people with type 2 and type 1 diabetes navigate to have better health with less medication. So I'm going to deliver on that promise. The entire book is, I hope, probably one of the most ambitious efforts to make diabetes understandable to the layperson. There is technical stuff in the book, but it is going to be a roadmap. It is going to be your navigation tool. And I hope that people can use it with their doctors. Don't do anything from the book without being with your doctor. But use it to understand what you can change in your lifestyle without feeling like you're on a diet. As Ira was just asking, is it going to be sustainable? And that's the most important question. I think any of us can pull off a stunt and make somebody's diabetes get better by putting them on some very strange diet, some very extreme thing, because all you have to do is take their very unhealthy diet and replace it with something. So there are vegans who promise cures. There are carnivores who promise cures. So those things do work. And yet, because the baseline diet is so toxic, the baseline lifestyle is so toxic, people go to naturopathy centers and claim to get cures. So what is different about what y'all are doing and what I'm doing is we're building sustainability into it. We're asking those questions. This is not some extreme stunt. We're helping people. You all are doing the same thing, is help people make this a part of their lifestyle. So that's what the book is about. And again, sort of for the listeners, I want to sort of raise the alarm, for what's happening in India. And it's so important that we've come together. And I hope to continue doing things with you all in the future to do more awareness projects. Because to bore you with a little bit of statistics, all of us were around in 1990 before the international borders of, products and goods and services coming in, under the Vajpayee government, things shifted and India started to get more exposed. And I think our economy also started to do better. And we started to get more into fast food and junk food. Some scary statistics is the number of obese children in India from 1990 till now. Anybody want to guess by what amount it has increased? It has tripled, a 300% increase in the number of children in India suffering from obesity. This is lifestyle driven. This is diet primarily, which has gone completely on the carbohydrate side. As Dilip mentioned, we don't even notice. And we think that growing children need those carbs to grow. And the books, science books, still say carbohydrates are energy giving foods. So we have a major problem. At every level, we have a problem in terms of awareness. They say protein is bodybuilding food. And then people will shy away and say, I don't want to do bodybuilding. And so they'll be scared of protein. Right? So we have protein phobia. You're looking at 1 in 4 children in the age of 10 to 19. So they're teenagers. 1 in 4 kids in India have prediabetes. 1 in 4.
That's so scary.
It's huge. That number, it should shake us in our seats. We should be shivering hearing these numbers, especially the speed at which this has tripled. We don't have any plan in place for what's going to happen when our kids become adults. That's one generation. We are just watching in one generation a tripling happen in front of our own eyes. I was a teenager in the 90s. And now here we are, 1 in 4. If you look at state-wise and region-wise, and Shashi, I think you're already doing this, and so do I, is region-wise. You have to talk to them in their food language. You can't give a Kashmiri person a Kerala diet. You can't give a Gujarati person a Bengal diet. And India is so diverse and so beautiful, right? But looking state-wise, in Goa, 1 in 4 kids between the age of 5 to 9, okay? We're talking below the age of 10. In Goa, 1 in 4 kids HbA1c is already high. 2 out of 3 kids, I had to write this down just so I don't forget the numbers because it's so complex. 2 out of 3 kids in West Bengal, high triglycerides from the age of 5 to 9. Maharashtra, I'm from Maharashtra, 1 in 5 kids, age 5 to 9, high triglycerides. And I'm a Gujarati, so I looked at Gujarat also. 1 in 6, age 5 to 9, have a high HbA1c in Gujarat. And the statistics are there for state-wise. But we have fatty liver, we have kids being exposed to the concept of bariatric surgery. What is going on, right? So the only way out of this, if we want to turn this around in this generation, and I do believe we can, which is why I titled the book also like this, Turn Around Diabetes, is I do believe we can change this in this generation and stop it from tripling when our kids grow up. We need to stop it. We need to turn this whole thing around. And so hats off, keep doing these things, keep doing the awareness, and let's do more. And happy to help, happy to participate.
Thank you, Dr. Roshni. Your words are very encouraging, and especially coming from what I always say, that you are India's first low-carb endocrinologist. So we are lucky to have you, and we look forward for more such collaborative works in coming time also.
Thank you.
Shashi, before she leaves, I have one point
She's
to
not
add.
leaving. We'll discuss more. She's not leaving immediately.
Yeah, 2014 you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Despite being a doctor with all the credentials behind you, there were doctors opposing you. Now, 2014 is the year when we launched D-Life. Now, you can
Look at
imagine
that.
pain. You can imagine the pain and struggle that we went through. Because
Absolutely.
none of us were doctors. None of us were doctors. But yes, we were very intelligent people. We knew science. We could read papers.
Absolutely.
And I mean, you can just imagine the amount of pushback that we got in terms of insult. You were told to sit down. We have been abused literally on social media and everything.
Oh my God. Well, it's the hard fight that we've all fought. 10 years later, we're meeting now. Imagine we had to meet now, when the time is right. And I'm thankful that none of us gave up. We stuck to our guns. We saw truth and we did not back down, even if we were the only few voices. And that's the good news, right? Is then you realize you're not so alone. Now we look around and we're like, oh, we're not so alone. The community is coming forward. Health professionals are stepping forward. So now things are better. But we had to sort of play the game in the dark for a decade. And now it's fancy, and now it's fashionable, and now it's safe to say it without being told. Like people used to say she's a doctor, she's practicing very recklessly.
When you were called reckless, we were called quacks. We were called quacks.
Right.
Yeah.
So I had a degree. Yeah.
We are still called quacks.
Well, so it's okay.
So what Anup did not tell was a few people also threatened to close down D-Life. This was the situation back then. I think
I'm sure.
Gracious enough not to mention this.
I'm sure. I would put it to cognitive dissonance. It is a psychological bias that comes in. Is if something which you are saying does not match my belief system, I'm going to feel such a major conflict that either I will have to flip my belief system or I have to cancel you. Okay. And we see a lot of this on social media. We are very intolerant it's a very unsocial technology. It's not social. It's unsocial in many ways. We are very rude and we're very mean to each other on those platforms. Sometimes the conversations get toxic. All I can say is I bring my own spiritual view here this is that Swadharma is I'm here to fight my battle. I'm here to honor truth. I will face obstacles. That's part of the journey. Nobody said it was going to be easy, but I didn't come into this because it was going to be easy. I came into it just like you all. You came into it because you saw truth and you were not willing to compromise on truth. And that's what gives us the strength to keep going.
And I think there's a significant step which has happened sometime back, few weeks back. But you already read and you know that Diabetes Australia is the first ever mainstream diabetes association which has recognized low carb as one of the best practices, and they have formed an alliance with Defeat Diabetes, run by Peter Buckner and the other practitioners in Australia. So that marks very significant step that on the mainstream diabetes association of a very small continent country, Australia, they have recognized, and I think it's a very big step.
It's a big step. I think Exactly. I agree, Shashi. It's a very big moment. CGMs are more and more available. So people are going to not be fooled anymore. People are not going to be in the dark. The ignorance is about to go. The light is about to be thrown on. And I really do think, and I'm very hopeful that for all the effort that we've put in and the world, it's not just us, right? I also stand on the shoulders of giants. Whatever I came up with in 2013 and 14, I also read from other experts around the world and I applied it to my context, So we had to go find this information somewhere. Somebody made that information available and we went and found it. So again, gratitude, if we can play a role in this process, and we're just small soldiers in the fight, we need thousands of us. We need thousands of VD lives, thousands of Shashis and Anups and Iras. We need thousands of doctors and healthcare providers to wake up. India is leading a major epidemic crisis. So it's absolutely desperate that we get this right now.
And as a person who's been here for 8.5 years, or Anup has been here for quite some time, from healthcare practitioners like you, doctors like you, what we need is data.
Yes.
So we need publications from India. So we are going to host Anup Chaudhary and Abhinav Patare shortly. They published the first ever diabetes remission case of India. So I was thinking, Dr. that we have 100 million plus 100 million pre-diabetes as per the data, more than 200 million. Not one single case study has been ever published in India. It is a matter of, I don't know, should I call in strong words, a matter of shame, or it is our unfortunate thing that today 2 non-medicos have actually published this case study. And we are going to interview them shortly at 3 o'clock.
Well, yeah, that's really great to have them on the panel. And you're right. All the while, we've been looking at the studies by Sarah Hallberg's team and the Berta team, where Jason Fung's team, where they've published, cases. And Eric Westman's team, such amazing, smart. Which one? Steve Finney.
Unwin.
David Unwin. And so all of these people are publishing it, and we don't have the Indian context to it. Okay, that's great, but how are you going to get everybody in India to adopt all this animal protein? We have a very, very big protein gap here and a cultural perception about protein, which it's not going to be the same experience. It's going to be different. It's possible. We know it's possible, but you need to contextualize it. We have multi-generational families. We have families that cook, so there are a lot of unique and beautiful things about India, which we need to tap into that. And you're right, we need the Indian data. So from my end, we have our app, we have our electronic health record. We've started collecting our own data. Again, publication is probably still in the future, but at least we've started collecting the data, because otherwise it's just me thumping my chest saying low carb is amazing. It's my opinion. And the world doesn't go I don't want to be just telling you my opinion. I want to convince you through science, the scientific process.
You should publish the audit, just like Marilla Glant and David Unwin had published. I suggest that you prepare for an audit of your practice clinic. Get it published in Journal of Insulin Resistance or Journal of Metabolic Health, which is now official journal of SMHP. So I think we need Indian data. We need case studies, we need audit data. I think this will open the eyes of many. And you have to do not for you, but for the public, for the larger cause.
Absolutely. And then you do all the myth busting. There is no ketoacidosis. People get so scared of these words, or, you're going to go into kidney failure, so-and-so's kidneys, or uric acid is going to happen. People are just sort of blabbering things without any context and gossip. I've started to say it's gossip. If you don't know where you got this information from, you're just gossiping, but until we come with our own strong, hardcore, credible facts, this gossiping will continue, like these little whispers will keep on coming and getting in our way and tripping people up. So yes, I think data is the only way forward. You're right.
Thank you. Anup?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
To add to what, add to what she said about gossiping, I would just put one sentence, on cholesterol, even my domestic maid is an expert.
Exactly, right? And you have to get the knowledge to reach them in the way in which they can receive it and understand it. Otherwise, this will become some elite bubble. And in India, we have got such a demographic spread, the social economic status, the literacy status, health literacy status. So we're going to continue to have to work in giving this knowledge in the way that person can actually consume it. So that's a success story right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Dr. Roshni, for sparing your time and coming to inaugurate this
Thanks.
conference. Your valuable views and contribution is very much acknowledged, and we need more people like you, more doctors like you in India. Thank you.
Thanks. Keep up the
Ira,
great work, team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, so we three will continue. Ira. Get Arun Kumar
Yeah.
in also. Get Arun
Yeah.
Kumar
Can we
in.
have Arun? Can we have Arun on the screen? Yeah. So now Arun has
Thanks.
also
Keep up the
joined
great
us.
work, team. Thank
Shashi and Anup are already there, and they've been introduced. Shashi, I would want to know from you, what is the impact of the first MHC that you think we have created in India and also globally, maybe?
Yeah, so this was the first ever low-carb conference of India at a global level. And as you know that it was a 3-day, 12-hour non-stop session which we had. And we had the top brains of the low-carb world from the global space, and 15 countries that participated. It had a massive impact. There were various impacts. Let us go one by one. One is we managed to collect a very good, strong data which we have about how low carb helps, not only in India, but also in various other countries. So we had a lot of Indian doctors and doctors from across the globe had come. Globally, now they know that India is a serious player when it comes to low carb.
Yes.
Earlier, they were just thinking, okay, India is riddled with diabetes and blood pressure and cardiovascular disease and autoimmune or whatever it is. But for them, they did not see any movement. But when we hosted Metabolic Health Conference, now they are they know that India is very serious about this. And I thank all the guests, whether it is from India or from globally, that they have reached out to us and they were willing to spend that 1 hour or half an hour with us in sharing their knowledge and as well as experience. So I think now they know. That is one. The other factor is now the Indian public also knows that doctors across the globe recommend low carb. It is not that, see, in those conferences, we health coaches, we did not speak. It was the doctors who came and related their experience. And it was surprising to know that many of the doctors have learned low carb from their own patients. And then they switched on from the medicine practice to lifestyle practice. You have seen, for example, Dr. Anvin, when he told that one of his patients came with reversing his diabetes or losing weight. And after he had read Atkins' book, and then Dr. Anvin did not reject it, he accepted it. So this is how the impact which is seen. And there are many more impacts which I'm sure Anup Singh can also highlight.
Yeah. Hi, Anup. Would you like to
Hi.
expand on the same question? What is the impact that the first Metabolic Health Conference actually create in your view?
Yeah, Ira, adding to what Shashi said, in our experience, what we found was this top-down approach in India won't work. There's too much of hesitation, I don't know, driven by what. See, the only solution was bottom-up. Now, bottom-up, we've been doing, let's say, for last decade or so. Now, how to spread this message to the masses in a convincing manner? Because right now we were all individuals practicing and coaching. So therein, as Shashi said, we invited only the doctors so that nobody can pass it off as some storytelling. And specifically mentioning Dr. Anvin, he was, I would say, magnanimous to accept what his patient said in a very strong words, I would say. That was not an easy statement to digest by any doctor, at least in India. I think 9 out of 10 would just outright reject it. When I started low carb, I started talking to doctors. I was almost, scared into multiple organ failures. They were not prepared to listen to it at all. Now, this MHC 2023 was a step forward in the direction of spreading the message, spreading it free. Now, when we call it free, it is not free for us. We have all spent money from our pocket to make it happen. And it is free for the audience so that they know that there is a scientific solution available to all the mess that they have created because of their, I would call it, carbohydrate addiction. That's it.
Okay, Shashi, can you please elaborate on the reason why you decided to do the second metabolic health conference so close on? It's like just been 6 months since we last did the first. So why so soon?
See, the first conference was a general introduction to low carb. So we had doctors speaking on low carb in a general thing, and then we had the organizations coming in. But now this conference is more scientific, more specific. Now, a lot of intractable condition like mental health, neurological health, chronic kidney disease, cancers, and others. So the science is advancing in this space. There are newer lot of studies are coming in, which actually shows that ketogenic diet can be applied very strongly in case of bipolar, in fact, schizophrenia. In fact, studies have also come out, and more studies are being carried out, which we will discuss in the conference. So it is to make the people aware that low carb is not only for obesity and diabetes and all, but in this specific intractable condition. And we will have psychiatrists, we'll have neurologists, we have nephrologists, we have cancer specialists who will come and speak on this on this event. So these are not going to be, some general coaches. Again, they are going to be practicing doctors. There will be some researchers, PhD researchers who will be speaking on what research they have done. There will be individual case studies also of amazing story which people will see in these next 3 days. So I think this was much required, and it is our responsibility to get the maximum information out for the people. The basic idea is they should know that not only obesity and diabetes, but also intractable conditions can have some solutions, some dietary solutions. See, we are not telling that they have to leave their drugs and do no, but dietary solution can be applied parallelly and they can get a lot of relief. And I think Anup can add a little more on this also.
Yeah, I think the most important point is, talking of, I would say, adding to the list what Shashi mentioned is autoimmune disorder. Now, autoimmune disorder can be, simple cases like psoriasis or something, to complex gut health issues and all that. Now, of late, we have, as a team, I mean, everybody included, we have had success stories of different autoimmune conditions. So that is one area where, this emerging science of low carb or keto, I call it emerging with respect to these spectrum of, health issues. So autoimmune is another one.
So we are looking at a lot of new subjects.
Yeah. To add to it also, what Anup, to add to it, Anup. So we are also going to discuss the role of carnivore diet in autoimmune condition. Very much debated currently India. So we are going to get a couple of experts who are going to speak on this.
Yeah, it is
I'm
hotly
quite looking
debated.
forward to that.
Yeah, it is hotly debated and hotly ridiculed also on X. So we have to have, great minds speaking on it so that they can be more convincing and make our job of dealing, on the front easier.
Yeah. Coming to the next question, Sashi, why do you think such a historic or significant health conference was not or never organized in India before? I mean, we were the first ones to do it. Why? Given the burden of disease that India has, why was it never done before?
See, first of all, the kind of connect which me and Anup have, I don't think anyone has in the Indian space. The kind of connect we have done, that's only, see, we were very sincere about our approach to low carb, and we were recognized in social media. So this was quite a dream. We have been dreaming from 2017, and then we learned somewhere in 2020 during the lockdown that we can do it online. And then one fine day we decided, okay, now we'll turn the dream into reality, and we did it. And that is because of our straightforward, honest approach, which we always had in the low carb space. And then all the international faculty, the guests were ready to help India. So I think it is magnanimous of them, all those doctors, researchers, and low carb organizations. They were all just willing to come. When I told them that, or when I told them that we want them in India, they all came. So I think it is because of the strong rapport connection we had. Anu can add more to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, why did it did not happen? As Shashi answered, we were the only two. I mean, call it boasting or whatever. From 2014, we were the only two, spreading the word, fighting it out, getting insulted, getting abused, everything. We took everything right on our chest, and we had a dream. Now, if your intent is very pure, your dreams are very clear, then when stars align, things happen automatically. Now, automatically happening also requires money. These sort of conferences cannot happen out of the blue. And we always wanted to be, to do something for future where if sponsors come in, then we will get in doctors who are not willing to come free of cost. Because we could not have shelled out that amount of money. We respect their decision, but yes, we would like to have them in subsequent conferences, which will be paid if we get sponsors. Now, even the first one, yes, money is needed. Anybody can dream, but you have to have a plan. And the plan was shelling out money from pocket.
Thanks, Anup. One last question to both of you. Last MHC was also, as you both said, was self-sponsored. Even this one is free. Why did we keep it free? That is one question. And what are the plans for the next metabolic health conferences in future? Shashi first.
Yeah, I'll come to this. So, see, we are keeping all the options open. See, our intention is to make people aware of the other option, which is other than the medication part, there is also the nutrition part. They have to make it available. So we are not any firmly decided or anything, but our commitment to serve the people is going to be there. So this is like our corporate social responsibility. We will continue to serve India with fresh information. And I'll tell you the reason. Let me little expand on this. Recently, I had also posted, one tweet wherein I had given information that in India, forget the general population was suffering. We actually have the doctors also suffering from lot of metabolic health issue. In fact, as much as I have the data also study wise that as much as 25% of the medical practitioners have metabolic syndrome. In fact, approximately 30-35% of the doctors have dyslipidemia, especially the low HDL and high triglyceride. And around 50% of the doctor actually suffer from either irregular blood pressure at night or what is called as 21% from masked hypertension. In fact, many of them suffer from hypertension. So, and type 2 diabetes, approximately around 25% of the medical practitioners themselves suffer from diabetes, type 2 diabetes, which is nothing but a lifestyle disease. Now, one more study has found out that 55% of the doctors were actually either overweight or obese. So, which is again related to lifestyle. We all know this. And because of the low level of physical activity, because of their busy schedule, all stressful life, they don't find time to take care of themselves. Probably their diet is also going for a toss. Now, it was also found out that almost 30% of the doctors were at risk for cardiovascular disease. You can imagine if doctors themselves have cardiovascular disease. Vitamin D deficiency, 50% approximately of the doctors surveyed, they found that they were either insufficient or a low level of vitamin D, high rate of depression also. So not only it is disease, they also suffer from micronutrient deficiency, B12 deficiency, vitamin D deficiency, possibly iron deficiency also. So this is the kind of sad situation we have in India where the medical practitioners who are looking after it, they themselves are suffering. So it shows that there's an urgent need of a proper nutritional approach in India. And this conference is heading towards that in making let people take a more informed decision on how to take care of the health via proper food. Yeah.
Anup, would you like to add something to this, to whatever Shashi
Yeah,
said?
we have no concrete plans as such, but we will evolve as the situations, as the situations emerge. So MHC 3, 4, physical conference, it's all a process of evolving, and we take it
Mm,
one thing at a time.
mm. Okay, thank you, both of you. I would like to invite Arun onto the screen, and please unmute yourself, Arun.
Yeah, Ira.
So, yeah, so a lot of people already know about Arun. Also, Arun is a very senior member of TLife.in, and Arun is a pill-free diabetic. The last many years, he's been has a background in pharma of more than 3 decades, and he's now a metabolic health coach trained by D-Life and a very senior member with a lot of knowledge on low carb. And he practiced a vegetarian low carb diet earlier, and then an over vegetarian diet, and he's now a carnivore. So Arun, welcome. And how do you feel now?
Ira, actually, just to tell you that I think many people knows here that I have 3 decades of diabetic history also.
Mm,
Uh, and it was very difficult to survive on the pills only. So ultimately, when I joined D-Life in 2015, then I started my low carb journey. And very soon I realized that I have to make a very massive change in my diet. So I went grain free, I went starch, very low starch, vegetables and all. Then I shifted to egg diet, I mean lacto over vegetarian, you can say. And then just in 6 months back, I have to switch to carnivore diet. The reason, even the low carb diet, I was able to control my diabetes. I was almost having the controlled HbA1c, controlled fasting and PP blood sugar. But problem was that I was not able to meet my protein target. So that's what I'm thankful to you, Ira, that you have coached me how to go to a carnivore diet. And last 6, 7 months, I'm on carnivore diet. Yes, Ira.
mm. Thank you so much for this answer. Arun, what do you think the impact of the first MHC has been, since we are now talking about the Metabolic Health Conference? So, what has been the impact according to you?
Uh, Actually, I have seen in the post MSc, first MSc, which we have done in October,
Hmm.
there is a very good awareness among the people who have attended or who watched the YouTube video of the MSc. And many people are started correcting their diet, those who are suffering from diabetes or obesity or like this. And they contacted me also. That's I have done this, and I have reversed my diabetes or I have reduced my weight. So that is the impact in the general people. Awareness has created about the low carb diet. People understand that low carb style of lifestyle is better for them, and it is better for them to quit the carb or reduce the carb. So that was the major impact on that. As per the Shashi I told that there are some equilibrium. They are following us on the social media and they are following our dietary guidelines. And they, without any further, they reduce their HbA1c, they reduce their fasting and postprandial blood glucose. They have reduced their weight also. So I think this is a major impact. But at the same time, we need to do this second or third, even fourth, because still there is a lot of myth among the minds of the people that this low carb will not sustainable, low carb will cause problem, low carb will cause the cardiac disease, and even high protein diet will cause their kidney disease. So this myth has to be cleared. So I'm very thankful to Shashi and Anu that they have created very good impact with the first MSc, and now we are in the second MSc. And we need, I think, after second MSc, we'll also have the lot of need to be clear among the mind of the people. That's what I think. Yes, yeah.
Mm. So, I think with this, we conclude the session. We come to end of this session. Thank you so much, Shashi, Anup, and Arun, for speaking to our viewers and to me.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next session. So our next guest, who we have already met, is Anup Singh. Anup Singh is the founder of D Life. So the journey of D Life really started in 2014, when even prior to that, um, when Anup was diagnosed with diabetes in 2011, and he refused to go down the beaten path. And that was when he had dived into research, and he came up with the idea of adopting low carb dietary lifestyle, which can bring the diabetes into remission. So D Life was launched in 2014 by Anup, and that is the first India's first, oldest, and the only award-winning low carb platform. In terms of resources, the scale of the resources that we have on D Life, it's the biggest in the world. In terms of the course that D Life has, which deals with therapeutic carbohydrate restriction and metabolic syndromes. The course is the biggest in the world. We have been CPD accredited with 60 hours credit. Welcome, Anup. Welcome to this session, and let's get talking. From 2000, I almost introduced you and shared half the story. It's very inspiring. But going back from 2014, when you started D Life, to now, how did you launch D Life in your own words? Let us know, our audiences.
So 2011, I mean, this is quite well known now, but I'll repeat it. 2011, 14th Feb, I was formally detected diabetic. Now, for roughly around 2 years, 2.5 years, I was experimenting with low carb, different shades, because there was no concept of low carb in India. And whatever, practitioners or experts were there, they were primarily rehashing low carb is equal to keto concept and repeatedly failing. So it was very clear, that the Western concept of by default low carb means keto is not going to work in India, because India's per capita protein consumption is pretty abysmal if we compare to, the Western world, where it is 140 kg, and in India, I think it's barely around 4 or 5 kg animal protein consumption. Now, and the diversity of diet, as you know, in the opening session, Dr. Roshni mentioned that you cannot give a Bengali diet to a Gujarati and a Gujarati diet to a, somebody in Jammu. So diversity is such that we had to come up with a model where their local, recipes they can tweak, and it is applicable pan-India, not to south, east to west, without any, labeling it as Kerala LCHF or Jammu LCHF. Now, to this effect, I would say, before that, as I said in the opening statement, opening session also, I realized that it's not going to come from work on top-down model, not at all. There's too much of a resistance, so it has to be bottom-up, approach. Now, bottom-up approach also needed something which is workable, because people are very, very quick to reject anything without even trying. So therein, this 100 grams carbohydrate per day model comes in. Now, that is primarily decided by the liver's glycogen holding capacity. Now, when that is fixed, I would say, I had called it 20-20-60 when I started interacting on international forums to begin with in 2012. And thereafter, there was one forum where Indians were there. There I started talking about 100 grams carb is the limit every day. Now, within 100 grams carb, you can easily manage, all zones of India, right from north to south, east to west. All you have to do is play around, tweak your recipes. And it's on base of that, I'll quote the numbers down the line. So with bottom-up approach, I would say I started dlife.in. And it was launched on 21st of August 2014. And as I said, there was a lot of opposition to it, but yes, since we wanted the word to spread free, we operated that free for around 3.5 years. By then, we had number of success stories. So it was a time when we had to expand it to a larger scale. And 2018, we moved to paid model. Then 2020, I think, 2019, we started thinking about the course. Now, 2020 April, it was launched, and unfortunately, COVID struck. So for 2 years almost, we had not much traction as such because everything was down. But in last 2 years, I think we've done pretty well. And the most
We'll come to the
encouraging.
course part later.
Okay.
Sorry, we'll
Okay.
come to the course part later. But I wanted to ask about, when you launched D-Life against, it was kind of a blank canvas, and there was no kind of milestones or nothing to guide you. And still you went ahead with your conviction and science that low carb is the way, when people did not have an idea. And as you said, most were rehashing the Western model of beef, bacon, eggs. And India being a vegetarian country, it was difficult to replicate that. And therein came your 100-gram carbs. So we'll talk about this a bit later. But what is the uniqueness of D-Life, Anup? Why had such a platform never been thought of in India before you came onto the horizon? And that was when diabetes struck you. There's nothing even now in India of the grandeur and scale of D-Life. I mean, when it comes to low carb resources, it is just D-Life. And it's not just in India, but I think it's been validated by the global giants of low carb. Why do you think there's such a void in India besides D-Life? Why is there nothing in low carb in terms of how to deal with metabolic syndromes?
To do something different, you need conviction, and you need a big amount of courage. Because first thing that people are scared of is failure, right? I wasn't scared of failure because I knew I was on the right path. So I said to myself, let's give it a try. We'll see what happens, and we'll evolve. We had no plans. We will evolve as we face the situation in real time. So this question was asked, I think, in 2021 by Outlook also. Why there is no one, and what if many more come? So my answer to that was, why there was no one? Because again, to run a operation of this scale, it is not done in $5 per month. Let me be very honest. It is not done in $5 per month, GoDaddy, GoMama hosting. You need a dedicated server to begin with, right? Then you need all the custom built software and everything in place, so that once it is set up, it almost runs on autopilot, in the sense that you don't have to spend money on administering the site. You spend all your resources on providing support on the site to whoever is coming. So since money is involved, nobody wants to do it, honestly, right? And the saddest part is, since it is not going to be a top-down model, even Government of India won't do it, ICMR won't do it, nobody will do it. It has to be a citizen's approach, and that's what the model is all about. And as you said, brick by brick, we built the entire structure that we have now. So roughly around 2000 plus must be the recipes, all Indian. None of them rehashed, all posted by members. And when I say all posted by members, they have tasted and tested it. It's not just, some YouTube video taken and rehashed and, post something, whatever comes to mind. Plus, as far as success stories are concerned, before we, branched out to army of coaches, the total that time I think must be around 250. But now, if we consider all, success stories, it will be well over 3000, which is a conservative figure, I'm saying. We are not trying to boast. So yes, and in future, will they come? I would, love to see them come up, but with a good intent, not as a, that we have to compete with somebody. Yes, please do come compete. We are happy to compete, but it'll take time. To rise up to our level of operations, it'll take time.
Anup, a lot of nowadays we see a lot of claim to 100-gram carbs per day, on a low carb diet. But back then, when you stated it, especially in the Indian context, there was nobody talking about 100-gram carbs. And the Western model of keto was not applicable on the Indian spectrum. So tell us, when you pioneered this template of 100-gram carbs per day on an Indian vegetarian diet for diabetes remission, what does this mean actually? And the significance of 100-gram carbs? Why not 90, 110? A lot of people do know that, but I want you to answer that. Why is this unique in the context of India, especially? And why do we say Indian low carb?
Yeah, Indian low carb, because Indians are primarily carbohydrate driven, and they find it very difficult to give up the addiction, I would say. In hindsight, I would call it addiction, not a diet. And why did anybody did not come up? Because everybody was copying the Western model of low carb means keto. Forget about everybody. When I started talking on some community library or something, I don't know. I specifically mentioned I'm on a 100 gram carbohydrate diet as a diabetic. I think it was around 1.5 years after I was already into it. Now one very big endo comes in. I've got 40 years experience. You will land in DKA, diabetic keto acidosis. Imagine on 100 grams carbohydrate, a type 2 diabetic, I don't know by which science he can land into DKA. So that is one point. And then, yes, scaremongering like this, keto means ketoacidosis. They don't know the difference. They cannot differentiate between DKA, NK, SK. You have starvation ketosis, nutritional ketosis, and diabetic DKA, which is primarily a type 1 phenomenon. Type 2, yes, it can happen. So as far as coming up with 100, yes, it needs, when you do something remarkable, you have to apply your brain. You cannot just copy. There are two ways to do a thing, which I said in my Outlook interview also. Either you copy or you create your own template. Now, copying, it already proved to be a failure. It already proved to be a failure because low carb is equal to keto. Did not work. Since we separated the two. Keto is a subdomain of low carb, but low carb is not keto. Keto is low carb, right? So we had to fix a number till what number it is 100. I mean, low carb. So what we had to, give justification for telling numbers, because we just can't pull out a number out of, nowhere and say stick to it. My justification was based on liver's glycogen holding capacity primarily. And now with that, I mean, if you see, they have not started talking about it from 2015. They're talking now, let's say last 2 years, maybe 3 years max, more so after we launched the course, right? You'll find everybody saying, 100 grams carbohydrate. Now we find somebody saying 100 grams target, 100 grams protein. Now, if you look at
I was going to
2020,
ask the same question to you. Yes, I was in continuation to that 100-gram carbs. I mean, I myself have seen a lot of coaches who are, not coaches, but who are not certified, actually, not even certified, talking about 100-gram carbs. So where does that come from? Because keto is not, the way keto is understood in the Western world is not applicable to India. So what is the basis of that 100 grams? Where is that coming from? Of late, of also the 100 grams protein, which you had talked about even way before, I think, D-Life was launched. Please explain to our viewers who want to understand from the horse's mouth, where did it all come from? As we always say, you're the big daddy of low carb. So let it come from the big daddy of low carb.
See, 100 grams carb online world, I think I had tweeted some time back, first mention of 100 grams carbohydrate, even on a Western forum, where you have all Top Guns also, some Top Guns also there. It was on a Western forum, February 14th or 15th, 2012.
Yes.
I had mentioned specifically living on a approximate 100 grams carb diet. Till then, I did not find anywhere on any community, talk of 100 grams. Everywhere it was 30 grams, 40 grams max. So as the popularity picked up, or I would say as the success story started building, it is very convenient to, again, either you copy or you create your own template. So the run-of-the-mill coaches, I would call them the run-of-the-mill because every night they change their stance. They found it very convenient to, pick up something which is becoming popular, which was 100 grams carb. Now, back then also, I was not talking in grams of everything. I used to say 20, 20, 60, 100 grams carb. Now, if you calculate over calorie intake of 2000, the protein becomes 100 grams, right? Now I see even Samberry coaches talking of protein. Did you target 100 grams? Where did it come from? I don't know. But they got it.
Yeah, so what would you say to people who are kind of, now it's become kind of every person is talking about 100-gram carbs and limiting 100 grams carbs and increasing the protein uptake to 100 grams. So what do you think? I mean, who should people trust?
Well, people are trusting more or less, you can say, the data that we have been able to show from 2014 onwards. Now, as far as trusting goes, I think, somewhere down the line, affordability also comes into play. If somebody is doing it, giving an advice for 2,000 rupees for one call, it's okay for them to pay 2,000.
Yeah, that's precisely my question. I mean, every second person is talking about low carb diet. I want to understand from you, how are they talking about low carb diet? Where does that knowledge come from if they are in India? Kindly explain this to our viewers so that they know who to go to or who to trust.
That knowledge only comes from dlife.in. Let me be very upfront. Nobody talked in India. As I said, they were all rehashing Western model and failing repeatedly, barring, on a very small population where possibly the meat eaters were there. Otherwise, it was outright failure right from word go. Either people did not adopt or adapt, or they outright rejected it. At least we came to a stage where people started listening in 2014, right? And then from 2014 onwards, till date, the success stories speak for themselves. The numbers. Yes, we don't have the funding, to publish the data. We don't have the funding, mainstream can spend $100 million to in 10 or 12 years just to prove that eat less and move more works. But, fag end of the study, they find it's all crap. They just burn $100 million for nothing. Yes, the day somebody funds us, we'll get the data also.
Yeah. So let me just extend this question to the course. Maybe then this question would be a bit more clearer and relevant. Talking about the course, D-Life Diploma course, Anup, that is now the world's biggest course in terms of CPD accreditation of 60 hours credit. We are the biggest low-carb nutrition and metabolic health course in the world. Tell us about the course. When was it launched and why and how did you again envision this course when the world was dealing with the effects of COVID? Like, you created something as big as D-Life or as unique as D-Life. There were no milestones. There were no indications of where to go. You created D-Life. And even now, when there's no course on low-carb nutrition and metabolic health, you created this course in 2020. Please tell us about your vision. How did you think ahead? Because this is such a futuristic thought, and we are now reaping the benefits of such a course. So tell us the journey.
I think it was somewhere around 2019 December or so, round about that period. ADA was headed by Tracy Brown. Tracy Brown, and at core, she's an engineer, right? So when she came up as chairperson, she got low carb and very low carb included in their MNT, which no doctor refers to because primarily they go by guidelines and guidelines are crap. Now, once that happened, then we found, that legally now we can start talking. Because before that, if we had done, it would have been just, a compilation of whatever data or anything. But once it was included in MNT of ADA and subsequently other associations, then we seriously thought that with Indian perspective again, right, we should have something which works for India.
Mm.
So I think in next few months, we were all busy drafting the content, getting things up. And April 2020, we launched the course. And that was the time, round about same time, COVID struck. So we were just, I mean, there was not much traction to it. Though we were talking about the course, there were few enrollments. But from last 2 years, primarily last year, the traction has been great. And the most encouraging part is that 19 doctors have enrolled. Now, that's a big win
I was just,
for,
yeah.
yeah.
I was just going to ask you this. Who are the people who are now enrolling and learning low carb with you, which is, I think, India's biggest course. I mean, it's the only course which is legally tenable. If you have to study low carb nutrition and metabolic health, we are the
Yeah.
only legally tenable course in India. So why do you think, who are the people who are enrolling with you, why are doctors enrolling with you to learn low carb and metabolic health? How is this benefiting doctors? Because doctors know everything.
Now, to the last question, I think we have a guest, very, very, I would say, a famous guest who would be coming. So his, talk should be an eye opener to all the doctors. I'm not excluding anybody from that list. All the doctors across India, given the fact that the data that Shashi talked of in the previous session of how they themselves are ill, that is also important. Now, who all are enrolling? The
No,
demographics is pretty.
I just wanted to interject. Are you saying that doctors are not taught nutrition?
Everybody knows it. It's an open secret. Answer is no. Either they self-learn or they learn it through their patients like Dr. David Unwin, and they are gracious enough to accept that they were wrong, right? Or they go through what we talk and go through it in form of a course. So the demographics of enrollee, that was one thing you had asked. It varies from engineers, banking professionals, PhDs, right? And most important, I would say, is doctors. When 19 doctors have enrolled, that's our first stepping stone to success, because at least we have made a dent in that big, segment where there are people who understand that lifestyle diseases cannot be cured or handled through medicines alone.
Okay.
So we are looking forward to
Anup,
more and more. We are
Please.
looking forward to more and more doctors coming in. And this year, from January till now, 8 doctors have enrolled.
That's a very big figure.
Yes.
Anup, also tell us, you have many number of IITians with you, the defense personals with you.
Yes.
Who are the people who aspire to do something in the field of nutrition or health or low carb? Who are the people who can really kind of explore D-Life diploma course?
See, anybody, as the data, Dr. Roshni already talked of the scaring data that's, staring back at us. So the market is too huge. I don't think even doctors can handle it if it was to blow up into that proportion. So that's where, the lifestyle approach comes in. Now, who all can do? Yes, we have defense personnel also, as you mentioned rightly, 2 nursing staff, right? 4 or 5.
IITians. You yourself are an IITian, Anup.
Yeah, I'm an IITian, plus there are a few other IITians also.
Yeah, quite a
Yeah.
yeah.
So everybody understands now that this is one area where to talk of, I would say, the possibilities of having a career in this, right? And on top of it, being self-employed. You work for yourself from home, primarily, and you deliver the results. So they are the people who are basically, coming in. And the youngest one to enroll, I think, is around 22 or 21. I don't remember his age, exact age. So the demographics is pretty wide. Demographics by profession is pretty wide. There's no restriction.
How do you see the scope of this course in the sense of the market, that you're looking at? I mean, will too many coaches affect the market?
See, if it is diabetes alone, diabetes
Mm.
plus pre-diabetes, 200 million, right? Now, even if you take 1% of it, that's 2 million. Now, how many coaches do you think would be needed to really penetrate into that 2 million market segment? That's
Mm.
huge.
Mm. Okay, let's talk about the milestones that you've achieved in terms of the D-Life Diploma course since you launched the course. So, talking about from the time period of 2023 mainly, tell us, how has the course gone for you? The milestones that we have achieved.
Well, milestones, whatever we had in mind, whether the
Mm.
course picked up during initial 2 years or not, we did it. We had our first revision of course was done, I think, in 2022, where we added roughly 20% new content, though it was not having the traction that was expected to be there, right? That was milestone number one. Number two, post this conference somewhere around second half, there's a major upgrade coming again to the content. So we'll keep updating the content. And as you know, I think Dilip said in the opening session that it's not just one-off course where you come in, you read a few, download few files, get a certificate, and then move on. No, the content would be upgraded, updated, upgraded, and updated regularly. And anybody who has enrolled, they don't pay anything extra to the updated content. They have access. They can very well come in and, go through the added topics or updated topics anytime.
Mm.
And the milestone, well, yes, then we added 2 certificate courses also, but primarily it is the diploma course that has picked up. And CPD accreditation was again this year in January, roughly. So we are the first in India, as it is, we are first in India in the segment, whether you call it the community course. So obviously we are the first in this segment to get that CPDSO accreditation. Then anybody wanting to be an SMHP accredited metabolic health coach through SMHP US, the 60 hours will count towards their requirement of 120 hours of credit to apply for a non-clinician, right? So these are the things. So I would say the next milestone, well, I'm not going to talk about it right now. That would happen sometime, whenever the time is right.
Okay, so let me, for those who want to understand the course, let me summarize this for them. And please correct me if I am wrong. What you're saying is that we are the biggest low carb course in India, low carb nutrition and metabolic health with CPD accreditation of 60 hours, SMHP accredited, self-paced, or the only legally tenable course in India with dual certification. One is Indian, one is international. And coming from the single India's biggest low carb platform, dlife.in, I think we are now the biggest course in terms of low carb nutrition and metabolic health also in the world.
Yes. Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes. And we
So
want to
to those
retain
who
the
want
spot.
to, yeah,
Yeah.
yes. I'm sure you would. But to people who want to understand what is CPD, Anup, can you just briefly give an idea of what CPD accreditation means?
Well, it means basically CPD accreditation is recognized in 40 countries internationally.
Mm-hmm.
So as somebody who has done the course from India, our course, and they are looking at clients overseas, there are many clients who are going to value this accreditation because across UK, Europe, everywhere it is well known what CPD is. India, it might just be picking up, I don't know. But that way, the exposure to international clients the chances are high, right? And then getting that SMHP badge, that becomes easier. Again, you are going to be addressing primarily Indian diaspora, so the Indian context has also to be there in the course, wherein the diet, how to handle that, of which we already talked.
So how do you see the course going forward in the next 5 years, Anu, in terms of
5 years,
numbers as well as
yeah.
adding things value to the course? I mean, how are you looking at the entire spectrum now?
Yeah, one revision is due this year, right? Course content revision is due this year, which will be around, I am contemplating around 10% new content added. Now, then as far as, the traction in terms of enrollments, yes, slow and steady, it will pick up because, getting first 10 is, I would say difficult rather than getting the next 10. So right now we are at a stage of 100 plus. I would not quote the exact number, but it's going pretty stable. I would like to see, maybe around 200 enrollments per year. That would be a place where I would like to be calling it a successful venture as far as the course is concerned.
Do you see a competition emerging in this segment in the coming future for you? You're the first diploma course in India, which is legally attainable, and low-carb nutrition with regards to metabolic health. Do you see any competition coming up?
Well, if you just talk of course, because people have to understand it's not just the course, but it's a bundling of course along with the community that makes us very unique, and it makes it very difficult for any new entrant to emulate it. Course content, yes, they might be able to do it, but what about the content that we have, given access to of the community, where you have post-completion support, you have access to 2000 plus recipes, you have access to around about 250 documented success stories, where you can refer to cases, how it is to be handled. So all these things, once anybody is able to invest the amount of time and money that has gone into it, then yes, they can come as a competitor. Welcome.
Given that it's a self-paced course and self-study, course, Anu, tell us when a person joins, how does he approach the course? I mean, is it online? What is the support that he gets? And how much time is he supposed or she's supposed to complete the course? And tell us about the certification. I mean, this should be the last question, so you can, elaborate on that.
Okay, the course content, everything is all online. Compared to certain other courses, where you have few PDF files, few videos, that's about it. So we went this route because whenever we want to update any topic, lesson or whatever, it should not be that we are editing offline and then mass mailing to everyone, or, telling them to come back and pay something more to get the updated content. No. So this was the primary reason to be going the route of what we call a learning management system, where it is online. It is not just, nothing is offline. We don't handle any files offline. Access is for lifelong. Once you have enrolled, you have access to it. We are not going to recertify you and ask for money. Right? There are many courses who do that. Every 2 years, you pay them 15K, 30K in name of recertification, because they'll give you a handbook. Okay, this is the updated content, you take it. We are not doing that. We are doing everything online. Content edition is again online. Update is online. So to approach the course, it's all online. All you need is a good internet connection and any device, handheld or desktop. So, and as far as time is concerned, self-paced, because, we presumed while drafting the course that anybody who enrolls will always have a primary job to cater to. So that is why this self-paced concept was kept. And if you ask for total time it would take, if you spend around 1.5 hours or 1 hour per day, then 6 months should be sufficient enough.
So how are the new enrollees handheld? Anup, would you like to talk about the WhatsApp group, the forum, and
Yeah.
everything? The references
Yes.
to the course, I think, are very critical.
So once an enrollee joins, first thing is there's a private WhatsApp group where they're included. And then they're also given access to the community where, if there is a very lengthy discussion required, then it is posted on community. When it's a short 1-line, 2-line answer, then they can be dealt with on WhatsApp. Otherwise, we avoid dealing with WhatsApp discussion much. And hand-holding during the course, there are enrollees who are consulting, right? Maybe they're taking easier cases first. They post their report. Nobody is competing with them. Everybody is helping them. All the enrollees are helping each other. And all the mentors like who have completed the course, Shashi, Arun, there are many. I mean, 51 plus have completed, I think, right now. A few more, 29 would be completing by, I guess, June end. So they are all hand-holding each other. It's a community where people don't see each other as a competitor, right? And on community, yes, that access is also there. People can post their queries, their cases, their reports of their clients, and then they are handled. Recipes 2000, nobody can say low carb is boring. Low carb has got no variety because 2000 means all you need is pick up 100 and live your life on that.
I think this
Right.
is the biggest support. I think no other course, I don't know, but of this scale and massive scale and grandeur, I would say that, you're not only enrolling in the course, but you're being handheld throughout the course and even for lifetime, I would say, because
Yes.
you still get to access not only the course, but the forum access where you have all the experts talking to you, all the support that you want, anything, basically. You're also part of so it's like an entire, it's like such a cocoon world of information, learning, support for our enrollees for life. And not only that, going even a step further to that, you are empowering them with giving them access to the resources, D-Life recipes, and all of that, which I think is huge. 1,500 or maybe 2,000. The latest
Yeah, it's
number
close to 2000
guess
now.
is
Close to
2,000.
2000.
2,000. Yes, 2,000 original low carb recipes access, just by enrolling into the course and such support. I think that's huge. That's enormous, and I think that's what makes us very unique and very unique in the world. I think we all value that. So thank you, Anup. Thank you for talking to me. I'll call Shashi on the screen now. We are moving towards our next session.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You'll have to be there for the next session as well. Welcome, Shashi.
So, Aarti, you can spotlight me and Dr. Hasina. Please get Dr. Hasina in.
Hi,
Dr. Hasina, welcome.
thank you so much. Lovely to be here.
So for the viewers, welcome to India's second Metabolic Health Conference. So my name is Shashi. I'm a metabolic health coach and a member of DLife.in, India's oldest, biggest, and the only award-winning low-carb platform. So Anup Singh and me, we are the co-organizers for this historic event titled Metabolic Therapies. And today I want to welcome our special guest, Dr. Hasina Kaji from South Africa. Welcome, Dr. Hasina.
Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be here, and it's very exciting to have so much attention in this area from India. So thank you very much for inviting me.
So I'll give a brief introduction about Dr. Hasina. Dr. Hasina Kaji is a integrative specialist physician with a background in academic and tertiary medicine. She turned her attention towards preventative medicine when she became alarmed at the increasing number of acute medical illness in patients with chronic disease associated with insulin resistance and obesity. So she is a co-founder of Eat Better South Africa with colleagues to address health in poor areas. And she's also co-founder and medical curriculum director of Nutrition Network South Africa. So Nutrition Network trains healthcare providers and coaches on the science and practice of ketogenic medicine. So she practices what she preaches in her own family, and she's very, very passionate about healthy eating for children and throughout the life later on also. So I want to welcome you again, Dr. Asina.
Thank you so much, Shashi.
So I wanted to ask you that you are a mainstream medical doctor. How did you
Yes.
come into this world of low carb, or what we call as therapeutic carbohydrate restriction, or TCR?
Thank you so much, Shashi. So I have to start by mentioning my granny, because we have an Indian heritage, and I grew up in a world where when you got cut, my granny put haldi on the cut, turmeric on the cut, whenever, natural sort of remedies were part of us growing up. And the value and the wisdom in food was something that was alerted to me throughout my childhood. I was aware of the food. Also, my father just made sure when we were growing up that he would tell us that this is too processed, but still I grew up on the standard American diet of cereal. And like a usual doctor going into medical school, I think all doctors who are watching will agree with me, and I say this with love in my heart, that we are a very arrogant bunch. We study a lot and we think that what we know is all there is to know, and that most answers are found in the textbook. And so, and I've got lots of friends who are doctors, and so I say this lovingly, but there is a hierarchy in medicine, and patients come to you, you're trained to give answers. You are trained to make a diagnosis as quickly as possible, because the waiting rooms are getting fuller, the emergency rooms, the hospitals are fuller. And so there was no different in my case. What I noticed is it was my dream to work where I ended up working in tertiary medicine, teaching medical students, teaching registrars, and I ran the high care unit for our tertiary hospital. But what I noticed when I landed there, once my studies were over and that stress was over, was, my goodness, the patients that I'm seeing with these old people illnesses and heart attacks and strokes, they're in their 20s now. And what was even worse was their family who came to visit them were also obese. But even worse than that was that their children were overweight and coming in with packets of crisps and cool drink. And I could just see this unfolding just in the short time it took me to specialize, and landing there, I noticed there was I had 10 beds in my high care unit, and there was one particular day that every single bed was taken up by a patient who had had a heart attack. So I saw this as just a nonsensical way of living. As doctors, we became pull pushers. We were not teaching health. We were simply treating disease. And I had this vision of myself standing at the edge of the cliff and simply putting my arms out, and I could only catch one or two. At that time, I'd read about, Prof. Noakes was in the media, and I had great respect for him. But I was like, what's going on here? This doesn't sound like, what do you mean fat is healthy? And so I started to do my own research, and I started with myself and my own family. My husband suffered with being overweight for most of his adult life. He lost weight, even though we were very active, he lost weight within a couple of weeks, similar to stories around the world. And I started to practice that in the hospital. And I saw amazing results in my staff. I had a program where staff started, I coached them for 6 weeks, and it was amazing. 25 pound, 10 kilogram loss of weight in 4 to 6 weeks. And I realized that I have this answer, and here's a big problem that I'm sitting with. And, slowly that became, it was fueled by seeing the disease around me.
Amazing. So I think so that you had a personal journey or a success story with low carb, and again, you were influenced by what Professor Noakes says or said. And I think that it's really amazing that as a medical doctor, you had an open mind to accept that. Usually, as you yourself told, that doctors are not very open-minded, but you did have an open mind. You adopted that, and you had a success in yourself and your own family, and also in your patients.
It actually made no sense to me. One day we're taught in the diabetic clinic to tell the patients to eat brown bread and oats. And so I sat way before LCHF was a thing. I used to sit with patients and go, tell me what you're eating. And I would make a list of all the sugar that they were eating and the amount of bread and cool drink, and people just didn't know. And one day I was giving advice, which I said, well, instead of eating the white bread, choose the brown bread. And in my brain, I had this thought that, hang on, it's still carbs. I'm telling them to eat, they're still eating sugar. The other macronutrients are missing. But that was all we were taught. So when Prof. Noakes came on the scene, it was like the puzzle pieces started to fall into place when I went into the science and realized, you know, in terms of the macromolecules you need for health, why are most people just existing on sugar?
Very interesting. Now, one of the major health issue which is there globally is obesity. Now, why is obesity, it is not associated with poor health? Generally, nowadays there is a normalization of obesity. Even in India, when people are obese, paradoxically, people say a healthy person. And if a person is lean, they will say unhealthy. It's a paradox in India, and I'm sure this must be globally also. Why is it not associated with disease?
That's a good question. And it's a question I've personally and professionally tried to highlight. So any teaching that I do, I try to bring adipose tissue into the mix. So why it's not a thing is I think we have short-term memory loss, or as humans and generations, we don't think back to our grannies and great-grannies and see how they looked. They didn't look the way we look. We've taken it as the norm. And I often say to patients, do you ever see this happening in the animal kingdom? I mean, I know your viewers watching think that in Africa we have lions roaming outside. It's not the case, but if you see a lion, is a lion going to be overweight? Does it progressively get bigger? No, in fact, it gets thinner and leaner. It loses muscle mass as it ages. It becomes thinner. Same with all animals in the wild. The only animals that don't follow this rule is domesticated animals like cats and dogs, where humans start to feed them table scraps. But I think that we are living in a world we're so disconnected with our own bodies. There's a disconnection with each other. There's a disconnection with our own minds. It's just the modern pace of life. People are so forced to think about income and schooling, and there's just so much noise. We've lost the art of sitting in meditation and sitting with ourselves and sitting with our family. We've become disconnected. And so it's easy to see that we're also disconnected with our bodies. And then the more we see out there and on the TV that the population across the world in the West is getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, we almost accept it as the norm. But if one message, the only message that, if you could take this away, whoever's watching, is it is not normal to gain weight. And that adipose tissue that we're gaining, it's actually an organ. And I have a slide, if I'm allowed to show later on. It's actually an organ that secretes hormones that disrupts the body in so many dangerous ways.
I think this is something people are not aware. In fact, I think as much as 8 types of cancers are also associated with obesity as per the studies. And we know that practically most of the metabolic health disorders are associated with obesity. But that is the paradigm we live in, that the more obese we are, the more overweight we are, people think that we are healthy. So now anyway, coming back to let us come to the other point. Now, food can be a source of health, and it can also be a source of disease. So what is your view on this?
So you see, the thing is, we come from a history, as we've grown, as the world has grown, we've come from food scarcity, right? We've also come from a time in the world where people were very isolated. Travel didn't happen as much. So if you lived in China, you were used to Chinese food. In India, you're used to Indian food. In France, and now we are in and food is delicious. and it is enticing, it is beautiful, and we all love food, and we should love food because it's sustaining. And in the Indian culture that I know, food is part of community. It's the way you show your love. The mom is busy from early in the morning before dawn, preparing the whole day. And that is your way of showing that you love your family. So we associate food in general with love, with togetherness, with maybe that disconnection we feel in modern times. Food brings the connection to remind us of our families and the way it used to be. The problem is that I think there's too much fusion happening. And so we know what we like and what our typical kind of food is, but we also want to add the Coke that wasn't part of our normal life. We want to add the crisps and the jelly beans and the candy and the other types of food. But mostly it's not about that. It's that people don't realize that the food industry is not the health industry. The food industry is not there to make you healthy. It is there to get bigger yachts and more homes in all parts of the world. It's there to make the people in the food industry rich. And the more, like any business, people want you to buy more food. So if I make M&Ms, I'm looking at the sale of M&Ms, and I want the M&Ms or whatever candy bar or whatever it is, McDonald's, whatever it is, I want the sales to go up. How will I do that? I have to make my food more delicious. How do I do that? Sugar and fat. And there are food scientists that work on getting that sweet spot just right so that these things become addictive to people, that they need it. So, and it's not really like a vicious thing where people are plotting for the downfall of the world, I don't think. It's just simple. It's money. And people don't realize that making these foods taste better causes more harm for the body, specifically seed oils, polyunsaturated fatty acids and sugar. That combination of sugar and fat is what makes the food more addictive, makes the brain, it hijacks the brain. And so we get that dopamine kick. It's addictive like cocaine. But at the same time, it is causing widespread tissue damage. And the reason I'm so passionate about this is because the most vulnerable, the children, are being affected. Even the children in your womb as a pregnant woman that you're carrying, they are being affected even before they come into the world. So this is something that we have to be very aware of. We have to start becoming more disciplined as human beings. We have to start taking control of our lives, driving our own cars, and not allowing these things we don't even know they're controlling us. We have to start learning about it so we can take more control.
I wanted to ask you, how big is sugar addiction in South Africa? See, India, I'll put the context. India is one of the largest producers of sugar. US is one of the largest consumers. The per capita consumption is very high. So where does South Africa lie? Have the local indigenous people, they have shifted more towards sugar from the traditional diet? How is it?
We are one of the most obese countries in the world. We ourselves, in fact, my family home comes from a sugar plantation. Around my great-grandfather's house were sugarcane fields in Tongaat in KwaZulu-Natal. That's where the big factory, Hewlett's, is in South Africa. But the indigenous people of South Africa have completely turned towards processed food. Why? Because it's cheaper, it's easier to gain access, not just sugar, but obviously things like flour, maize. It's much easier, which is why we founded Eat Better South Africa, which is why when I was working in public health, I contacted Prof. Noakes to say, thus far, this idea of this Banting low-carb diet, it's seen as a rich man's diet. And so we need to make it accessible to everybody. And it was amazing when people understood that food eating does not have to be, it's not expensive. In fact, the people that we had in our groups, post the group, once they lost their weight, and we did an analysis of the amount of money they were spending before when they were eating healthy and after, they were spending, some of them were spending less money on food than they were spending before. But yeah, to answer your question, it's a huge problem in South Africa across the board, public health, private medicine. It's massive, and it's something that we need to be talking about more often.
So sometime back you just mentioned about children obesity, and now when does the healthy practice start? Can we say that does it start with the pregnancy itself, so that the not only mother but even the child can grow up to be more healthy? What is your view on this context?
So it starts even before that, because a female is born with the eggs that will become. When I was carrying my daughter, when I was pregnant with her, the eggs within her were already produced that will, God willing, become my grandchildren in the future. So it starts as early as that. But even before that, it's the mind of the mother, of the parents, of that mindfulness that is part of healthy living. But in terms of just pure nutrition, people assume that there's this myth that I have diabetes in my family, so I'm going to get it. I'm big boned. I have obesity, it runs in the family. It may run in the family, but studies are showing that it's only about 20% of your genetics that plays a role in obesity. Maybe 20-something percent. The rest is lifestyle. And the role that lifestyle plays is, we call it the loaded gun theory. So, like a gun that's loaded. So yes, you may be loaded with the diabetes bullet, hypertension, stroke, whatever it is. But if you don't pull the trigger, you're not going to get that disease. How do you pull the trigger is important. You pull the trigger by eating foods that cause that inflammation in your body, that switches on diabetes factory. Diabetes doesn't come overnight. It takes years to develop it, right? Hypertension, all of these diseases associated with obesity. And so if, as a pregnant woman, you are eating mindlessly, you are exposing your own bloodstream and therefore the body of your unborn child to high levels of inflammation. That is why diabetic moms have bigger babies. Why? Because insulin is a growth hormone. A growth hormone means it makes things grow bigger. Now people think, oh, so what? I'm a little big. No, but it stimulates other things like cancers to grow, and the inside of your blood vessels, and all of this is what leads to the things that cause so much heartache, so much time of people spending their time in hospital, spending their hard-earned money on medication and seeing the doctor instead of enjoying their retirement and enjoying their time and being a productive member of society. So the bottom line is, it starts way earlier. And then don't think that, oh, children, let them be a child. We hear this all the time. I just want to spoil him or her. Let him be a child. Maybe your body has capacity to deal with some, but it must never become a habit. And if you can stay away from it completely, even better.
Very interesting. I think the viewers should take, should listen to this, and they should understand that you don't need to act after you get a disease. In fact, you should act even before you get a disease. And I think that's where you told about genetics. A little expanding on this topic of genetics. In India, we say that, genetically we are prone to diabetes. Genetically we are prone to cardiovascular disease. So what is it? Is it a final death sentence? Or can we change the trajectory? And what is this epigenetics about? Can you little elaborate on this?
So can I share my screen with you?
Please, please, please.
Okay. So, is this no? Not finding this. Just give me a minute.
Yeah.
Or maybe this is a different system. Oh, here we go. Tell me if you're able to see my screen.
It's just coming.
Yes.
Few more seconds. Few seconds. It's just being shared.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's
we can
loading.
see.
So the first thing I want to show is epidemiology. It's the what we used to be and what we're having now. And this isn't this is the if I say up to 2012, if you just look from 1988 until 2012, the number of people with metabolic syndrome has increased. And I'll come to what metabolic syndrome is. Now look at the stats for children. So the top left hand is waist circumference, blood pressure, glucose, your triglycerides, your HDL, and then metabolic syndrome. And all of these are components. So if somebody has components of these, obesity, blood pressure, high glucose, abnormal fats, they have metabolic syndrome. If you focus on the last graph, you see the number of children with class 3 obesity and metabolic syndrome has just increased. And so we've got a situation where even our children are diabetic and they're learning to manage it on insulin. But what's the problem with metabolic syndrome? It's this. The root cause is insulin resistance. And I'll show you a slide, Shashi. I know you know my favorite insulin slide.
Yeah.
But all of these things, chronic inflammation in the body, oxidative stress, inflammation, hypertension, high blood sugar, prothrombotic state means that your blood clots more easily. All of this is due to, I'm just going to go to, I'll share my whole screen here. This is it seems like a very complicated slide, but it's my favorite slide because it shows why all these diseases occur. And if you look on the left-hand side, this is as an example of the insulin, a model of the insulin receptor. Now, when your insulin docks on that receptor in a healthy person, it causes all of these downstream effects you see on the left and right, the metabolic arm, which is it puts away glucose and it does all the things you're supposed to do. And on the right side, it can cause growth where it needs to cause growth. If you look on the right-hand side, at very high levels of insulin, which is what you get when you eat a very poor diet and you're obese. If you have obesity or you're gaining weight, you can simply assume that you have insulin resistance. And what happens is those very high levels, they activate the right-hand side of the insulin receptor called the mitogenic arm. And this is the arm that causes growth, proliferation, atherosclerosis, inflammation. And it is indeed this part that results in all of these diseases. Can you see me now?
Yeah, I can see you.
Okay, I've lost you on the screen. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
So it's impossible to talk about this without talking about insulin resistance. All of these bad foods that I'm talking about, they stimulate your body to produce more insulin in order to lower your blood glucose. And at low levels of insulin is a hormone. It's pulsatile. It needs to come, do its job, go away. When it's there all the time, your body it's like being shouted at all the time. When a child does something wrong and you say, hey, imagine you keep shouting, that's going to cause damage. In the same way, this constant existence of insulin in your bloodstream, it results in very sticky blood, thick blood vessels. And so if you're susceptible to heart disease, that's pulling the trigger. That's what's causing the clot to happen in your blood vessels. If your susceptibility is strokes, then you're going to have it in your brain. If you are susceptible to high blood pressure, then it's going to contribute to all the factors that cause your blood pressure to go up. So it's not that, whoever's got this family history, never believe that, it's just, even if you have it, you can reverse it very quickly. In my experience, I've taken patients off high blood pressure pills in as little as 1 week. I've reduced their medication simply by changing what they eat. And many people are completely medication free. Once you lose that weight, you've taken away the culprit.
Very interesting. I think the slides also presented it very interesting and little terrifying also to see the amount of obesity or the whole insulin resistance or metabolic syndrome going up in children also. I mean, it is what kind of future generation we'll have. And the similar situation exists even in India. In fact, just before in the inauguration, we had one endocrinologist from India who's low carb. So she was spelling out all the kind of the data in India, the kind of childhood obesity, insulin resistance, pre-diabetes, high triglyceride among children. I mean, this is really terrifying. In fact, there was a news just few days back in my city where I stay in Mumbai. The teenagers seems to have very high degree of insulin resistance and pre-diabetes condition. Obesity is well known, fatty liver is well known. So I think it is unfortunately. So you believe that even though we may be genetically prone to certain disease, we can still avoid it or change its trajectory. That's what you mean.
Absolutely. I mean, if you understand, so I mean, this is science. If you understand epigenetics, your genes are one level, but your genes have direction. You know, there's a plan for your genes. The genes switch on what you tell it to switch on. And so if you are in a state of insulin resistance, you've hijacked the homeostatic healthy systems in your brain. And so the safety mechanisms no longer exist. So now when insulin comes in, insulin says, hey, I'm the storage hormone. When I'm here, it's because you're hungry. If I'm here, it means I need to stock up. We're stocking up. And so insulin says, my job is to load fat. Now your fat tissue says, oh, but I'm full. Well, I don't know what to do because I've been told to stock fat. That's my instruction. Store fat. Stop burning fat. Doesn't matter that you have 200, 300 pounds or, you know, to burn. All I know is when I'm around, I store fat. And so what happens is that fat, we only have after adolescence, a certain amount, most people have a set amount of adipocytes, which is fat cells. Very few, a small percentage of the population can make more fat cells, but for the vast majority, we have a limited number of fat cells. This is terrifying because once your fat cell, and I can share my screen again because I think it makes the point really well that
it's just coming. Yeah.
There we go. So this is a diagram of what a cross-section of the body. So if you look at the outside, you see subcutaneous fat. This is the fat that you would pinch underneath your skin. But deep inside in the abdomen, that orangey brown fat, that's called visceral fat. And that visceral fat, so if you consider that insulin is coming in and it says, hey, I need to store fat, and the fat cells are numbered. So I just want to see if I have, here we go. So if you look at this diagram on the left is the way it should be. Fat has a certain amount of a number of blood vessels, and it can supply energy and blood to those fat cells. But look at the right, and on the right, we have stretched those fat cells to capacity. And those fat cells are now screaming in the form of hormones, in the form of cytokines, which says to our immune system, we are in danger, send help. And the immune system gets activated. And when the immune system is activated, it starts to send immune cells to this area. Now, the scary thing is fat tissue is an endocrine organ. It secretes hormones. It communicates with the brain. It communicates with the pancreas, with the liver, with the muscle. So basically, before we know it, we have a situation like this. Sorry. We have a situation like this where we have a lean, healthy person here with a normal amount of white adipose tissue, not overstuffed. Look at the person on the right. The reason that we had so many people during COVID dying that were overweight And so many people post-COVID, they unmasked their diabetes is because they were pre-diabetic anyway. They were in a state where they had all of these inflammatory cells roaming around their body. They had a situation where their fat cells, were secreting all of these mediators, talking constantly to the brain, talking constantly to the liver, more importantly, talking constantly to the immune system to say, I am in danger, I am being attacked. And we know that when we talk to the immune system, when we tell the immune system, I need help, we want the immune system to come. So when you cut and you're bleeding, you don't want to keep bleeding, you want it to clot. Similarly, when you're talking to the immune system like this, you're promoting the coagulation in your body. So this is that vascular inside the blood vessels, what's going on. This is the thing that people are not talking about. People are worried about fat causing you to have a heart attack when this is the root cause of inflammation throughout the body.
Very interesting. So I will say the analogy, like, okay, there is a missile heading down to destroy us. So we do have an anti-missile system in form of lifestyle change, which can change the trajectory. It can blow it mid-air so that it doesn't affect us. Probably that's what you mean. And with insulin resistance being the root cause, I think we should be able to identify insulin resistance quite early and take preventive measures. One of them is, of course, low-carb nutrition, and then activity, and so on. I think this very important point you do mention, and you also explain the concept of what do you say, that how we change epigenetics very well. So that's the word I was missing, that we can change the trajectory very well. So can you tell us something about the ketogenic textbook itself? You were part of that. How
Yes.
what yeah. So what is yeah. So
very clear.
it has sort of become a Bible of reference for all of us, that we can rely on ketogenic textbook. Do tell us something about it in very short, that what went into it, what are the updates, how it is used very well now, and any other updates you want to share on the book.
Thank you for that. So, when we started the Nutrition Network, we realized that there are people all around the world who are working in isolation. Doctors especially felt very isolated with no colleagues to talk to, nowhere else to get their information but Twitter and online. And so it was to, one, advertise the knowledge that is existing out there, because there's a lot of knowledge and a lot of experts in the field. And number two, it is to not be isolated. Why? Let's create our own community. We have so many people who need help. And so that was the idea behind the creation of Nutrition Network. And as the years went on and we were trying to, you must have also realized that there are a lot of doctors who come to this way of life because they have, or not even coaches and whoever takes this as their new passion. It's because they've experienced it personally and they want to help other people. They become passionate about it. And so we needed to reach more people. And what we realized is that you do what you know, you trust what you know. What do medical professionals trust? We trust a textbook. And there's so much information that when a colleague asks you or somebody asks you, you pull out your files that you have stored on your computer. But now we have a situation where if you want to know something about cardiology and all of the, it's in the cardiology section, there's an endocrine section, and it's by experts in the field. It's all scientific papers. It is very balanced, where we see that more evidence is required, more research is required. We've been very honest about that. We've shown the role of therapeutic carbohydrate restriction in the reversal and management of so many diseases. So it is no longer anecdotal. And the way it's helped is that we've heard from healthcare providers, coaches all over the world to say that they can't do without this book because they constantly refer to it. One thing I want to share, we had our 10-year Noakes Foundation celebration last week. And in the talk, Prof said that Mickey Bendor, who's one of the authors of the book, let him know that there was a Chinese doctor who learned about LCHF and he wanted to teach his fellow colleagues. And as he started to promote LCHF, he got fined. So his Health Professions Council came down on him and said, you know, if somebody laid a complaint, a charge against him. And he went to the hearing and he took the book and he quoted from the book and he showed this study and this study and this study. And they said to him, basically the charge is farcical. He was cleared with help from the textbook. So Mickey Bendor's words were, your textbook has gotten a Chinese doctor, prevented him from getting into jail. So we're very proud of it, but it is a book that requires updates. And, you know, that's being done. Any, you know, errors or any areas that we need to expound on, that's being looked at. And so in the next edition, you know, we'll be able to tackle all those things.
I think, yes, now the world of therapeutic carbohydrate restriction, especially on the ketogenic front, is expanding like anything. You also know, especially on the mental health, neurological health, with so many new studies coming in, breakthrough studies from as good as the institute like Stanford. So I think those things deserve a mention. An upgrade may be necessary in coming times.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's the thing about science, it never sits still. You have to be also, if you're a scientist, you have to be able to question yourself and say, like Prof tore the pages out of his book, you have to be able to say, I was wrong, or hey, there's more information. And that's exactly it. The point is that too many people are suffering in the world, and it is unnecessary that you suffer due to food. And so just, you know, if you know someone who's suffering, if you're watching this and you're not convinced, but, you know, you have a little bit of an interest, please, there's so much research out there, and there's so many, Nutrition Network has trained over 7,000 practitioners and coaches all over the world. We have an active forum where people are constantly sharing their cases, sharing their wins. So we know we have the evidence that it is impacting lives in our lifetime. Many people feel that when you start this new change, you're not going to see the impact in your lifetime. But you know yourself, Shashi, that you're seeing the results within weeks. You're seeing people change their lives. So it is something that is worth doing. If you're interested in this, you owe it to yourself. You owe yourself that life.
And that's why as soon as the book came, I ordered it and got it immediately. So I had displayed that prominently even in the first event. I carried the book with me, but this time I couldn't carry. But I think, and it is there in the live stream front page. So in the live stream front page, Ketogenic book textbook is there prominently so that everyone can see. So something which this book is going to be on our live stream page. As long as we conduct our metabolic health conference, this book is going to be displayed prominently, and this is our promise. And I think that is a small thing we can do. And of course, I am also part of Nutrition Network community, as you know very well. So
yes.
I have one question coming in from one of the viewers. So it's going to be a little easier. It says that it become very difficult to decrease insulin resistance having dawn phenomena. How to solve it? I hope you don't mind taking this question. Is one of our viewers. How you solve dawn phenomena? Yeah.
Right. So you know what? Dawn phenomenon, don't worry about it. Think about it like this. You developed pre-diabetes or diabetes over a number of years, 8, 10, 12 years. People get worried about dawn phenomenon, right? Dawn phenomenon means that it's everybody around something like that, early hours of the morning. It is normal to get a spike in all your hormones, your glucagon spike, insulin spike, cortisol spike. All of these hormones spike to get you ready for the day. What happens in the normal non-insulin resistant adult is that we get a glucagon spike and we get an insulin spike, but the glucagon raises your blood sugar and the insulin will bring it down. We have the ability to bring it down so it doesn't reach the disease range. In diabetics, because you are still recovering, your insulin resistance is you're still recovering from it. When you get that glucagon squeeze, your insulin is not enough, your receptors are just not sensitive yet to bring it down. What's more, so if you keep on with this, don't get discouraged. But if you keep on with it, you might find 1 year, 2 years, 3 years later, your sugar, your dawn phenomenon, your early morning insulin, that's come down. What's more important to check is that your postprandial sugar is in order, your postprandial blood glucose. Sorry, I said insulin, your sugar that you're checking in the morning, but your postprandial blood glucose needs to be, so what you're eating, if your sugar stays low, then you're giving your body all that it needs to heal your insulin resistance. That insulin resistance takes a while. So the way to check that you're doing well is to check your postprandial blood sugar.
I think
I
this is
tell
something.
people not to check their fasting, not to worry, because it freaks people out. Because they go, I've done so well, I ate this, I exercised, I'm looking so good, everything's fine, I just can't get that early morning. It will happen. Your body will do it in time. So don't even worry about it. Check it like every few months rather than every week.
I think that answers the question. Now, personally, in my own experience, see, I achieved diabetes remission in the 4th month itself from the diagnosis, but it took me quite some time to get that fasting blood sugar from that 105, 110 range to sub 100 range. So it took me around a couple of years to really see that 90, 95 consistently. Now I'm able to see even as low as 80, 85 most of the days. But even today it impacts if I sleep less, the blood sugar spike I see morning is something different. So it took me a lot of years. See, so it's 8.5 years in diabetes remission. Even today I do see a spike in fasting, but postprandial number remains very nice. So the viewer who asked this question, so let me tell you that you need to be little patient, because to get the diabetes, you have reached this stage after many years. You need to wait for some more time before you will really gain, the true remission or the lower blood sugar reading. So I don't be disheartened, and this is a journey and not a destination, is what I can say.
And it's actually not a sign of failure. If your blood sugar in the morning is high, it's how can we say it's, as long as you know it is coming down. But there are some things you can do to sort of hasten the journey. You can employ fasting as a tool. So you can either do 24-hour fast, or you can do time restricted eating, depending on your baseline. If you're able to, once you are fat adapted, you may find that you can do longer fasts. That's one way to hasten the recovery. Another way is, as Shashi said, make sure that you're getting the lifestyle things. Your sleep is in order. You don't have a lot of mental stress. Cortisol is the one most difficult thing that prevents a lot of people from getting over their insulin resistance. So employ things like exercise, walking, boundaries, talking, and that type of thing. And then building muscle is something that we do not talk about, but making sure you can lift some weights, do exercises, not just running, but weight-bearing exercises. The more you grow your muscle, the more it can suck up that glucose and help you to become insulin, improve your insulin sensitization.
Thank you, Dr. Hasina. I think it was a wonderful discussion, and we are coming to the end of the session. I'll invite Anup Singh. Anup, please come in. Please take Anup in. So Anup is my co-organizer. So Dr. Hasina Kaji, thank you very much for coming to India and sharing your knowledge. Yeah, Anup.
Yeah, Shashi, if I can add to what welcome, doctor. Now, what Dr. Hasina said, about FBS. I've been always saying, if your FBS is high, compensate it with the low PPPS. As simple as that.
Thank you.
Well, I didn't get that. I didn't get that.
If FBS is high, yeah, I had it. I mean, my PPBS used to be 100, 90, but my FBS used to be 110. I was not worried at all.
Oh, yeah. I think the more people who realize this, because we teach them to track their sugar, but we don't prepare them in advance. So I prepare my patients in advance, and I say, don't now. This is going to happen. You're going to see this. One thing I want to mention that helped my own father is many people are dairy intolerant and they don't realize it. So their sugar, they get a massive that 2 point whatever massive reaction. If you try cutting out dairy and see what that does to your blood glucose, it might very well help you to maintain a better blood glucose. But thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
having
Thank you
me.
very much. Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
so glad that there's so much interest in ketogenic lifestyle, and all the very best to everybody who is on this journey.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So
Thank
please
you.
get, thank you. See you. You get in Ira, Abhinav and Anup. Yeah, Ira.
Yeah, hi everybody. Welcome again to India's second Metabolic Health Conference. We are today going to discuss diabetes remission case study with Anup Chaudhary and Abhinav Pathare. Let me give a brief introduction of both. Abhinav Pathare is a public health researcher from India. He received a master's science degree in applied public health from the University of Central Lancashire, England in 2020 with merit classification. His master's thesis focused on facilitating low-carb policies in the United Kingdom's national dietary guidelines and received distinction. Abhinav serves as a principal investigator in low-carb related contemporary research projects. He has written multiple journal articles and editorials on various public health topics. Abhinav aims to improve public health outcomes through informed policies, strategies, interventions, and communication techniques. He advocates the whole system approach for facilitating low-carb supportive policies, which encourages the interdisciplinary and collaborative approach. Anup Bhaskar Rao Chaudhary is an Indian researcher in nutrition sciences, having a couple of research papers published in international journals. Anup is also the founding director of Public Health India, which is PHI, an Indian health advocacy organization and a consultant nutritionist helping a wide range of populations improve metabolic health and quality of life. Anup aims to bring India's specific low-carb data into the literature to help public health researchers, mainstream health professionals, and health organizations make informed decisions in designing and improving treatment strategies for better metabolic outcomes in the members of the public. Shashi, would you please
Yeah.
announce?
Yeah. So I'm so happy to have Anup and Abhinav in this session. So while we were fixing the metabolic health to all the invitees and guests, suddenly I got a message from Anup Chaudhary that they have published a case study and they have mentioned Metabolic Health Conference 1, in that case study. And we were so thrilled on two accounts. One is the mention of Metabolic Health Conference in that. And the second is going to be a landmark study in the sense that this is the first ever diabetes remission case study published in a journal from India. There is not a single study which is published on diabetes remission with low carb context. This is what I could gather from whatever I have searched in this country of 100 million or 200 million of diabetes. And immediately we decided to call Anup and Abhinav immediately to this conference, and then we preponed the sessions, and then we thought that we should include them because it's a very milestone, it's very eventful, and we are so proud to have both of you presenting this study today in this conference. Yeah, Anup.
Yeah, welcome Abhinav and Anup, and congratulations for getting your case study published. As Shashi said, this being the first, it's a landmark thing to happen, and thank you for mentioning MHC1, that is 2023. Now that means a lot to us. But let's begin with how did you both get interested in low carb?
Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for this heartwarming welcome, Ira, Shashi, and Anup. So basically, I've done my bachelor's in electronics and telecommunication engineering in the year 2013, followed by master's in digital electronics. I have always been into the field of teaching. So before entering into engineering, I started teaching to high school students. My subject was science. So I know what information they have in their textbooks about science, about nutrition. So somewhere around 2017, I first came to know about low carbohydrate diet. And actually it shook me to the core because whatever I was reading in 2017 was in complete contrast what is taught in schools. So intrigued by that, I started reading more and more on low carbohydrate diet. So I read Gary Taubes, Professor Tim Noakes, and so many eminent personalities from the low carbohydrate space. And then I decided to, complete the certification, which I did later from KLM School of Fitness Sciences. And then I founded Public Health India and eventually got an experience as a senior lecturer in nutrition science. Talking about Public Health India, it is an health advocacy organization aiming to bring more and more research, India specific low carbohydrate research, into the literature and disseminating that information to the public. So that's the background from where I'm coming. And thank you very much for having me and in this historic conference.
Yeah,
Abhinav,
I would like to, yeah,
Abhinav,
Abhinav,
Abhinav.
welcome, and Anup.
Abhi-
Yeah.
How did he get into low carb?
Yeah, okay, so I graduated as an engineer in 2013, and after that, due to my chronic interest in sports, I chose sports coaching as a full-time career after that. In 2017, I decided to upgrade myself so that I can provide better information to my students. And 2 years, 2017 and 2018, I spent at the K11 School of Fitness Sciences, and there I got to know that my long-standing nutrition science knowledge was in complete contrast with the good science. And I got obsessed to understand why such things which are likely ineffective converge into the mainstream recommendations, practices, and policies. I started reading extensively, and one word would always hit into my reading, which is public health. So public health authorities, public health dietary guidelines, public health departments. So in 2019, I went to the University of Central Lancashire, United Kingdom, for the Masters of Science in Applied Public Health. I chose my thesis. My thesis was about facilitating low carbohydrate policies into the official national dietary guidelines of United Kingdom. I received distinction in my thesis, and the university board would comment on it as a brave argument. And then when my supervisor asked me after my master's, what you want to do next as a career, I told her that whatever I researched and wrote in light of the United Kingdom, I would love to do the same in light of India. In September 2020, I came back to India. And in 2021, I came up with my first article, which was titled as Exercise Does Not Solve Obesity. And the calorie burning theory is misleading and incorrect. Okay, then this article, not just locally, but internationally, gained a lot of criticism. But then eventually like-minded people joined me. And today, when I'm presenting this paper in your landmark conference, this is my 8th research paper. And that's what my background is. And thank you very much for having me in this milestone conference.
I
Thank
think
you
I
so
can
much.
I can
Yeah.
detect a smile in the face of Anup when both of them
Mhm.
told that they are engineers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, more and more engineers should be getting into nutrition, and they are. In fact, on D-Life also, there are many.
Once you are an
Mhm.
engineer, you can be anything, and we took it seriously.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, over to Ira.
All right.
Yeah, so Anup and Abhinav, I want to ask you both, what gave you the idea to publish this case study on diabetes remission? That is one. And explain to us, where is it published and its significance?
Correct.
Okay. So my vision is always to get more and more India specific low carb data into the literature. So when this woman approached Public Health India, I involved Abhinav as a principal investigator in this project. And um initially, right from the beginning, I started collecting data systematically from the viewpoint of getting it published. The reason behind having Abhinav on board is because I was having some past experience working with him. We together have published one review article, which is named as Contemporary Directions in Fatty Liver Disease in Light of Low Carbohydrate Diet. It was published in the year 2022 in European Journal of Molecular and Clinical Medicine. And I was also aware of the renowned article written on the eminent Mr. Kaizad Kapadia sir as a science protector. So since I was having an experience working with him, so idea came from the vision and the available resources for required for the publication. As far as the significance of the journal and the publication is concerned, Abhinav would be the right person to address it.
Okay, so there are three things I want to explain in light of the significance. First of all, this paper is published in the Journal of Population Therapeutics and Clinical Pharmacology. And if you would peruse the issues of this journal, you would find several research papers straight from the GMCs, government medical colleges. So it sort of demonstrates the mainstream approval of this journal. Second thing, this journal and so our article is indexed in a database which is called as MBES. And MBES is one of the top-notch databases in the world for the medical literature. So talking about the MBES's magnitude, it has some 45.6 million records, 5.1 million conference abstracts. And MBES also has at least 12 million such records which cannot be found in Medline PubMed. More importantly, MBES, the database where this paper is indexed, is a product of Elsevier. It is developed by Elsevier. You might be aware of this logo somewhere in the academic publishing. This is Elsevier, and this is one of the top tier scientific publisher, including medical textbooks. So if you, for example, Guyton and Hall textbook of physiology, which is a staple textbook for decades now, it is published by Elsevier. And more importantly, the first ketogenic textbook that edited by Nutrition Network and Professor Tim Knox, it is published by Academic Press INC, which is again an imprint of Elsevier. So in light of all of these things, here is my third point, that Anup Chaudhary and I are extremely happy to announce that Shashikant, Anup, Ira and their landmark conference has officially now penetrated the mainstream medical literature. And we are grateful that we are the first to do this. That's the significance.
Thank you. That's really a very, very, very significant. So please, either one of you could tell me what all preparations went into this, how easy or how difficult was it?
Okay, so this is an interesting question. So when we took this participant as a member, initially the intervention went for 2.5 months approximately. And after that, it took almost 1 month for critically analyzing the data. Now, when we talk about the publication of the research, it is not just conveying the results, but to discuss those results in light of what other researchers have observed in implementing the same kind of interventions. And hence, it took rigorous efforts in literature search and the literature review. It took somewhere around 2 months. And then we entered into the major phase of it, which is around 6 months in properly documenting the case study, that is manuscripting it, writing it. And after that, around 1 month we took for in-text citation, then proofreading, then formatting the references, and internal peer review process. Now, internal peer review process is getting the sensitive information proofread one more time before we send it for publication, because it is very responsible things that we have to do. We cannot do any kind of mistakes in that. And after that, somewhere around 4 5 months, approximately 4 months, it took to get published officially. So 4 months, because reviewers will take their time, then the editors need their time. So the entire process of publication is little, time consuming. So these are the preparations in brief that we took.
And in the you asked that how easy or difficult it was to get published, and that's an important question. And there are just two things I want to share here. First, this is what Professor Tim Knox said in the last Metabolic Health Conference, that if there is anything related to low carbohydrate diet, it would be forbidden in the literature publications. So, okay, maybe low carbohydrate manuscripts are subject to tremendous rejections, but this can be solved. And one way to solve this is that you got to be proactively contacting the editors and the journals before writing the manuscripts. I'm not saying before conducting the experiment, but before writing it down, because every journal has different topic expectations. Every journal has different policies, terms and conditions, formattings. And if you could anticipate that while writing, it reduces the chance of getting rejected. And the second point, and the last point is very important, is that you must avoid declarative statements. For example, if your study finds that saturated, or if your study somehow proves that saturated fats are bad or unhealthy, the scientific way to write down in your paper is that saturated fats are probably unhealthy. And this is how Gary Taubes would explain this, that if you think you have proved something, the history of science suggests that you will be eventually proven wrong at some point. There is a famous quote by Richard Feynman. He says that the first principle of science is not to fool yourself, and you are the easiest person to fool. So a good researcher or a scientist would always discuss his findings tentatively, so that he can back off when it gets disproved, and he can rethink his hypothesis and work on the new study. And that's how science grows, with an open mindset. And our benefit was that we were having this in our mind when we were writing the manuscript. So I wouldn't say it was easy for us to publish, but it was relatively less difficult for us to get it published.
Thank you for that. I think Anup can take the next question if you want.
Yeah, so if I get it right, I think from start to finish, it was around 18 months.
15
roughly?
months.
15 months, right.
And could I just add one point here, like on 15 months?
Yeah, okay.
So
having,
yeah,
please carry on.
Okay, so talking about the length it took to publish, I'm just like shedding light on it. 15 months, but we have it is important to note that this case study is extensive. So usually the case study has a word count of 1500 to 2000 words, and this case study is 8500 words, including references. And usually the case study would include 10 to 15 references, but our research paper, our case study includes 53 robust, critically analyzed references. And the reason we did it in so much of details, because we didn't just want to publish it, but also want to set a reference for the people that may like to do the same. And that's the length of it.
Okay, so that
please
was
tell us
pretty.
about. Yeah.
I'll
ask this question and maybe you can add later. So please tell us about the case study, Anup and Abhinav, in detail. What was it? And if you want, you can present a few slides if you wanted to do that. But please tell us about the case itself.
So the participant is a 65-year-old Indian woman struggling with diabetes for more than 4 years. And recently she had undergone knee replacement surgery on both the knees. So when she approached us, I commenced the intervention, low carbohydrate intervention, by replacing grains with the naturally occurring sources of fats and proteins, first class proteins, of course, and the saturated fats. Now, since the knees were operated, exercise was not there in the intervention. It was out of question. The results that we obtained, the results are astonishing. So her HbA1c dropped from 7.10 to 6.0. Her body weight dropped from 78 to 71.5. Her triglycerides to high density lipoprotein ratio improved from 4.23 to 2.65, which is considered as one important marker for heart health. And this happened within 2.5 months of intervention, without calorie control and exercise intervention. That is the important point to know. Now, the implications of this case study is enormous, because the first piece of advice, the mainstream advice that people get in such conditions, is exercise more and then eat less. When we talk about the youngsters, they can at least attempt to do it, and then eventually they come to know that it doesn't work, and then they try to find out some alternative paths to get rid of those problems. But when we talk about geriatrics, senior citizens, now for them challenges are completely different. And practically this advice, calorie control and exercise, is practically not doable. So they find it very difficult to follow it, and hence they remain in that blame that they are not getting the results because they are not actually following it. But the reason why they are not following, because it is not practically doable, right? So this case study has an enormous implication that for geriatrics population, this is a good direction, that how they can achieve, they can take charge of their health with a good scientific understanding. So that's the direction that we want to give.
So, Anup, I would like to add to what you said, the SICO model, eat less, move more, that has been abject failure. And the most famous failure I would quote is look ahead protocol study. $100 million burnt, a 13-year study, federally funded, designed for 13 years. The failure was so epic that in 12th year, they just dumped the study and moved on. And no magazine, no literature, no media picked that study up, even to say that, yes, we have failed, eat less, move more does not work.
All right.
But the problem is mainstream is still harping on that point. Now, given this background, how do you think your study would impact the general Indian in the Indian context?
Okay, so that's the interesting question. Whenever we want to implement some change, dietary change, especially implementing low carbohydrate change, it can be implemented in two ways. One is through the strategies and the policies, and second at the frontline level. Now, looking at the low carbohydrate space in India, relatively the practice of low carbohydrate is increasing a lot. But then in relation to that, the footprints of these low carbohydrate data into literature, India specific especially, is very less. We can say it is hardly there is any data available on India when we talk about low carbohydrate. So this case study serves as an example, and it initiates the movement of publishing, getting the low carbohydrate data into the publication. So that's the impact that this case study is making for the future researchers, those who will, in the contemporary ways, when they will look back, they will get these kind of research papers and they can then build their practice on it.
Did you
That-
find implementing this dietary pattern little difficult? Any one of you can answer, Abhinav or Anup.
Yeah. So talking about the challenges that we faced on implementing, the first of all, old age is a challenge in itself. And then apart from that, long-standing beliefs on nutrition, long-standing dietary habits is another challenge. And we mitigated that challenge by, introducing high intervention intensity or high intensity intervention, low carbohydrate intervention. Now, Iqbal et al. 2010 suggests that high intensity low carb intervention is more effective compared to low intensity low carbohydrate intervention. So we implemented a high intensity intervention which includes behavior modifications and age related communication suggested by National Institute of Aging. And then age friendly communication was built, and the support of the family members was taken, and then we gave personalized diet chart, recipes to help, rigorous counseling sessions and the follow up sessions. And apart from that, we also uh, navigate the navigate them through the festive and the cultural situations. And after this, solving these, challenges, we could get the results what we are observing in the research.
Right.
Yeah, Ira.
Yeah, so
Yeah, yeah,
can we?
yeah.
Yeah, Abhinav.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Abhi.
Abhinav.
I just wanted to add on this the impact it would leave in the low carbohydrate space. There is one more layer to it. I hope this case study sets an example that even the people from the diverse academic backgrounds can penetrate into the official medical literature. And I hope this goes long. And that's it.
Mhm. So
In
while you were
short,
doing
he's
the
saying-
research, Anup, please
yeah,
carry
in
on.
short, he's saying, that it's time that pushback becomes a bit mild from where it is coming. Right, Abhinav? Because we know where the
Absolutely.
pushback comes from.
Absolutely. You got it.
So so
Yeah, Ira.
while you were doing the research for this case study, can we discuss what were your findings about low carb or the history of low carb? How long? I mean, where do we go back in history? Where did you find the history of low carb coming from?
Okay, this is a big question, and it may need a session in itself. But I would try to brief it in the context of India. Okay, to start with, first of all, if you want to look at the literature, 1835 is a good starting point because the English Education Act was passed. So the local literature was kind of sidetracked, and the Calcutta Medical School and Hospital was established. And for any researcher, it would be a good strategy to start with investigating the data of that hospital, what happened there, so that we can understand the prevalence incidence of diabetes or at least the gestation of it. But I cannot go into it in detail because of the time restriction. But since I'm in a conference, I would like to cover the history of conferences here. So 1907, which is around 115 years back from today, it was 1907, and the British Medical Association's annual conference was held. This was one of the first occasions where the Indian diabetes has received importance in the West. This conference was held in United Kingdom. Okay, I'm not talking about the low carbohydrate approach, but just a diabetes. Talking about the low carbohydrate approach, in 1890, Frederick Pavey has published a groundbreaking article, and he supported the use of low carbohydrate approach in light of diabetes. And he published that article in the Indian Medical Gazette, IMG. And IMG was perhaps one of the most important journal at that time. So if you want to look at any advances in low carbohydrate or insulin therapy, you got to see into IMG. But now the thing is, I want to imply it in the current situation that now we have more people like Pavey, at least hundreds of them, if not thousands. But there was a gap in relation to the conferences, and that gap was significant. And I want to signify that gap by asking question to the listeners of this conference, that since that 1907 conference where the Indian diabetes has received attention in West, till 2022, I'm not saying 2023, till 2022, in the span of this 115 years, could you find a single conference that is especially focused on low carbohydrate intervention in light of Indian diabetes? And if you could find it, you can send it to me or us. And if you couldn't, this means that this gap of 115 years seems to be filled up in 2023 through MHC1. And that is the significance of that conference, because it didn't attracted only the attention of West, but the whole world looking at the speakers that were there. So this made us to include this conference and the catalyzers behind this conference in this paper. Yeah.
I think that is very, very significant.
It is.
Indian Medical Gazette. Okay, so long back, there is a mention of Frederick Pavey. I really don't know how many people in India know about this.
Exactly. That's the reason we added
I
the
would dare
screenshot.
to say, I would dare to say none.
And the
So
first
none of,
conference, then. Yeah.
yeah, please elaborate, Abhinav.
Yeah, also about this 1907 conference, barely people know about it.
No one knows. Even for the matter, even we never knew. See, we have been doing in-depth study of everything. Probably we have not studied our own country well.
No, it's about when we go into the look about history, we usually visit United Kingdom's
yeah.
literature or American literature, and we barely visit back into the Indian literature, which is really interesting. And if you could see the phase from pre-independence area till the discovery of insulin, you will find the data there.
Because we have that preconceived idea that we are not going to find India specific low carbohydrate data into the literature. Because of that, we
Yes.
never try to find it out. But we have to change that mindset now.
But that's interesting. Yeah, this question was interesting. Thank you for asking that.
And going ahead, what do you think would be the other challenges in India in applying? See, you addressed this in some part earlier also, but what do you think would be the more challenging part in applying low carb nutrition in our context, other than or you can add to whatever you said?
Yeah.
So, addressing this, first of all, low carbohydrate approach is the need of an hour in India. We need it now, anyhow. Looking at the metabolic conditions of the people of India, it is the emergency. The challenge is especially when we talk about. So, in India, science follows, these athletes and actors. These are the celebrities, and when they come on the media, people take their opinion as an advice and they try following it. That is one major challenge. I think ideally it should be other way around. Whether we talk about the celebrities, actors, or athletes, or the normal population, we should follow science. So that is one gap I see. And second, the conventional advice that people get from the mainstream is not changing at all. And whatever we are discussing here is in complete contrast to what they are saying. So it
Yes.
becomes sometimes very challenging to erase that data from the people's mind and then imbibing something new into their head, because when we talk, it is like talking to the entire so many years of conditioning, you see. So these are the major two challenges I find. Abhinav may have to add on that, I
Well,
guess.
I have one study to add here, which is relating to the information seeking behavior of professionals. It's not about public, it's not about celebrities, but it's straight about the mainstream professionals, for example, physicians and doctors. So this study conducted by Davis 2007, what he did, he wanted to understand the information seeking behavior of physicians. Like what do they prefer while consuming the clinical information, the medium they prefer about it. And he included doctors across the globe in this study, from America, England, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Denmark, Singapore. Therefore, the results are likely to be reliable. And what he found, that reading research papers or using research papers as a knowledge consumption was the third choice. It wasn't the first. And ideally, evidence-based medicine suggests that this should be one of the most, like at least the top pillar of the evidence-based medicine to update your knowledge. Their second preference for consuming knowledge was their personal contacts and personal phone calls and peer opinions. And again, evidence-based medicine challenges exactly this. And their first preference was textbook, which is fine. But as you said in the previous session of this conference, that textbook may take time to get updated. So I think this is a challenge for the low carbohydrate movement in India. And if we could somehow shift the information seeking behaviors of mainstream professionals, it may work. And there are ways to do this, but I may not be able to mention them here because of the timeline. But I
one
think that's
question, yeah, one question. I mean, it's an impromptu one. How much do you think does the speaking fee, weekend speaking fee, influences the opinion? Because you talked of, preferences 1, 2, 3. Where does the speaking fee component land, fourth or first?
Speaking fee?
In your opinion. Yeah. Weekend speaking fees for doctors who go around talking about medicines and all.
I don't know, speaking fee as a factor in it.
Shashi can maybe elaborate on it if he wants.
It's okay. I think you can shift to the next question.
Let it.
So I think it's Anup's question.
Acha, now what?
Question is all done. Yeah.
Then I think let me ask, how much impact do you think this particular study will create in India? Is my question.
I think this
This has been covered.
I want to add to this. Yeah.
All right. All right.
How much impact do you think? See, you have addressed this to some extent earlier, but let me ask you, reiterate again, how much impact you think it is going to have, this particular case study? Though you had, from your side, you're not claimed that title of being the first case study remission. So, but what do you think, in what all way it can impact? Pertaining to the study, you can just mention, either one of you or both of you can mention.
All right. So
This
first of all, when we talk about the impact, it depends in what dimension you are expecting the impact of it. The first impact that I would again like to emphasize that this may set an example that no matter what academic background do you have, this is still doable. And we need to increase the footprint. And in order to increase the footprints, we cannot rely on just one profession because there are diverse people into this. So what I hope this case study will bring into this low carbohydrate space is to encourage more and more people with different academic backgrounds and different cognitive skill sets to come on the board and start pushing this movement. And because and whether it's first or not, but it's still the rare. And it still signifies the gap. It still signifies that the gap is extreme between the implication or like implementation of this approach and the publication of this approach. So the gap is still there. So the impact is always justified, whether it's first, second, third. It's like that.
So I think it is the first. So it is the first case study of its kind. Because when I also searched literature, I did not find any which is, in light of low carbohydrate Indian specific. So we can say that of its kind, it is the first one. Right, Abhinav? We have done a lot of search for that. Yeah. Correct.
I will say for the
So
matter of any first.
Yeah. So having done so far, what are your future plans, Anup and Abhinav?
Okay. So I'm working on one significant project, which is on, publishing a rigorous review article on obesity in light of carbohydrate insulin model. So I am the lead author of it. The other significant contributor in that review article is none other than Shilpi Arora ma'am. She's my guru. And the reason why I chose is because of her enormous understanding of the subject. And apart from that, in last year, I discussed the same with Abhinav also. And thankfully, he accepted that. And I am involving him also because he has a similar kind of research paper published, a review article published in the year 2021 about exercise. So in the upcoming months, maybe 2 or 3 months, we are going to release that new article. And Abhinav always have some diverse plans. So I guess he must be having something new to share.
Okay, so what I plan and what I get are two different things, and I'm serious about this. But in the near future, I look forward to finish the project that Anup just mentioned about, and simultaneously, I'm working on an article which will not be published in medical or public health journal, but in the law journal. It deals with medical negligence, and the aim of that article is to inform how India handles the cases about medical negligence.
Very interesting. So, last question, Anup and Abhinav. What is your message to India, to both of you?
All right. So I have one important message to give to young generation of low carb practitioners. So you see, when we discuss about low carbohydrate approach, especially with our clients, they tend to ask more and more questions because from the background from where they are coming and the information that they get from different resources is same conventional understanding. So they tend to ask more questions, and then the practitioners may get agitated by that. So one important suggestion I have here is to handle these people, especially geriatrics, with empathy and having patience while interacting, and then addressing each and every question of them with a proper scientific understanding, so that we can bring big change in the space of low carbohydrate nutrition. So that's the message I have.
Okay.
Abhinav?
I've many, but when I need to keep on top, is that just like Mr. Singh? I'm calling him Mr. Singh because there are two Anups in this frame.
Yeah, right.
So Mr. Singh mentioned about the protocol study and how dollars after dollars are going into the research to prove science behind low carbohydrate approach. Now I think there is a time to shift this investment towards the policy, towards the research which could be used to inform the policies. I'm not saying it's completely possible, or I'm not saying that it's simple. I understand that there are challenges, but at least even if we systematically highlight the challenges, then may not be us, but the upcoming generation would pick up from that and they would take it further. So it's time to shift the focus from not shifting the focus, but also to give some focus to the policy related research. That's the message.
Yeah. So now we still have 5 minutes and we can take up a couple of questions. There are the questions live from the live question from the audience. The person wants to ask, what was the food she was taking in LCHF? Was she following intermittent fasting or fasting of any kind?
Okay, so I did not suggest any kind of intermittent fasting or staying hungry. She was eating as per her satiety and hunger. The food sources that I included in her diet was the first class sources of protein, like meat, white and red, both meats, then dairy products, and along with that, some seafood. That was mainly added into her. And sometimes to navigate the situation, I could give some like protein shake or something as an option.
Fine. So another question is, I want to ask you a hypothetical question, though we know the answer practically. Like, this is a case of someone who's having non-vegetarian food. So you think this can be replicated in vegetarians also who are lacto-vegetarians or lacto-vegetarians?
Yeah, we take the cases of lacto-vegetarians as well, because when we talk about true food now, so you don't have to, refeed yourself constantly. Having 2 meals a day will keep you sorted. So there are so many people I am handling, and I'm sure that you must be handling too. The people are coming from the vegetarian background and they are comfortably following it. At least they can be on the low carbohydrate diet, not a complete cut down of sugar if not possible. So at least we can say low carbohydrate diet, and they can achieve tremendous results.
So in this particular case study, were there any reluctance and resistance from the family? And if so, what have you done to address that? Did you do anything on a priority basis, or did you foresee these, and what actions you took?
No, so in fact, this is very interesting, and that is the reason in my message I particularly mentioned that we have to be empathetic with them. So there was a reluctance because both of them, because the lady was 65-year-old, so a lot of reluctance and the cultural beliefs that they are having. So we had to give a lot of references. We had to give some mind opening scenarios, that what is going on and then how these diseases are rising. So when I introduced her the proper literature, the data, which is of course not coming from India, she understood it, and then family members also started supporting eventually when they saw results.
Great. So Anup and Abhinav, thank you very much. Our time is up, and I wanted to congratulate both of you for this historic milestone. And let me tell you, today it is surprising that a two non-medico could publish the first ever low carb remission case study in India, whereas we have big diabetologists practicing in India with multi-center, multi-staff, but not one of them could produce one single case study. So hats off to both of you, and we would love to have you in future in our conferences with more publications. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah,
Thank you
happy.
very much.
Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Anup
Thank
and
you.
Abhinav,
Thank you.
for
Bye-bye.
coming
So-
over.
so-
forward.
Sure,
Thank
we
you.
can take Dr. James inside and Prajakta, welcome. And please remove all of us except Dr. James and
Thank you.
Prajakta.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, Dr. Miyuki.
How are you going?
Good. How are you today?
Good, thank you.
So welcome to India's second Metabolic Health Conference. I am Prajakta Abhyankar, host for this session and a member of DLife.in, India's oldest, largest, and the only award-winning low-carb platform. Shashikant Iyengar and Anup Singh bring you this historic and scientific feast from India focused on metabolic therapies. Let me introduce our next esteemed guest for this session, South Australia-based senior ophthalmologist Dr. James Miyuki. Dr. Miyuki has had an illustrious career dedicated to protecting eyesight. His work spans over 3 decades and multiple continents, providing relief to patients across all socioeconomic spectrums by confronting some of the most challenging eye conditions. His passion and expertise, be it in the field of eye surgery or advocacy, has left profound impact on his every undertaking. He is also co-founder of not-for-profit organization Sight for All, which strives to deliver eye health solutions for Indigenous people of Australia and also economically challenged communities across the globe. He has been decorated with many awards and key positions. I'll mention a few here. He was appointed a member of the Order of Australia in 2012. He was named South Australian of the Year 2020 and Australian of the Year in January 2020 for his work in preventing blindness. He was awarded honorary doctorate by Adelaide University in 2021, and in January 2022, he was appointed as the Lieutenant Governor of South Australia. I think I'll take a pause here and extend a warm welcome to Dr. James Miyuki. Thank you, Doctor, for being here today on this platform.
Yeah, it's wonderful to be here. Thanks so much, Prajakta.
No problem. The privilege is definitely ours. We would like to start this session with getting to know you a bit better. Could you please introduce your work, like what you did as an eye surgeon and then what you did as an advocate against sugar after you were awarded the Australian of the Year in 2020?
Sure. Well, I've been an ophthalmologist and eye surgeon now for 35 years, believe it or not. In fact, my retirement is imminent. But I was lucky enough to be awarded Australian of the Year in early 2020, and that was because of my work in fighting blindness with not-for-profit Sight for All. But when I was awarded this very prestigious recognition, I thought, what's Australia's biggest health crisis? And I'm a doctor, I should be involved in trying to raise awareness and do something about it. Well, it's type 2 diabetes, clearly. So I started doing a lot of reading, and one of the things that I learned, which I wasn't aware of, through medical school and through my years as a doctor and a specialist, was this incredible opportunity for remission. But I learned about it by reading Jason Fung's wonderful book, The Diabetes Code, specifically by utilizing real food rather than medicine to turn diabetes around. So later in 2020, I was actually included in the expert advisory group for the review of Australia's national diabetes strategy. And I was able to get remission into that document for the first time, which was published in 2021. Yeah. And after its publication, I started to advise my patients with type 2 to explore this opportunity. And I arranged for them to see a local nutritionist who specializes in therapeutic carbohydrate reduction. And I started seeing these amazing results, people with type 2 putting their disease into remission. Was without doubt one of the most rewarding experiences of my 40-year medical career. At the same time, I was getting a bit of bite back from the local endocrinologists. I received a few nasty letters, specifically concerns regarding the safety of what I was doing with the patients. And so as a result of that, I organized an endocrinology meeting with the local low-carb practitioners in late 2022. And as a result of that, we have written guidelines for therapeutic carbohydrate reduction for Australia, which were published in January this year and have subsequently been endorsed by both the Australian Diabetes Society and Diabetes Australia. So it's a real turning point in Australia, and there's more I can tell you.
That's great. So before all this happened, you were primarily working as a tertiary expert, operating on the eyes of people. So what turned your focus more on the primary causes that lead to these eye conditions in most of the cases?
Yes, in 2018, I wanted to, well, I did. I created a documentary about the experience of blindness, what it means to lose vision, to be blind. And I interviewed 10 people during that process. And one of the people that I interviewed was a guy called Neil Hansel, who tells this incredible story about going to bed one evening with normal sight and waking up the next morning blind in both eyes. And he remains blind at this stage due to his type 2 diabetes. And the story was so powerful and had such a huge impact on me. In fact, we used his story to create a TV commercial which played nationally in Australia back in late 2018. But it was really on the back of that meeting with Neil and no longer seeing my role as the guy at the end of the line treating the end-stage complications of this blinding disease, the most feared complications. I thought I really needed to play a more critical role in, the nutritional drivers of type 2 diabetes.
Right. So before your work started, what were the guidelines endorsed by Diabetes Australia for patients who are suffering with diabetes or any other metabolic conditions?
Yeah, so the guidelines, which are based on the Australian dietary guidelines, in fact, Diabetes Australia, the very first sentence in the type 2 diabetes webpage was type 2 diabetes is a progressive disease, and they recommended people eat by the Australian dietary guidelines, which is in essence a high carbohydrate eating recommendation. It recommends that up to 65% should be carbs. And if you realize that type 2 diabetes is a condition of carbohydrate intolerance, it makes absolutely no sense. But it was also other organisations such as the Royal Australian College of GPs who are doing the same. The dietitians group, Dietitians Australia, are also recommending people with type 2 diabetes eat this high carbohydrate pattern recommended by our Australian dietary guidelines.
Yeah. So how does this excessive intake of sugar end up taking a toll on a vital organ like eyes? So in literal sense, how does one get blinded by sugar, as you say?
Sure. There's both microvascular and macrovascular complications with type 2 diabetes. So damage to the retina, the retina is like the film in the camera, due to diabetes is a microvascular complication, along with things like chronic renal failure, dementia. And there are, in essence, two major impacts of persistent high blood glucose level on the retinal vasculature. The first is damage to the endothelial glycocalyx, which is the tissue that lines the inside of every capillary, arteriole, and artery in the body. And we know that diabetes damages this glycocalyx, and that leads to leakiness from the blood vessels. And when it leaks into the central vision area of the retina, what we call the macula, and that causes diabetic macular edema, and that's the major threat to the vision from people with diabetes. But we also see glycation. So we see glycation of the proteins in the red blood cells, and this reduces the elasticity of the red blood cells. So they have difficulty passing through the retinal capillaries, and that in turn leads to blockage. And when the capillaries block up, you get a lack of oxygen flow, and this triggers what we call new blood vessels, which grow into the retina to try and heal this ischemic area. And in turn, these can bleed inside the eye. And this is exactly the same scenario that happened to Neil Hansel, who woke up blind in both eyes literally overnight.
And how much time does it take for this condition to progress? After a person develops, let us say, diabetes, after it is detected, and if it is untreated or unnoticed, how much time does he have before his organs start getting affected because of the condition?
Yes, it's very variable, and it depends on a number of factors. But for example, in Neil Hansel's case, he developed type 2 diabetes at the age of 26, and he woke up blind in both eyes at the age of 50. So that was 24 years it took to get to that stage. So it's not something that happens quickly. In fact, it's very rare to lose vision in both eyes like that. Fortunately, it usually presents a little less dramatically, and we're able to control it if we can get onto it pretty quickly.
Right. So speaking specifically of diabetes, do all type of diabetes affect the eye health or the organ health, or is it just the type 2 diabetes?
Yeah, so type 1 and type 2 both cause retinal disease or retinal damage. Right. And there's no doubt that reducing the carbohydrates in a therapeutic way helps in all types of diabetes. So for type 2 diabetes, the underlying mechanism is insulin resistance. And when you're insulin resistant, you are intolerant of carbohydrates. So if you decrease your carbohydrate intake, which means decreasing your glucose and fructose levels in the blood, this does lead to repair of the endothelial glycocalyx in a matter of hours to days. So it's quite remarkable. And we do see a decrease in the permeability of the blood vessels of the retina and the leakage. And that in turn results in a reduction in diabetic macular edema. So there's no doubt, and I've seen it in my patients, we're seeing these remarkable results of just publishing a case study at the moment in a young woman who reversed her type 2 diabetes in a matter of weeks. She came off her insulin in a couple of weeks, and over the next 9 months, her macular edema resolved completely. And that was just a dietary intervention, nothing else. Type 1, also reducing the carbohydrate intake will lead to stabilization of the blood sugar levels and hopefully a decreased need for insulin injections. And this is in turn will have a positive impact because we know that insulin has a number of unpleasant side effects, really. One, it's a fat storage hormone, but also helps in this process of forming clots. It's inflammogenic, and it's also potentially tumorigenic. So if we can reduce your carb intake in people with type 1, reduce the blood sugar levels to a more stable level, then this will actually have a positive impact on the body in terms of insulin and its side effects.
Okay. So, but putting diabetes into remission, will that heal the damage that was already done to the organs? That means, does that heal the damaged eyesight as well, or that effect cannot be reversed even if you put the diabetes into remission?
As I mentioned, I have a number of cases where I'm seeing when we reduce the carb intake, the edema is resolving, and that's super exciting. I don't think it's ever been reported before. So, but when the damage is more severe, particularly when there's an element of ischemia, I wouldn't expect this to recover. But at least if we can stabilize the situation, stop it getting worse at that stage, is a positive thing.
Okay, that's great. So be it India, Australia, US, the numbers and percentages we hear associated with the population affected by diabetes or any other metabolic conditions are really scary. And this is no longer something impacting an individual or a small group. And I don't think that can be tackled at individual level anymore. So how much do you think are these increasing numbers impacting the health support system in general or the economies in general?
Well, there's no doubt about it. It is a worldwide crisis, and certainly here in Australia, our health systems are very much overstretched. We have what's called an ambulance ramping crisis, where the ambulances can't get to the emergency room of the hospital. They're stuck on the ramp leading up to the hospital, and this is happening right across the country. Type 2 diabetes costing about $20 billion a year in Australia for treatment of the disease and its complications, and also for lost productivity in the workforce. But I believe this is just the tip of the iceberg, because we know type 2 diabetes is a driver of heart attack, stroke, dementia, the top 3 killers in this country. It's also a driver potentially of cancer as well. So I suspect the cost to our health system is actually remarkably more than that, perhaps even up to $100 billion. And we know in the US, it's over $400 billion annually, and it's vastly more problematic in under-resourced countries such as India. And I believe that in India, it exhausts up to 25% of an average household earnings. So it's a worldwide concern.
Yes, that's definitely true. You have worked in different countries with different communities, ethnicities in Australia and across the globe as well. How much do you think these factors and genetics impact these onset or progress of chronic diseases like diabetes? And how much do you think the lifestyle and nutrition is responsible for getting these diseases or the progress of the diseases?
Yeah, I quite like the adage, genetics loads the gun, but diet pulls the trigger. Type 2 diabetes is not caused by genetics, but there is a genetic susceptibility that differs within different racial groups and even from one individual to the next. And we know that globally there's been about a 4-fold increase in type 2 diabetes over the past half century. In countries such as China, there's been more than a 10-fold increase. In Australia's First Nations people, there's been over an 80-fold increase in type 2 diabetes over the past half century. So it's deeply concerning here in this country. And Northern Australia actually leads the world for type 2 diabetes in kids. So it's deeply concerning. There are now more thin metabolically unhealthy people than there are obese metabolically unhealthy people in the USA, and I suspect also here in Australia and likely also in India as well. And you may have heard of this entity called TOFI, thin on the outside, fat on the inside. Basically means type 2 diabetes without obesity. India, Pakistan, China, all this is a major concern. So although obesity is the major risk factor for type 2 diabetes, it's not the central issue here. It's not even the type of calories that are consumed, but it's not even the number of calories that are consumed. It's a type of calories, particularly the fructose and the seed oil, which is so concerning and so dangerous for us.
Right. So a person who has been detected with diabetes, what test and the frequency do you recommend to get the checkup for eyes or other vital organs done to make sure that there is no damage to these organs because of the metabolic disorder?
Yeah, sure. For everyone, I would recommend having a general eye check with a local optometrist every couple of years from the age of 40. If you have diabetes, then as soon as type 1 diabetes is diagnosed, we don't need an eye check for about 5 years. But in type 2 diabetes, we don't know how long the diabetes has been there, so I would recommend an immediate eye check. And then every couple of years, if there's no sign of retinal disease, but if there is retinal disease, you'll need more frequent checks, and that it depends on the severity of the retinal disease and whether it's vision threatening or not. And certainly for general tests and people without type 2 diabetes, but what we do know is that the majority of the population have metabolic dysfunction. I would certainly recommend general systemic checks for everyone from about the age of 40. And there's a range of blood tests that you can do. Fasting blood glucose is useful, but I think more useful is fasting blood insulin, because it'll pick up that metabolic dysfunction, hyperinsulinemia at an earlier stage. HbA1c and triglyceride are also really good markers of potential risk to cardiovascular disease. And so if you are metabolically healthy, every couple of years is not a bad idea, but certainly if you are not metabolically healthy, then more frequently once again. But quite simply, just measuring your girth, and if that is more than twice more than 50% of your height, then there's a risk there that you have visceral obesity or abdominal obesity and a fatty liver, and so that's certainly something you need to get onto straight away. Go and see your GP and have these other tests done.
Okay. So currently, when sugar, processed food, carb-rich foods are very much visible and easily available, also they're cheaper than the healthier options. So do you think the food environment is conducive for making the right food choices and encouraging people to get the right kind of nutrition they need?
Absolutely not. In fact, I gave evidence to the Australian government's parliamentary inquiry into diabetes in late 2023, so late last year. And I actually gave the government multiple policy suggestions that they could potentially implement. Firstly, I believe that the Australian dietary guidelines need to be reviewed in a critical way. They were last released in 2013. They're currently under review now, but this high carbohydrate approach that I mentioned, and there was significant bias that crept into that document that needs to be looked at. Have they worked? Well, clearly not, because of the obesity and type 2 diabetes epidemic that currently is present here in this country. Over 2/3 of Australian adults are overweight or obese, and about a quarter of our kids. So clearly this recommendation is not working. Have they caused harm? I believe they have, because they're currently being used by various bodies I mentioned to recommend to people with type 2 diabetes to eat a high carbohydrate eating approach. So the dietary guidelines hold no relevance for the prevention and management of type 2 diabetes. The second policy suggestion I gave was to overhaul our diabolical food environment, and I had 3 recommendations of price, proximity, and temporality. With pricing, removing tax breaks for marketing by the ultra-processed food and sugary drinks industry is something they could consider. Currently amounts to about $5 billion every year. Removing price promotions in supermarkets and other predatory marketing practices of these industries, I think, is vital. And when it comes to proximity, we've got vending machines in hospitals which are selling junk food. Junk food's being sold in school canteens.
Yes.
And finally, temporality. An example of this would be ads for sugary drinks and ultra-processed foods, which are aimed at kids during those hours when kids are watching TV.
Yes.
And the final thing I mentioned was to remove the vested interests which are driving education of healthcare practitioners in this country, particularly big pharma in the medical schools and big food in the training of dietitians.
That's great. I hope they'll inculcate at least some of the recommendations that you have given to them in the new guidelines they'll form over the time.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Yes. So have you come across any of other chronic or metabolic diseases that might impact eye health like diabetes does, thyroid, or any other metabolic disease that impacts eye health specifically of a person?
I believe that most of the major blinding conditions are caused by metabolic dysfunction. Now, cataract is the leading cause of blindness in the world. We know the cataract is more prevalent in diabetes. The glucose in hyperglycemia binds to the protein in the human lens, causing glycation, as we mentioned before, with glycation of the red blood cells, and that drives cataract formation. So I have no doubt that cataract is a metabolic dysfunction. Age-related macular degeneration, which is the leading cause of blindness in wealthier countries. And I know that Chris Kenobi's work in the US, Chris is a colleague, an ophthalmology colleague. He believes that seed oils are driving this, and he's written an excellent book called The Ancestral Diet Revolution, which I would recommend you read. And the other big one is glaucoma, which is the leading cause of preventable blindness. It's the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. And it is a vascular optic neuropathy. So I have no doubt that, that metabolic dysfunction also plays a role in glaucoma.
So this year, Diabetes Australia has got into official partnership with Defeat Diabetes, and low carb would now be promoted as a recommended practice for type 2 diabetes management. What are your thoughts on this, and how much do you think this would impact the mainstream organization adopting and promoting low carb as a way of putting diabetes into remission?
I think it's super exciting. It really is exciting. And I think they've done a fantastic job at Defeat Diabetes to progress this initiative with Diabetes Australia. And I applaud also Diabetes Australia for taking it on. As I mentioned, until 2021, Diabetes Australia were calling type 2 diabetes a progressive disease. So low carb, healthy fat is now being embraced by Diabetes Australia. And I believe that it is a sign that the tide is turning. So Diabetes Australia is a respected and influential body here in Australia, has significant reach to their members and beyond. So I'm hoping that as this is fully embraced and publicised, then more and more patients will take it on and we'll see these positive results. So I as a medical practitioner, as I mentioned, it's just been such an exciting experience for me. I want all my colleagues to have this experience as well as the patients. And now that Diabetes Australia has taken it on, I believe that other public health associations must take it on. In fact, some are, and it's great to see that the Dietitians Association of Australia are also taking on. We're actually, through the Australasian Metabolic Health Society, giving a 10-module course to Dietitians Australia in a couple of months, which is also very exciting. I think the other public health associations and body will take this on as a legitimate and very important opportunity for patients with type 2 diabetes and metabolic dysfunction in general.
Yes, that's excellent news. So when you say therapeutic carbohydrate restriction, where do you set the recommended limit for carbohydrate intake for a person who has been metabolically compromised and who is not yet compromised, which means his markers are below the threshold?
Yeah. Well, let's start firstly with those who are not metabolically healthy. The majority of Australians are not metabolically healthy, and I suspect the same in India. 2/3 of Australian adults are overweight or obese, and over 90% of Americans are metabolically unhealthy. So if I had type 2 diabetes, I would certainly go for a ketogenic diet, which is less than 50 grams of carbs per day. If I was insulin resistant or had pre-diabetes, or if I was overweight or obese, then I would certainly go low carb, which is 50 to 125 grams a day. Fortunately, I'm metabolically healthy, and so I sort of hover somewhere between low and medium carb being about 130 to 220 grams per day. So I think if you are metabolically healthy, I think we should be aiming to reduce our intake of refined carbohydrates, ultra-processed foods, seed oils, and sugary drinks. And in essence, low to medium carb is probably going to be the best place to be. But the good thing about low-carb healthy fat is you don't really need to count the carbohydrates. Protein and natural saturated fats are highly satiating, and it's difficult, quite simply, to overeat them.
Yes. Since most of our audience is from India today, I wanted to ask you something from their perspective. You must have come across many Indian patients who are vegetarian, ovo-vegetarian, lacto-ovo-vegetarian. So how do you handle these cases where people are not very flexible with their food choices? They have limited options and they need to get whatever macros they need to get within those options.
Yeah, I think the simple message should be just to eat real food. I think no doubt that ultra-processed food, or what I prefer to call ultra-processed food, like substances, are driving a lot of the metabolic dysfunction. In the United States, something like 62% of the calories in the diet are ultra-processed, over 50% in the UK, and close to 50% here in Australia. I'm not sure what the stats are in India, but certainly when you look at the major components of most ultra-processed foods, they're highly refined products such as sugar, wheat flour, and seed oils, and there are a bunch of other dubious additives which are potentially dangerous. So I think eating real food, avoiding ultra-processed food, like I hope the majority of people in India do. But there are other things you can do. There's no doubt, as I mentioned, avoiding sugary drinks like fruit juices, energy drinks. In India specifically, sweet chai and sugarcane juice. I was actually in India only a month ago, and I noticed the sugarcane vendors on the streets. Avoiding dried fruits as much as possible. Avoiding adding sugars to food such as curry and stir fries, particularly palm sugar. Avoid using seed oils for frying. I much prefer using ghee, which is a natural saturated fat made from clarified butter. And avoid fast foods which have been deep fried in seed oils, both the American versions such as French fries and Indian versions such as pakoras. Any of these fast foods which are deep fried in seed oils are potentially harmful to us. Myself, I also have an element of time-restricted eating or intermittent fasting. I basically don't have breakfast each day, which means that I eat within a 8-hour window, so 16 hours I don't eat. And during that 16 hours, your insulin level drops. And when the insulin level drops, I mentioned insulin's a fat storage hormone, so you actually mobilize fat from the stores. So it's a good adjunct to trying to improve your metabolic health. I also do some other non-dietary things, particularly resistance training. Building up your muscles is important to act as a sink for triglycerides. It also helps prevent sarcopenia as we get old, and as we age, this risk of frailty and fragility, falls and fractures is a real problem in the aged. I try to get a good night's sleep. It's usually the one thing that eludes me much of the time, but a good night's sleep we know is important for metabolic health. And getting out and into the sun in the morning, getting that vitamin D is also really good way of improving your metabolic health. And finally, I do enjoy a glass of whiskey every now and then, but we know that alcohol actually inhibits glucagon. So glucagon is the opposite hormone to insulin. It's a fat mobilization hormone. So if you're inhibiting it, then potentially that also means that you're having more difficulty losing weight or reversing your metabolic dysfunction. So there's just a few tips that you could engage in. And actually, interestingly, let's see if I can find it. I was reading today about a study looking at the incidence of coronary heart disease in India. It was a study that looked at over 1 million men, and the highest rates of coronary heart disease were in Madras, where fat consumption was lower and consisted primarily of polyunsaturated seed oils. And the lowest rates of cardiovascular disease were in the Punjab, where milk products supplied the fat, with only 2% coming from polyunsaturates. So the Punjab men were 7 times less likely to die from heart disease than those in Madras, and their overall lifespan was 8 years longer. So this is just another piece of evidence encouraging us to not fear natural saturated fats, and certainly to avoid these polyunsaturated seed oils.
Yes. I'm sure at least those who are viewing this, who will view this podcast, will pay heed to whatever you have recommended and try to follow the guidelines to the best of their ability. Yeah. I think there was a question from the audience that why do only some people develop eye complications or organ-related complications after they have been detected with diabetes, and some people tend to not have anything affected. Yeah, fortunately.
I can't remember the stats, but I think everyone, if they live long enough with their diabetes, will ultimately have develop retinal disease. It's really sad in Australia, the Aboriginal people generally die of kidney failure before they develop the retinal disease, so we don't often see it. So I would say that everyone who has diabetes will ultimately develop, if it's poorly controlled particularly, will ultimately develop retinopathy. So the great news is that we know that we can put this disease into remission, not in everyone, unfortunately, but we know that in perhaps half at least, we can put the disease into remission, and that's got to immediately have a positive impact on their eye health. And we know this is a multi-system disorder. In fact, it affects the entire body. So there's no doubt that every complication of type 2 diabetes can be improved or at least stabilized by putting their disease into remission.
Yeah, sure. I think I would like to invite Shashi now, who has organized this podcast. Can we have Shashi and Anupji, please?
Hello, Dr. James.
Hi, Shashi. How are you?
Hi, fine. Thank you. In spite of your personal commitment and all the other personal issues you have, you have taken pains and time to attend this conference. We still have some time for this. I think we have some 10 minutes more, I think. So there are a few questions I wanted to ask, especially as an ophthalmologist, and you do see on retinopathy. We have a position against sugar. Okay, so that excess sugar can cause diabetes. I mean, or it causes raised blood sugar and diabetes and cause a lot of issues. What is your view on fruits, especially the high glycemic fruits? Does the fructose in it also cause some problem, or what is your standpoint on that?
Yes, so fruits, and I like this thought that nature packages up the poison in the fruit, which is the fructose element, and fructose is not a good sugar just because it's found in fruit. So nature packages up the fructose with fiber, and the fiber actually reduces the absorption of fructose into the bloodstream. So eating the whole fruit rather than the fruit juice is much healthier. If you want to eat fruit. If you have metabolic dysfunction, if you have type 2 diabetes, perhaps you should be avoiding fruit altogether, but particularly the high sugar tropical fruits that are often found in India, in favor of things like the berries, strawberries, raspberries, blackberries are a better fruit. They're a low sugar fruit. So avoiding high sugar fruits if you have type 2 diabetes in India is a good idea.
Yeah, and I think this particularly in India, this is a season of mangoes, one of the very high glycemic fruits, and then it really causes. We have seen practically that it really causes a lot of havoc in the blood sugar levels, and when people come to us post this season, they do really have dysregulated blood sugar. Anup, you wanted to ask any more questions on?
Yeah, there's one specific question. It's more related to a grain-centric country like India. Now, they say often that low-carb, high-fat diet is expensive and it cannot be followed long-term because of cost. Now, do you face similar situation in Australia, or and if you do, how do you handle such patients?
Yeah, absolutely. This is, I think, a worldwide phenomenon, particularly when you realise that in my state, South Australia, wheat is our biggest export. So there's a real pushback, and there's this sort of understanding or belief, let's say, that low carb, healthy fat is actually more expensive, but there's been lots of modeling done, and it does not need to be more expensive. In fact, consuming ultra processed foods, consuming these fake animal meat products, for example, are much more expensive than real food. So if we focus on a real food diet, focus on supporting local farmers and producers and growers, I think this is a much more positive way of looking at it, and avoiding those ultra-processed foods, which have become such a big part. It's become normalized in our country these days, but there's no doubt they can be cheap, they're certainly unhealthy, and ultimately it's much cheaper in the long run to invest in your own health than to go down this pathway of type 2 diabetes and its complications and the enormous expenses that entails.
Yeah, one more important question is, how much do you think it is important to get an ophthalmic checkup done when someone is diagnosed with diabetes? Now, in India, very few people actually get an ophthalmic checkup done. Unless they have an issue, they really do not go. So, in your experience, what is the kind of morbidity you see, even if, let us say, not only in those people who have been recently diagnosed as diabetes, but even in pre-diabetes? What is your broad view and your experience in this?
Certainly, I've seen patients with pre-diabetes with retinal disease. Now, whether they had type 2 diabetes and they've just moved back into a pre-diabetes diagnosis, or I'm not sure, but I've certainly seen patients with pre-diabetes with retinal disease. But we must remember, this is just a continuum of metabolic dysfunction. It starts with insulin resistance, moves through pre-diabetes to type 2 diabetes. So that's the mark of when we call metabolic dysfunction, type 2 diabetes, which is over HbA1c of 6.5, is just an arbitrary mark. And so potentially diabetic retinal disease can happen at any stage, but it's more likely to happen, of course, as your HbA1c rises above 6.5. And we know that about a third of patients with type 2 diabetes will have retinal disease, and of those, about 10% will have vision-threatening disease. So in Australia, we have probably in the order of 2 million with type 2 diabetes. So probably close to 200,000 will have vision-threatening disease. And certainly every week in my clinic, I'm treating patients with vision-threatening eye disease due to their type 2 diabetes. The mainstay of treatment used to be retinal laser, but these days we inject the antibody into the eye, the anti-vascular endothelial growth factor, which has been remarkable in terms of stabilizing their vision. But you also need to treat the underlying metabolic dysfunction. That's why reducing the carbohydrate intake, reducing the seed oil intake is so important. And as I mentioned earlier, what I'm noticing almost across the board, almost universally, is patients with type 2 diabetes, their edema is improving immediately upon implementing therapeutic carbohydrate reduction.
Do you see any difference? No.
Yeah. I mean, you said that 6.5 is an arbitrary number. So does that practically mean that anyone with A1C above 5.6 could be classified as diabetic? Because even I don't agree with pre-diabetes and all these classifications.
Well, certainly we know that above 5.5, there was a study out of Japan that showed with an HbA1c of greater than 5.5, cardiovascular risk increases. And we know the cardiovascular risk increases. We know that the risk of retinal disease increases. In fact, we know that the risk of all the complications of type 2 diabetes increases with rising HbA1c. So I believe one of the goals, particularly for patients who are looking at putting their disease into remission, putting their type 2 diabetes into remission, even if they can't get it back below the 6.5 level, any improvement in HbA1c has got to have a positive gain on their long-term health and the complications that of potential lying in wait for them.
I think,
Yes,
Anup, when we read the book of Dr. Richard Bernstein, we have seen that he says that even people with pre-diabetes, they already come with multiple complications, including that of even ophthalmic. He would very classically mention everything, including anything which affects the nerves function, as well as some ophthalmic component is always there. Now, Prajakta has already asked you about your experience with Indian population. Now, what difference do you see between the original Australian population, the Aboriginals, and what are the Caucasians? Is there any difference in the morbidity between them and others?
Yes, as I mentioned, there's been something like a 40 times increase in type 2 diabetes in First Nations people, Aboriginal people, over the last 50 years. So it's impacted on them hugely. There's no question about that. They're genetically not adapted to the modern diet, the standard Australian diet, the SAD diet, that they've been instructed or it's been inflicted upon them. And so, and if you go out to the Aboriginal communities in remote areas and regional areas of Australia, often the the food that is available is predominantly ultra-processed and sugary drinks, and real food, whole food, healthy food is often in limited supply. It's very expensive and sometimes even out of date. So unfortunately, this group of the population is very underprivileged, and they are, like other minority ethnic groups and underprivileged groups, at high risk of type 2 diabetes. So it's terribly distressing to me to see this disease. And we know Karen O'Day, who was a researcher in this field many years ago, undertook a study where she took Aboriginal people back onto their ancestral diet, their traditional diet, and found that they could reverse their type 2 diabetes. And yet, our Australian Guide for Healthy Eating, which is based on our Australian dietary guidelines, there is a subset for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, which is packed with products made from refined carbohydrates, also products which are often highly processed. And there's absolutely no question that this is far removed from their ancestral diet, and it's certainly not good food for people who are at high risk of developing type 2 diabetes.
And are they also prone to associated conditions like cardiovascular? How common is it to see cardiovascular and ophthalmic problem in people with diabetes? Or is it isolated? Yeah, let us say a person with diabetes comes, he has an ophthalmic problem. Is there also very strong association with cardiac problem, or is it isolated ophthalmic problem?
Oh, no. I think they're all very much. Yeah, they're all very much related.
So I was just curious, how much overlap is it?
Yeah, I can't give you any definite data on that, but I did mention earlier that Aboriginal people often, what we're finding is that they develop renal failure very, very rapidly and often die at an earlier age, and certainly maybe before even the blinding complications really take hold. So it seems to affect them in a different way, and I think this modern diet is so far removed from what they're adapted over the last tens of thousands of years to consume. It's certainly not ultra-processed, industrially produced foods.
I think that is the sad part, and even we have been reading on this, how the indigenous population, they tend to suffer much more with the ultra processed food than the other population. Maybe they are a little more not adapted to this ultra processed. Of course, none of us are adapted, but nevertheless, probably it is impacting them even more in terms of the complications, even the affordability and everything.
Exactly.
Yeah. Anyway, so what would be your your message to India?
As I mentioned before, I think just avoid the ultra-processed foods. Just eat real food, please. Just go back to your traditional way of eating, and avoid these industrially produced foods. What we know is that so much of the ultra-processed foods have added sugar. We know that they utilize a lot of highly refined wheat flour, particularly, and throw in the seed oils. And you've got a recipe for disaster. You've got a substance which is like a loaded gun pointing directly at our livers, causing metabolic dysfunction. So please avoid ultra-processed foods, avoid sugary drinks, minimize your consumption of refined carbohydrates, absolutely avoid seed oils, and I think you'll very unlikely to develop diabetes in that scenario.
Thank you. And I think many of us in India even do not know, but you actually quoted the study of S.L. Malhotra from the Indian Railway study. The northern and southern, they were using dairy fat, and the southern was using seed oils, and then the incidence of cardiovascular disease is 7 times more in the south where they were using seed oil. So this is, though you have quoted the study here from Australia, many of us in India do not know this, and that's a sad part in India. Anyway, thank you. Thank you very much for sparing your time. I think having an ophthalmology or ophthalmologist point of view is very, very important for India. Thank you. Anup?
Absolutely, and congratulations on what you're doing.
Thank you,
And
Dr.
thank you
Jain.
so much for joining us at this late hour, and in spite of your own physical challenges. We really appreciate that.
Not at all. Thank you. It was a delight to be a part of this conference, and I wish you all the very best, because you've got a lot of people and over 100 million with type 2 diabetes. It's a big problem that's ahead of you, and I hope you can have some impact, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. James. Namaste from India.
Namaste. Thank you so much. All the best. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So we can get Dr. Alok Gupta. Dr. Alok Gupta, welcome.
Namaste, Shashi and Anup, and Namaste, India.
Namaste, sir. Namaste. Yeah.
So the viewers, welcome to India's second Metabolic Health Conference. Of course, you know my name. My name is Shashi. I'm a metabolic health coach and a member of DLife.in, India's oldest, biggest, and the only award-winning low-carb platform. So along with me, there's Anup Singh. So me and Anup Singh, we bring to you this historic and scientific feast from India. The metabolic therapies is the name of this specific conference. So let us invite our special guest, Dr. Alok Gupta. He's an Indian, but he's from Australia now. Dr. Alok Gupta, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you,
Welcome, sir.
Anup ji and
Welcome, sir.
Shashi ji, for giving
So
an
you can-
opportunity.
You can call me
So,
Anup.
you-
No need for G.
You can call me Anup and Shashi. No more G. So
Uh,
I'll take the pleasure in introducing Dr. Alok Gupta first. Dr. Alok Gupta is a nephrologist with 20 years of experience in treating a wide range of both acute and chronic renal conditions. Originally from New Delhi, Dr. Alok received training in general medicine and advanced training in nephrology. He then went to complete a 2 years clinical fellowship of nephrology at Toronto, Canada. Upon his arrival in Australia, he practiced at Bildura Base Hospital in the regional Victoria. In 2015, he was awarded his fellowship in medicine nephrology by the Royal Australasian College of Physicians. He moved to Toowoomba, regional Queensland in early 2016, and since then has been practicing in public and private sectors. His practice is permanently based in Toowoomba. His area of clinical interest lies in metabolic syndrome and its management through lifestyle changes and medication, both into resistant hypertension, CKD, and associated complication, as well as renal stone disease. So we today have the pleasure of having a nephrologist coming to us and speaking on CKD. Dr. Alok Gupta, thank you again for this session. So I will just ask a very basic question on what is the prevalence of CKD globally, and what are the main reasons for so many people developing CKD?
yeah, so Shashi, the CKD and its prevalence is growing with period of time because the risk factor for CKD, like aging, type 2 diabetes, metabolic syndrome, hypertension, obesity, is also growing. As per a statement in 2021, which was a joint declaration by American Society of Nephrology, International Society of Nephrology, and European Renal Association, these are three large, very prominent bodies in the field of nephrology. The prevalence of CKD in 2021 was about 850 million people across the world. Now, this is double the number of prevalence of diabetes and 20 times the number of patients suffering from cancer. So you can understand the range and the magnitude of involvement of kidneys due to growing risk factors, which I just mentioned: obesity, metabolic syndrome, type 2 diabetes, and hypertension. And CKD accounts for about 1.2 million deaths every year. And if you account for the cardiovascular deaths associated with CKD, the number goes to about 2.6 million deaths every year.
Huge. Anup?
Yeah. So why does uncontrolled blood pressure and blood sugar causes kidney damage?
So let's deal with diabetes first. So traditional view and teaching has been, or traditional, I would say, narrative has been that it's the high glucose levels which has a downstream effect on kidneys. We are born with usually two kidneys, though 1 in 500 can be born with one single kidney. And each kidney has about 1 million units, which is about 10 lakh in Indian terms. So 10 lakh units in each kidneys. After the age of 35, we tend to lose some of the kidney function. So just to explain, these nephrons, they are individual units, 1 million in each kidney. But each nephron has a head called as nephron. It's the nephron, the nephron is the individual unit, and the head of the nephron is called as glomerulus. Now, this is the glomerulus where the blood comes in and gets filtered downwards and ultimately makes the urine. So if you look at a nephron, the filtration is called as GFR, so glomerular filtration rate, and which is how we measure any kidney function. Now, the glucose causes hyperfiltration in these nephrons. So the nephrons start overworking. So initial stage of diabetic nephropathy or diabetes-related chronic kidney disease, your markers of kidney functions are actually better because these kidneys are overworking in hyperfiltration. That's the first stage of diabetes and diabetic kidney disease. And if you miss them around that stage, then the kidney function deteriorates very quickly from there on. So these nephrons are overworking and hyperfiltrating. So if you're overworking and stressed, some of the older ones or sick nephrons, they die. When these nephrons die, they pass on the work to the remaining nephrons. So the rest of the remaining nephrons are now overloaded with work. And this is a continuous job. So some nephrons die, they pass on the work to remaining nephrons, increasing the stress on the remaining nephrons, we eventually die. We call it hyperfiltration injury. Secondly, glucose itself can stick to the tissues in a non-enzymatic way. And we call it advanced glycation end products, or AGE. So it's like a Browning reaction or Maillard reaction. That damages the kidney. Number 3, glucose, when it's metabolized by mitochondria, which is present ubiquitously everywhere in all cells, including kidney cells, it causes oxidative injury. There's a lot of glucose load, and the mitochondria has to process this glucose load. So whenever you process this, you have oxidative injury, like reactive oxygen species are related. So these are the major mechanisms how glucose affects the kidney function to start with. This is the traditional narrative. But there was a experimental study published in 2010. And one of the authors was Dr. Sue Coggin. She has been a past president of American Society of Nephrology. And I had the fortune to work with her for a few months while I was in Toronto, not in the research capacity, but as a clinician. So what they did was so insulin receptors are seen in all cells of the body, including kidney cells. So they made a hybridized rat or mice, and they knocked out that insulin receptor. So these rats were born with 90% of the receptors only in kidney were gone. So the insulin level go up because insulin can't work. Insulin is necessary for kidney nephron action. So these patients were insulin resistant, but mentioned they were normoglycemic. They were not diabetic. So high insulin at 5 weeks, they found that these rats have leakage of protein in the urine. And 8 weeks, full-blown diabetic nephropathy without hyperglycemia. In clinical practice, I see it all the time, patients coming with pre-diabetes or features of metabolic syndrome and have proteinuria and features of diabetic nephropathy without being declared as a diabetic or even pre-diabetic. As Dr. Robert was saying, the microvascular complication starts at A1C of 5.5. All the 3 microvascular complications, including neuropathy, nephropathy, and retinopathy. By the time they turn diabetic, it's already too late. So insulin and glucose are both essential. Hyperglycemia and hyperinsulin both are essential to cause kidney damage. Coming to the hypertension, So high blood pressures can damage blood vessels. Kidney is the largest bed for small vessels, which we call as microvasculature. And due to this injury, there is hyperfiltration within the kidneys and subsequent damage. High blood pressure also damages the blood vessel across the body, including the brain, heart, peripheral arteries, causing increased risk of cardiovascular disease. For a long time, the narrative has been the hypertension is essential hypertension or primary hypertension, which means we did not know what caused hypertension. But there is no doubt in my mind, it's part of metabolic syndrome. And it's the insulin resistance which manifests as hypertension in some of the population with or without diabetes.
Very
I would
important.
like to extend on to your this hyperinsulinemia. I mean, high insulin, high blood glucose, or high insulin, normal glucose can also cause kidney damage. Now, in humans, what level of insulin do you consider as safe? I mean, this is just a follow-up question to your answer.
Okay. So insulin has been widely studied, but it's not commonly practiced. Usually what we do is we do a fasting glucose, a postprandial glucose, or an A1C. I think it's not practiced very commonly to do insulin levels, although I do insulin levels. As per the experts, a cutoff of about 5 to 6 international units of insulin is probably safe and normal. Anything higher than this could reflect insulin resistance. However, some patients can have a normal fasting insulin, but they have an exponential rise in insulin post glucose loading or post meal. So doing a HOMA-IR test, which involved an insulin and fasting glucose, is probably a better way to judge insulin resistance. But there would be some patients who would be still missed if you just do fasting insulin and glucose. And some patients, Dr. Kraft, he published his data and he was doing this insulin levels every hour for 5 hours. And he showed the response of insulin and divided patients based on their insulin response. But even if you do 2-hour GTT test with 0, 1, and 2 hour, you can pick the remaining group of patients, which could be missed by just checking fasting insulin and glucose.
Okay, so we wanted to hear that number, because we also practice, we also sort of say 6 is the cutoff mark, but we wanted this number to come from our doctor. Now, moving on to next question. Yeah, please carry on.
Sorry, but the lab which reports even here, I live in Queensland province of Australia. So there are 3 labs. And all the 3 labs have different normal range of insulin, and it could vary anywhere between 5 to 20. But you have to understand, they pick up this normal range for normal population. So they do a sample across the normal population, which is considered normal healthy. And that's how they pick up this range. But overall, the obesity in Australia, obesity overweight among adults is about 70%. So the insulin level of the population is going up. So it's very hard to define normal and healthy. But this is a general consensus among experts that fasting insulin about 5 to 6 is probably normal.
Now, you're a nephrologist, so how come this therapeutic carbohydrate restriction or low carb, interests you?
Yeah.
For your patients.
So majority of patients of chronic kidney disease, which I see, they suffer from metabolic syndrome. 40 to 50% patients have diabetes. Good 30% have hypertension. And either 10% is obesity. So if you combine all these 3 entities, which are part of metabolic syndrome, it covers 80% of the patients. So what I was looking at my practice late 2018 and 19, despite putting them on all possible pharmaceutical agents which were available to us, and following all the guidelines, all my patients were worsening. I could slow down their progression, but I could not stop the progression of the chronic kidney disease. And most of the patients will end up with on dialysis. A small minority of CKD population lands on dialysis, but majority die of cardiovascular causes. So in 2018 and 19, I was hearing some noises about low carb. There is a body here in Australia called as CSIRO, which published a book on low carb recipes and low carb diet to help patients lose weight. I started promoting it without knowing much about it. But in late 2020 and 21, I read a paper from Dr. David Ludwig's group from US. And what he showed in his study was he divided the patient into 3 groups. So this was a game changer study for my own learning. So high fat group and low protein and low carb. Now, second group was high protein, low carb and low protein. And the third group was high carb, low fat and low protein. And it was done in healthy volunteers, and about for, I think, 12 to 16 weeks. He showed patients who were on high fat diet, and he manipulated the diet or energy intake in a way that their weight did not change, because losing weight is a confounder. And he showed the patients who have high fat diet, their basal metabolic rate increased. Just to explain to the viewer, the BMR or basal metabolic rate is the one energy we consume while we are not doing any physical activity. Like while sleeping, our heart, our brain, our intestine, they all need energy. That sort of is basal metabolic expenses. So if you increase your BMR, you will lose weight. So I was very influenced by that particular study, and I was a victim of metabolic syndrome as well. I was diagnosed with diabetes with A1C of 6.7 at age 40 when I was in Canada. And I was doing everything right, following the guidelines, taking metformin, and I was always an avid exerciser. And my A1C was stuck at 6%, taking metformin 2 grams. But my blood pressure seems to be going up, and it required 1 drug, and 2nd drug, and 3rd drug. My waistline was growing, and I'm feeling more tired, and I developed sleep apnea as well. So I was struggling with my own personal health, following guidelines, but I was not getting better. And at the same time, I had a very difficult patient started on peritoneal dialysis, and I mentioned that case in my talk in the Low Carb Sydney. And this lady was landed on dialysis because of a very resistant blood pressure. Blood pressures were in 200, and she was on multiple treatment. Despite it, we could not bring her blood pressures. She was weighing 120 kilos. So influenced by Dr. David Ludwig's paper, I changed my diet. And I went into a 60 to 70% fat diet, some moderate protein. And I cut back my carbohydrate intake to about 10 to 15% of my overall energy intake. I applied a freestyle Libre sensor around the same time as well. My breakfast used to be home-cooked dalia or wheat porridge. And first time I looked at my blood sugars after I had a wheat porridge was in the range of 13 to 14 millimole, which is like 250 to 300 milligrams. I was shocked. This happened within the first 30 to 60 minutes of eating porridge. Since then, I never had porridge. This is 4 years ago. And I changed my diet, looking at what foods makes my glucose to go up. And I still practice an ovo-lacto vegetarian lifestyle. And my A1C is now 5.5, just near the normal, and I'm off medications. But my blood pressure does perpetuate. So it looks like I had irreversible microvascular damage, which perpetuates my blood pressure. And that case, again, I had left with no option. She had recurrent hospital admissions for high blood pressure, going to the ICU. I put her on low carb diet. She was eating fish and meat. So I said, you can have fish, meat, eggs, poultry. some beans, but avoid wheat and rice. Vegetables are okay. Limit to 2 meals a day and do some time-restricted eating. She lost astonishing 35 kilos of weight, and in a dialysis patient is a big achievement. With my own personal health, I lost about 10 kilos of weight, and everything else got better except my blood pressure, which is better controlled, but I still require 2 medications to control it. Since that experience, I started practicing slowly into my practice, and I was hugely rewarded. A lot of patients reverse their diabetes. A significant proportion of patients could come off insulin, including my 80-year-old mother. She was on insulin for some time. She lives in Delhi, and she has extremely resistant diabetes and hypertension. She developed diabetes at age 35. Now she's turning 80 early next year. So she could come off insulin by adopting a time-restricted eating and a low carbohydrate approach.
So that was quite an explanation. So that means, if we summarize, the dietary guidelines are abject failure. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think as the different authors has been explaining, in the 1970s in US, they changed the guidelines and put up a pyramid approach. And I think we blindly adopted that guidelines in India as well. And I think we did few major changes in our diet with respect to our country. One, we were using traditionally ghee as the cooking medium or cold pressed seed oils. But the introduction of these processed oils, which are known to be inflammatory and causing insulin resistance, was a big change in last 50, 60 years. Promotion, I remember advertisement of Saffola, it's a heart healthy oil, which is on the contrary. And secondly, there's a large introduction of wheat. Earlier, we were using more millets in our diet rather than wheat. Wheat used to be a luxury. But later, 1950s, 60s, and 70s, we were actually starving. And you may be aware of that they hybridized wheat, made it more resistant to pesticide and weedicide, and to the weather to increase its yield, which increased the content of the gluten. They were using a lot of glyphosate for both wheat, protecting for wheats as well as for maturation of wheat. So I think combination of using more seed oils, more introduction of wheat products, and then we have extended eating hours from morning to night. So I think this changed our more stress in our life, lack of sleep, and poor physical activity. So I think combination of factor that India is looking at a metabolic disorder tsunami.
Now, I want to come to a very, very important question as a nephrologist. So you have seen the application of low carb in reducing the blood sugar numbers, getting people off. What improvements have you seen in creatinine level, eGFR level? Have you seen significant decrease in these? Have you been able to get the creatinine or eGFR back to normal?
So I will quote my personal experience first, which is unpublished. So in last 4 years, I've been very aggressive in pushing lower carbohydrate approach in my patients. A majority of my patients, by and large, 99.9%, I would say, are Caucasian. There is very small percentage of indigenous patients and some of the Indian population who lives here are my patients. I do not go for extreme restriction of carbohydrates, which are like ketogenic approach, carbohydrate less than 20 grams a day, which is hard to achieve and it's not sustainable. Plus, these patients have a lot of comorbidities. So, and there is a huge change in the culture. So I prefer a more liberal low carbohydrate approach, which is like carbohydrate restriction between 50 to 100 grams. But even having said that, any drop in carbohydrate intake, I see a gradual improvement overall in metabolic health. my patients easily lose about 5 to 10% of their body weight. So when they lose body weight, they lose also fluid weight, and their blood pressure comes down. And then I can de-prescribe medications, particularly diuretics or fluid pills in general language. And once you cut back their diuretics, I found their kidney functions improving. If they're not improving, at least they get stabilized. I may have to reduce the other blood pressure medication, but although it varies from case to case, I see a wide range of kidney disease starting from stage 1 up till stage 5. So these different classes of CKD or stages of kidney, they behave differently. They have different risk factors. So the approach differs from case to case. But by and large, I practice a liberal low carbohydrate approach, moderate protein, and healthy fat component for satiation and reducing their craving. If you look at the literature review, there is a GP in UK called as Dr. David Unwin. He published a study in patients with diabetic kidney disease, with stage 1 kidney disease, very mild kidney disease. And he showed there is an improvement in the GFR, and significant proportion of patients could remit their diabetes. There is a randomized controlled trial in diabetic CKD stage 1, 2, 3. They showed either no change GFR or improvement, but no worsening of the GFR. There is a large Cochrane review, which is a very respectable body, which again produced a meta-analysis stage 1 to 3 CKD, and they showed either a positive or a neutral effect of low-carb diet on the progression of chronic kidney disease.
Fine, thank you. I just wanted to know very specifically how much for the, for example, I had one CKD client where it lowered from 3B to stage 1, stage 3B to stage 1. So very, very successfully with the application of fasting as well as very low carbohydrate. So very, very curious to know from a nephrologist point of view. Yeah, Anup, you want to ask something?
Yeah, when it's glad to hear that Dr. Alok's version of low carb is pretty close to what we do, and for right reasons, of course, because it's keto is pretty difficult to adhere to. Now, when it comes to low carb, the general perception is that protein damages kidney. General perception, if you're taking high protein, I don't know what high is, but if it is more of protein, then your kidney will be damaged. So what is your response to such, storytelling, I would say?
I want this to be in two contexts. One is, does high protein diet damage the normal functioning kidney? One, and does a significantly higher protein diet, significantly higher from whatever baseline they were taking in CKD patient, is it harmful?
So, so as I explained earlier, we got 1 million nephron. Each nephron has a head called as glomerulus, and there is a filtration of blood within that glomerulus. If you increase your protein intake, there is a higher filtration within the glomerulus, which is physiological, which is normal. Now, in someone with normal, healthy kidneys, increased protein intake does increase GFR, which is physiological, and there is no evidence to support that higher protein intake related increase in GFR is damaging to the kidneys. But there is a caveat. You have to understand what is normal and healthy. So experimental evidence, as well as there are good studies which have clearly shown that there is no short-term or long-term damage to the kidneys if they are normal and healthy in view of increased protein load. Now, coming to the chronic kidney disease, we divide chronic kidney disease into 3 broad categories. Mild kidney disease, which is GFR up to from 60 to 90, which is stage 1 and stage 2. Then stage 3 kidney disease, which is moderate kidney disease, GFR between 30 to 59. And then the severe kidney disease, which will be stage 4 and stage 5 dialysis or pre-dialysis, which is GFR less than 30. So whatever data we have, stage 1, 2 to 3, there is a very little evidence that higher protein intake damages kidney or leads to higher progression of the chronic kidney disease. This is documented evidence, and there is a large Cochrane review on this as well. Now, when it comes to stage 4 and 5, which is severe kidney disease, and mind you, as I said, nephron keep dying, pushing their work on the remaining one, overloading the remaining nephrons. When you are in severe stage of kidney disease, you are probably left with 250,000 nephrons in each kidney, which is a quarter of the normal nephrons. So these nephrons are under huge stress. So technically, proteins can increase their GFR and the disease. So in these group of patients who have severe kidney disease, I tend to not go over more than 0.8 gram per kilogram. But therefore, the nuances, it depends on the quality of protein you are eating. It depends on what type of protein you are eating, how much protein is getting absorbed and going into the circulation and effectively causing increased GFR. Then in this stage of patients, probably plant proteins are safer than animal proteins. Plant proteins have an alkaline nature, while animal proteins have an acidic nature, which could cause increased requirement of bicarbonate, which is generated by kidneys alone. So when kidneys are sick, like severe kidney disease, you don't want changes in the blood pH. You may need more bicarb supplementation. So in severe kidney disease, I try to restrict to 0.8 grams per kilogram, preferably plant-focused or plant-dominant protein intake. And I could see that Dr. Thomas Wemby is coming on your platform on Sunday. He has done a lot of studies on keto diets, low-carb diets in PKD patients. He recently published a study, Keto PKD, and which he showed that the GFR actually gets better on keto diet. It's a randomized control diet, which is gold standard. So in severe form of CKD, I tend to be cautious. I very closely monitor their numbers, their electrolyte, their acid base, their protein losses in the urine. If there is high amount of protein in the urine, which means these nephrons are hyperfiltrating. So I'm a bit cautious in that group. I don't ask my patients to go overboard or become carnivore. But I think moderate protein intake is quite reasonable, and it's safe to, and this is my personal experience as well as whatever evidence we have.
I think moderate protein, when you say, is 0.8 gram per kg body weight?
Yeah, 0.8 to 1.2 gram per kilogram. The definition keeps changing.
Now, I'll tell you, you know this, in India, the consumption of protein by the average population is somewhere at 0.5 gram per kg body weight, which is less than that recommended for a CKD patient.
Yes, absolutely agree. In general, we are on a protein-restricted diet. And unfortunately, when I did my nephrology in India, starting 2003 to 2006, spending time at Apollo Hospital. Then I was a junior consultant for 2.5 years before I went to Canada. And I saw this practice of nephrologists restricting protein. These patients are already on a restricted protein diet by convention. And if you stop their dal, lentils, and beans, they become ultra low protein diet. So what you see in these dialysis population, if you go to any dialysis center, these patients are very frail, they are sarcopenic, they are malnourished, they can barely, they look like dead people. if you go to any dialysis unit, it's a very sickening look and very depressing atmosphere. These patients can barely get out of their bed and their protein are restricted. I remember Dr. Vijay Kher, he's a top nephrologist in Delhi NCR, and he was one of my guide and mentors and teachers. He was the only one who used to say, never restrict protein. I'm talking about 2003.
That is how it is. I used to I many times in social media I say that the protein we take is less than that is recommended by Kidigo or whatever organizations, 0.8 gram or even 0.6. We take less than that. So that is how it is. How about these protein powders which are recommended? What we see is generally in protein powders, it does contain a lot of carbohydrate, paradoxically.
Yeah, even here I see inpatients are given when they are sick, they are malnourished, catabolic, they're given protein supplements. They come as a package. And most of the protein packages, they have at least 20 to 30 grams of sugar, some even higher per serving of 250 mils. And nature packages proteins with fat in animal products like eggs or meat or nuts, or like beans and lentils. They are proteins and carbohydrates, complex carbohydrates. But the man has produced a protein drink with free sugars, which have very high glycemic index as well as glycemic load. So I think this is a recipe for disaster, and I do not promote this. I believe in more whole food approach, which gives you a pleasure of eating and satiation as well.
So that remains little paradoxical. I always see that people are restricted for protein, but they recommended this tinned protein, which is not only costly, but contains more carbohydrate, and which is going to lead to more disaster in the sense their blood sugar, blood pressure is not going to be controlled, and they are all going to probably worsen.
Yeah,
Anup?
Absolutely agree.
I think there's one SGLT2I, the latest.
What is your view on that?
Yeah.
So I have a colleague, Dr. Karen Dwyer. She's the director of nephrology at a very reputed Royal Melbourne Hospital. And we did collaborated, and last year there was a paper published in Diabetes Obesity Journal. So if you look at Karen Dwyer and my name, it's a combination of SGLT2 and carbohydrate restriction. It was predominantly Karen's work, but she was gracious enough to involve me and Penny Figtree. Penny is coming on, I think, Sunday. So we three are the author, but it's predominantly Karen's work. And she did a beautiful presentation on low carbohydrate diet and SGLT2 inhibitor combination in the low carb Sydney last year, which is freely available on YouTube. My personal experience has been very good. SGLT2 inhibitors are also a game changer medication in the field of nephrology. You may be aware of drugs like ACE inhibitors or ARB, which reduce the hyperfiltration in the nephron and protect them from further injury. SGLT2 inhibitors also reduce hyperfiltration and are complementary to ACE inhibitors and ARB. So SGLT2 are now standard of care in nephrology, irrespective of diabetes, because they slow down the progression of the kidney disease. They were primarily an anti-diabetic drug. They were the first drugs for diabetes, which actually improved insulin sensitivity. You're losing up to 80 grams of glucose in the urine. So it changes the insulin-glucagon ratio. It drops the insulin level and increases glucagon. It changes the substrate utilization from carbohydrates or glucose to fatty acids and increases the ketosis. So these drugs fully, they are complementary to a low-carb approach, but there is small risk of metabolic acidosis or ketoacidosis when you combine a low-carbohydrate diet and SGLT2 inhibitors, but the risk group would include someone who has type 2 diabetes. So non-diabetics, SGLT2 inhibitors plus low carb, very low risk. But if you're a diabetes, the risk of acidosis, ketoacidosis double up. If patients become acutely unwell, like they have nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, so volume contraction, they are undergoing a surgery, or they have acute infection, their insulin resistance go up, they may become insulinopenic. That's the risk factor to increase the acidosis. So I tell my patient, if you are sick, don't take SGLT2 inhibitors. So that's important to remember. The risks go up in diabetics, plus if you're acutely unwell. There is a third entity called as LADA, so latent autoimmune diabetes of adults. So some estimate up to 10% of all type 2 diabetes patients who are diagnosed may have LADA rather than the insulin resistance type 2 diabetes. And if you put patients on low carb plus SGLT2 inhibitors, you may see increased risk of ketoacidosis. So I tell them, keep yourself well hydrated. If you are sick, don't take SGLT2 inhibitors. But I think they have a profound role in the management of chronic kidney disease, particularly protein-associated chronic kidney disease.
But how does it go well with low carb? All your patients are going to be having diabetes, most of them at least. So does low carb and SGLT2 go very well? Or how about low carb and how about SGLT2 and ketogenic? So these are two different combinations, low carb and SGLT2, ketogenic and SGLT2.
So as I said, I don't think any of my patients is on ketogenic diet. They're all in liberal, low carbohydrate diet. What I'm saying in someone who has diabetes and chronic kidney disease and is practicing low carbohydrate approach like 50 to 100 grams per day, on top you're on SGLT2 inhibitor, it does increase the risk of ketoacidosis in 3 situations. One, they're acutely unwell with infection, volume contraction, or surgery, or if they have underlying LADA, or their kidney disease is very advanced in progress. So in these group of patients, I remain cautious.
Fine. Thank you. Anup, you want to ask something? Or
yeah, it's all done, almost all done. Just to for benefit of viewers, maybe in posterity also, what numbers would you put for protein per kg body weight for a normal person, for a diabetic, and for a patient with, let's say, CKD early stage?
So for normal healthy population and stages, diabetes with or without CKD, and CKD stages 1 to 3, I wouldn't restrict protein intake. See, how many of us actually measure how much protein we are eating? I go with a whole food approach, and I will prioritize protein for my muscle health, satiation, reducing my craving. So I think anywhere between 0.8 to 1.2 gram is a very safe range. But when it comes to advanced CKD stage 4 and 5, particularly with high proteinuria, I would be cautious and would not recommend going above 0.0 grams per day until we have more data. Now, having said that, I forgot to mention one thing. The drugs like SGLT2 inhibitor we just discussed, ACE inhibitors and ARB, and drugs like spironolactone, they all reduce hyperfiltration in the kidney. And when you are on these drugs, it protects the nephron from any potential increase in the hyperfiltration from high protein intake. Studies were done in older times, which showed some damage from the protein. And those studies, these patients were not on these drugs universally. Things have changed. When are you in these drugs? You are by and large protected from hyperfiltration injury induced by protein intake.
Thank you. Your final message to India.
I think there is hope, and both of you are doing a very great job. I would compliment your work and congratulate on organizing such a beautiful conference. But I think there is hope, and I would recommend that reducing ultra-processed carbohydrates, particularly wheat products, in my personal opinion, is important as number one. Number two, we should all practice time-restricted eating and fitting with the aligning ourselves with the sun. Dr. Sachin Panda has done a lot of work in circadian rhythm, and he showed if you just to stick to sunlight hours without changing anything, you can improve your metabolic health without changing any diet. And 2 meals a day is more than enough. If you frequently eat, you increase your oxidative damage through your mitochondria. So if you reduce the number of times we eat actually 5 or 6 times a day now. If you restrict to 2 large good meals morning and evening, you reduce injury to your mitochondria, which will have a downstream effect. Third is importance of exercise. We have a epidemic of physical inactivity. I was reading a review earlier this week to prepare for this talk, and the name of the review was Exercise, a Polypill Against Chronic Kidney Disease. And they showed with exercise and physical activity, improved GFR, reduction in proteinuria, reduction in cardiovascular mortality. So yoga, pranayama has been part of our life for like centuries and millennia. So we should do regular physical activity and good sleep, reducing stress, meditation. I think they will all add up to improve our health.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
Thank
Doctor.
you. Thank you,
Namaste
Doctor.
from India.
Okay, thank you. Namaste.
Bye.
So we'll get the next guest in, Dr. Parikshit, Dev, and Ira. So you can take us out.
So, Dr. Parikshit and Dev both are here. Let me welcome all of you to India's second Metabolic Health Conference. We are holding it and hosting it from Goa. And I welcome Dr. Parikshit Bhattacharya as our next guest. Let me give a brief introduction of Dr. Bhattacharya. Dr. Parikshit is a lifestyle and functional medicine specialist. He's the founder of Healthy RX based in Kolkata. Today, with his passion and resolve of making people healthier, de-prescribing and reversing chronic diseases, Dr. Parikshit has over 8,000 success stories in the 10 years he's been practicing. So welcome, Dr. Parikshit. Welcome, Dev, both of you. And let us begin this session with a bang. So I'll ask the first question. Being a mainstream doctor, how did you come to know about and eventually start practicing the low-carb diet? Share your personal journey or personal stories.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, great. Okay, hi everyone, and hi Ira, and I think Dave is also there. So I studied medicine the conventional way. My father was a doctor, and in West Bengal, Bengalis, there's this tradition that you have to become a doctor or engineer, though that was never a pressure, but I just wanted to become one. So then I took interest in general surgery, and then I started following my father's footsteps, and I became a surgeon, and I was also had a special interest in gallbladder surgery. I was with Apollo Hospital, Kolkata for 16 to 17 years. And I was just going the conventional way. And then what happened in 2012, I unfortunately had a big accident. It was a big motorcycle mishap. I broke my right leg in 7 places. I was bedridden for a year in the year 2012, and my health went for a toss. Now, during this period of being bedridden, I basically just tried to improve my own health. Like, the accident was a motorcycle crash, and I love motorcycling across the country, and my surgeon told me never ride a bike again. And that was not good news for me. So I needed to ride again, so I needed to improve my health. So the first thing which actually got me into this low-carb world was a book called Diet Delusion by Gary Taubes. In fact, my brother He's an architect in UK. He introduced me to this book. So that's where I got really, really keen, and I realized I haven't studied a chapter of nutrition in medical college. And I know we doctors go around giving a lot of advice: eat this, throw away the egg yolk, don't touch red meat. And I realized what rubbish advice we've been giving. So that's how it started. Then I got in touch with Professor Tim Noakes. This was way back in 2012-13. And that's basically how it started. In 1 year, I was doing martial arts. And the only aim was I have to ride a bike again. So then I resumed work at Apollo from 2013. I was back to my surgery practice. And then I found my first guinea pig. He was my father-in-law. So he was on 64 units of insulin. He was a diabetic with severe diabetic neuropathy for 25 years and an HbA1c of 11. It took me 6 months. He was off his insulin and his HbA1c was down to 6.5. And that's when I realized, okay, this is interesting and exciting. So eventually what happened, this patient, my friends, family, they knew about it, and gradually by word of mouth, it's spread in 2013. 2015, I realized I cannot be a surgeon and I cannot heal people this way. So I had to quit one. So I chose to quit surgery. And since 2015, I'm doing this full time.
Dave, would you like to take the next question?
Yeah. So, Doctor, you were working at the Apollo Hospital, Kolkata, while advising patients to go on a low-carb diet for remission. Wasn't that a conflict of interest with regards to, the stuff hospitals usually say?
One thing is if you look at the business part of everything, where the money is in the sickness, right? There's very little money in good health. So if you look at it from that perspective, yes. But, I was a very likable doctor at Apollo. I had good rapport with everyone. And, just a small trivia, out of the 8,000 patients I've seen, close to 25 to 30% of them presently are doctors. So look, we doctors very quickly realize that we're not healthy. Look around you. Very few doctors are healthy. So gradually doctors started coming to me, and a lot of doctors from Apollo started coming to me. So when they realized, okay, what I was doing wasn't that bad for their health, that way, yes, the conflict of interest wasn't really apparent to me. I don't know what was happening behind the scenes, but at least on my face, no one said anything. And again, if you ask, why should a doctor or why should a hospital like Apollo have a problem with the way we all practice? If it's just pure money, yes, they're not going to have 6 patients. They're not going to, pharmacies are not going to be selling a lot of drugs. That is a problem. But other than that, I didn't honestly face much trouble. In fact, I got a lot of support from my colleagues and the management of Apollo Hospital.
Very interesting. So how did you eventually end up quitting your hospital job and started practicing as a functional medicine doctor, which I think was in 2021? So
No,
also
2015.
explain, Doctor.
In 2015, I quit surgery.
Yeah. So, and how is a functional medicine doctor different from a conventional doctor? And once you say that you're a functional medicine doctor, is that an affirmation that conventional medical protocols that you spent years learning don't work, or what is it? And was there any pushback from your colleagues?
And the colleagues part I've already talked about. When they realized I'm probably their only hope to get healthier, there was no pushback. But if you ask me about, first of all, let's talk about this whole functional medicine thing.
Yes.
Dr. Roshni, our endocrinologist friend, she, during the first Metabolic Health Conference, mentioned something very nice, which resonated with me. We doctors, when we specialize, we are so trained and focused to think about only one specific thing. If your eye is a problem, let's fix the eye. If your knee is broken, let's fix the knee. So it's things like that. And in doing so, we totally ignore almost everything else. Yes, at the most, we might write a referral. Okay, let the nephrologist come and see his kidney, let the orthopedician come and see his knee, but we don't look at the whole picture. So that's where, this functional medicine or lifestyle medicine comes into play, where yes, it's more time consuming. We have to really dig out a lot of information from the patient. But when we have the whole picture, it becomes much easier to treat the patient. So that's basically what functional medicine is. And I feel every doctor should develop this habit. One of the biggest complaints most patients have is, my doctor saw me for only 5 minutes or 10 seconds. It's that bad now. Yes, one reason to blame is the doctor-patient ratio. So many patients, less doctors. But even then, I've just felt like I take 1.5 hours with each patient. So I don't see too many patients a day. But I feel unless I give time to the patient, I'm not going to dig out all their problems, and I won't be able to treat the patient as a whole. And I think you had another extension to this question. What was it?
Oh, I just wanted to ask, is there any pushback, which I think you've already answered?
Yes.
So the difference
Not
between
really.
functional medicine and a conventional doctor. So the point was the affirmation, which also I think you cleared, that the conventional medical protocols are maybe non-responsive, and that's why the need to look at various other aspects also.
Modern medicine is fantastic in certain areas. Trust me on that. Like, think of antibiotics, think of vaccines, not the COVID vaccine.
Yes.
I'm not vaccinated. I slightly have reservations about that, but in general, vaccines, antibiotics, surgeries, science, modern medicine is remarkable in treating patients. But we here at the Metabolic Health Conference are primarily talking about chronic medical conditions. That is where I feel modern medicine has been a bit of a failure. Because if I can take someone off medicine, why would I have that patient on medicine for 20 years, which eventually doesn't cure the diabetes, which is not fixing the hypertension, which is not helping in any way, aside from having 10 other side effects of the medication? And there's a cost implication as well, the cost of medicine, the cost of complications. So that's where I feel modern medicine has not worked very well. And a part of the reason for that is, we were, again, a lot of doctors have already talked about it, we were never trained in nutrition. So we have no idea about the association of food with the disease in a good or bad way. So that should be a very important inclusion in our medical college curriculum worldwide. This is a global problem, by the way.
Dave, next.
So you have so many doctors who have been healed under your guidance using the low carb protocol, LCHF protocol. So why aren't they doing the same on their patients, or are they?
Okay, you use the word heal. I'll just give you a small bit of information. Does anyone know what the word doctor really means, where it comes from? Like, it's a Latin word. If I pronounce it correctly, it means docere. Now, docere actually in Latin means to teach, a scholar. So I know doctors are put on a high pedestal and all, but aren't all of us trying to do that thing? We're trying to teach. We're trying to teach people. And yes, again, doctors have this very narrow, closed mindset that we think anything outside my medical books is incorrect. But yes, I feel we have to have an open mind. Now, why aren't the other doctors doing it? I'll give you a funny example. Since close to 1.5 to 2,000 of my patients are doctors now, and since I was with the corporate hospital for 17 years, so I have a very good network and I have a good camaraderie with a lot of doctors. So when a doctor comes to me, say he or she is an endocrinologist or a cardiologist, and they're coming to me, the irony is they're coming to me with diabetes. They're coming to me with, like, hypertension. So when I slowly get them off medication, I ask them one question, that why aren't you doing the same? So some have actually, like, off the record told me that, listen, I'm 65 years old now. I've been practicing for 40 years. I have publications. I've given lectures all around the world. So right now, that would mean I have to accept that everything I said was wrong for the last 30, 40 years. And they just say, look, I probably have another 5 years to work. I don't want to go back and tell my patients that I was not giving you the best information. So that's how it is. So that's one part of the story. The second part is, I'm not even getting to that. So that's a very controversial part of the discussion, is about the pharma industry. And look, a lot of what we study in medical books, we have to understand. A lot of patients ask me this: did I study the wrong information? I would not say that exactly, but always try and understand that a lot of the information which reaches our medical books is a result of what? Now, a clinical trial is not like I treat your diabetes, I take you off medicine, and that is not going to be considered as scientific evidence. So, those two brilliant gentlemen Shashi was interviewing, who did that, case study, that is some evidence, or a huge group clinical trial is evidence. Now, a clinical trial, as we all know, is a very elaborate and a very expensive affair. So who funds these expensive affairs? As far as I know, close to 90% of these clinical trials are funded by the pharma industry, the sugar industry, the vegetable oil industry. So eventually, they want the results to be such so that we doctors are going to give medicines, right? So that is why everything we studied regarding chronic disease is not the best information.
Okay, I want to ask you, Dr. Parikshit, why do doctors deny the anecdotal evidences of remission through low carb that people like us, or who are working in the healthcare industry, they put out every day, and these are client testimonials? So, and there's also a denial of documented studies and papers, researches by doctors themselves who've been practicing low carb since as far back as 200, 300 years of evidence of showing low carb, and that it can put metabolic syndromes into remission. So now when you are doing the same, being a doctor, do they also oppose you, or is it just non-doctors that they oppose?
Yeah, there's a mixed bag of doctors. Like, trust me, some doctors accept the truth, some doctors will not, again, for the reasons I told you. And look, India, in terms of the healthcare industry, at this present day, you can call it, there's a division in two sections. One is doctors are treating the ill. Second is everyone else is treating the ill. Now, that everyone else could be nutritionists, could be health coaches, and it could be even influencers on Instagram and Twitter. But I tell doctors and even the general population with a lot of pride, Instagram, Twitter, if you choose carefully, there's way more solid information out there, valuable information, accurate information than what the doctors are giving out in terms of reversing or putting chronic disease into remission. So I know we doctors have always had this, we try to make fun that, okay, also you're taking advice from Google or from Twitter or Instagram. But trust me, there's so much good information out there. Just think of us, like this whole group who's on Twitter. And, Dave, he has been treating and healing patients just via Twitter. And I've seen his results in Kolkata. He's been doing fantastic. So it's very difficult to really pinpoint the reason why a doctor is denial. But I've already told you, one is the fear to accept that I was wrong. And I feel that is something a lot of us Indians have. It's very difficult for an Indian. I've been working in UK as well for a while. Over there, the lovely thing there is, if I don't know something, I have no shame in saying that. But here, people are fearful to say, okay, I don't know it. So basically, yes, I know it. And what I know is the only way to go about it. There's no second way. That's probably the reason. Maybe I started at a younger age, so I had that courage to say, okay, whatever I read was rubbish. Let's start afresh.
I think Dr. Gary Fetke had, in the last MHC, very magnanimous and very wise of him to give that statement. He was there at the first MHC, and he said it is time for his doctors to start saying sorry and that we were wrong. I mean, that's how we should begin. And it's as simple as that, to move on forward. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Dave, can you please take the next question?
India now ranks third globally in obesity, and 46% of the population in West Bengal is said to be obese and has a high prevalence of diabetes, despite the meat-centric diet. What is it that might be going wrong here in that way of that they are eating, right? And what kind of patients do you commonly see in your clinic every day? And does putting them on a low-carb diet help?
Okay, so let's break this into three parts. What is going wrong? What kind of patients? And does low carb work? Now, what goes wrong is happening very, very early in everyone's life. Dr. Roshni raised another thing. She said in West Bengal, I think, 2 out of 3 kids have raised triglycerides. I didn't know that. So thanks for that, Dr. Roshni. And 1 out of 4 kids under 10 have high HbA1c. So that's what I also see. Now, the problem starts very early. Schools, like I have a lot of obese kids and pre-diabetic kids coming to me. So the first question I ask is, what do they serve you in the school canteens? Okay. I ask you, has your teacher ever taught you nutrition? And, there's no nutritional advice. There are no life skill advices in schools in India. So that's where the problem starts. If you go back even earlier, the moment breastfeeding has been stopped, what is the child put on? Formula milk, Cerelac, and all that, Pediasure. These are nothing but sugar, 70% sugar. So that's where the addiction starts. Addiction towards sugar. And sugar, as the carb addiction Dr. Robert Sayers says it so beautifully, it's a drug, it's not a food. So the moment you have succeeded in addicting a tiny baby, that baby is never going to go back to, high protein and high fat. They're going to want sugar. So that's where the problem starts. And then it trickles on. And yes, in West Bengal, rice is part of the staple diet, but also try and understand one thing. Rice, or what else is famous in Calcutta? Rasgulla, right? I've done talks where I've gone on stage and the topic of my talks have been, is Rasgulla healthy or not? So, it's not the rice which is the villain. It's not the Rasgulla, the sweet, which is the villain. It's about our behavior and our relationship with that. I can give a glass of alcohol to an alcoholic, and that person is going to be in trouble. I can have a glass of alcohol in moderation once in a while. That's not a problem. So what I'm trying to say is, yes, we all know. Like, even look at the ICMR booklet. ICMR is the Indian Council of Medical Research. You open their booklets, you see their recommended diet to the Indian population. It's well over 200 to 300 grams of carbohydrates and very little protein and almost no fat. It's in a way like elaboration of the pyramid, which we talk about, the food pyramid. So the reasons trickle down to the companies trying to addict a baby, and then the addiction goes on, and then the lack of education, the lack of awareness, and then it's the relationship we have with the carbohydrates. Like, I love my carbohydrates. I will deny, I will be lying if I tell you that I probably like a piece of fish more than a blueberry cheesecake. I'd love the blueberry cheesecake any day more than the piece of fish. But that doesn't mean I'll overdo it. If I have it in moderation and then have more of the protein and things like that, I'm fine. But it's just that we've got it all wrong in terms of the proportion of what we eat. And in terms of okay, you carry on.
Yeah. So my next question was that doctors have not been taught nutrition now. That's common knowledge. We have at D-Life 19 doctors enrolled with us in the D-Life diploma course. And D-Life, as you know, is the biggest course in the world on low-carb nutrition and metabolic health with 60 CPD hours credit. Do you agree that doctors need to learn nutrition instead of giving wrong or bad dietary advice to people?
Yeah, obviously. Like, food is probably like the biggest trigger for most metabolic and chronic diseases. So unless you're teaching that, like, I was trained in medical college to try and find out what disease someone has. And once the disease has already hit you and the labs show you've got the disease and your health is already downhill, that is when I'm taught, okay, let's give you a medicine or let's perform a surgery. But what if I could diagnose the disease way before it happens? So yes, again, we were never taught in medical college to look at insulin resistance. Things like diabetes. All our treatment is very glucose centric. It is not insulin centric. So insulin resistance has already happened, and then we start giving medicines. But if we could diagnose the insulin resistance early, we would have, stopped the diabetes or any other metabolic diseases before it happens.
So with the metabolic disease prevalence in India, Should people be trusting dietary guidelines given out by these various associations anymore? And at whose behest do you think are such bad advices given? And is there a larger motive?
The poor health of the population of this planet is all political and monetary. That's where it all starts. Like, if my figures are correct, I think till the 1950s or 60s, there was very little diabetes or obesity or cardiovascular disease across the planet. So again, I might be a bit wrong with the dates, but I think in the 1950s or something, the American Heart Association was formed and they started publishing dietary guidelines. They were the first who came out with this booklet, Dietary Guidelines. I think this happened in 1961. So prior to that, there was very little chronic disease. And prior to that, what would we cook in? Lard, tallow, ghee, that was the cooking medium. And everyone was having just like, meat and fat and stuff like that. But the moment, the guidelines start getting published, and then you just open any resource on Google and you'll see chronic disease starts going up from 1960-65. And American Heart Association suddenly tells you, stop using ghee, stop using lard and tallow, use refined oils, seed oil. I think that was a cottonseed oil, a company called Crespo. And by the way, it was made by a company called Procter and Gamble. And by the way, Procter and Gamble donated American Heart Association $1.5 million then. So, it's all like very, very fishy. And yes, again, if you look at the timeline of the human evolution, imagine a football field. I read this nice comparo in a book called, I think, Unconventional Medicine by Chris Kresser, I think. So if we imagine that the entire timeline of the human existence is like a football field, say a football field is 100 yards. Some records say we humans have been on planet Earth for 300,000 years. So 99.5% of that football field, we have been hunter-gatherers. We've just eaten meat. We've hunted maybe an occasional seasonal fruit. Now, the remaining 0.5 of this 100 yards of our evolutionary existence, the first 0.3 is the advent of agriculture. So that's where all started going wrong, wheat, flowers, and all. And the last 0.2 is industrialization. So that's where packaged foods and all these processed foods started coming in. So the reasons, we can just go on, it's been going on, but it's mostly monetary and political. And that's where we have to really fight back and try and make changes. It's going to be a long battle, trust me. And another thing about our chronic health is partly genetic. The thing about genetics is, what is evolution? Evolution is how our genes deal with change, right? Now, I don't know if I can handle a donut every day 10,000 years later, like humans. We might be able to, but 99.5% of our existence on planet Earth, we have eaten in a certain way, okay, meat. And suddenly there was a huge shift and our genes could not handle that change. And that is the reason. So
I'll ask, you wanted to add something?
No, carry on.
So I'll ask the last question before I think we can take a Ranveer in. So, as something to ponder about mostly, but I think you can give a comment on this. As governments the world over are bringing doctors under the legal ambit and larger accountability, because it involves dealing with human lives, our government, or in India, on the other hand, doctors have been put out of all legal scrutiny and given them exemption from even a serious situation like death by negligence under Section 304. Being a doctor, how ethical and how justifiable do you think this is? Because we are talking about humans here.
Okay, I've got a very interesting answer to this. First of all, negligence. The word negligence, I think the whole medical world is going to point a finger at us. We are being negligent by giving high fat, right? So negligence is very subjective, number one. Number two, look, medicine is a strange science. Medicine is not mathematics. 2 plus 2 may not always be equal to 4. Okay. In fact, if you go into my medical books, most of the things in my medical books would say such and such may cause this. It'll never be written such and such will cause this. So there's always that, may or possibility element, because it's not like mathematics. So when it comes to proving negligence, that is a very tricky area. It depends on who is there to prove the negligence. Sometimes it's not even doctors. So that is one gray area. Secondly, right now I'm a senior doctor. I've been practicing for 20 years. But in my early years, we have faced it. And even till this day, it does happen. Indians, or the way it works, the structure, we can become very quickly impatient. So I've seen so many good doctors being beaten up. Okay. I've seen so many clinics being rampaged through. So, this is partly a protection towards doctors to kind of fearlessly do their practice. But that doesn't absolve a doctor of the fact that, yes, I can also categorize negligence as, okay, if you know nutrition is important, what is stopping you from learning nutrition, right? Because if you are seeing around you, and remember, this will happen over time. It's not going to happen all of a sudden, but gradually over time, when doctors realize, okay, just giving a drug is not helping, because eventually the patient's not reversing their problem. That is when doctors might start be more willing to accept the science of nutrition. And I think that's going to work. So, this whole what government policies is doing, as I said, politics is something we don't understand. There's going to be a group who's going to say, okay, this is wrong. They should be held accountable for negligence. But as I said, proving negligence is a very tricky thing. And yes, we doctors also have to have that confidence to practice fairly. So always remember one thing, and I believe this very strongly. Doctors' intention is always good. No doctor would prescribe something unnecessarily with a foul intention. And every doctor eventually wants to treat the patient and heal the patient, right? But yes, if I have only half the knowledge, how am I going to do that? And one more thing, one of my, I think, medicine professors in medical college had told me something beautiful. He had said, listen, you're passing your MBBS, and then just know one thing, in 5 years, everything that you studied might be outdated or incorrect. That's how medicine evolves. Okay. So, but the problem is they never told me which 50% would be incorrect or outdated. So that's all our guesswork. So, it's ever evolving. So I just think we have to keep on evolving with the times to improve patients.
Thank you so much. I think Ranveer is here. Has he joined?
Yeah, I did see a pop up, I think.
Hello, hi.
Hi, Ranveer. I welcome you.
Hi, Doc.
Hi.
Nice to see you again.
Great. You've got a beard like me. Nice.
Grayer than yours.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks so much for joining. Big pleasure. Thanks so much.
My pleasure to be here. And my
Yeah,
congratulations. My congratulations to all of you for having this conference and for doing what you guys are doing. Like I told Dr. Bhattacharya also, it's not just me. It's I feel this is for all of humanity, and I'm happy to be here with you all.
Thank you so much, Ranveer, for joining. And I guess there's a personal story of yours with Dr. Parikshit, which we would like to we would like Dr. Parikshit to share. In the meanwhile, maybe Shashi and Anup can also come. Ranveer, Shashi and Anup are the co-organizers of this Metabolic Health Conference. This is the second conference that we are doing. The first one was in October 2023, and that made its way into an international journal in a case study published from India. That was mentioned, the impact of the first Metabolic Conference was mentioned in that. So it created big impact. Now we are in the second one. So covering a lot of issues like mental health and stuff like that, cancer and all of this. So Dr. Parikshit, why don't you begin with Ranveer's story and how did he come into low carb?
Okay, so if you look at his profession, it's very hectic. It's very erratic, long hours of work. Once I actually saw him doing a shoot, and I was saying like, how can they do that? The patience they require, the energy they require. We just see the rosy side on screen, but the hard work that goes into it is insane. And they're always traveling across. So at that time, we had just had a chat, very informal chat to discuss certain issues which he's having. And then once he was not shooting for a while, that's when we got in touch, and that's where it all started. So I think it's better if Ranveer talks about it and he tells us exactly what was going on. So Ranveer, the stage is all yours.
Yeah, well, actually, I met Dr. Bhattacharya on a shoot, and he told me he's a doctor, and I very casually, how it is when you meet a doctor, you want to mooch off some free advice. So I have a mild hypertension problem, so I brought it up with him, and I like to think of myself as somebody who likes to be aware of generally science and also health. So I would say I'm at least well informed about the different developments that happen in the field of science and health. But so I had tried before that ketogenic diets and all, not for my hypertension, but for various other reasons, for bodybuilding and for body sculpting and all that. So I was aware of different diets and stuff, but Dr. Bhattacharya mentioned the one thing which I had not heard of till then. The one term which kind of changed everything for me, which was insulin resistance. So by then I had never heard of that. And so when he brought that up, I told him at that time, he hosted us for a lovely, lovely meal. He and his wife. I'm still grateful for that. And we chatted over the meal, and I told him, okay, I'll go back and I'll get in touch with him. So I came back. I looked up a little bit on insulin resistance, and I thought that okay, this is not something which I've looked at ever. So then I called him, and I fixed a time with him. He gave me a set of tests and all to get done, and I followed it up, and it turned out to be exactly what the readings that he mentioned, the parameters turned out to be exactly what he was saying. And that's when I started taking him seriously, because but by then till then it was for me more a social interaction than healer patient interaction. And then he told me, he gave me certain guidelines, what to do, what not to do. So by then I was already aware of intermittent fasting, and I was trying, and I was doing it also, but I was doing it wrong. So he stepped in, told me what all I should correct. A lot of other great advice which he gave me. And so I think I met you May last year, Doc, May or June last year. I remember it was very hot. We were shooting
Very
in
hot.
Bengal, yeah. And so I did my birthday is in August. So every August I do my annual health checkups. So in August I did my health checkups. I sent him the reports. In between also I had my niece's wedding to attend in the US. So I couldn't really start with the the parameters that he wanted me to. And I told him this. He said, he looked at my reports and he said, it's okay, you can wait. You go attend the wedding, enjoy the wedding, come back, and then you start this. And then I started. Yeah, I mean, I had just doing them like for a bit already improved my my blood work parameters. And then when I got down to doing it properly the way he wanted me to, I think my health really improved. Now, of course, Dr. Bhattacharya being a trained doctor, he was what he was reading. He was impressed by the numbers, which mean actually nothing to a layman like me. But even those numbers, if you see them, I don't know if you want, maybe I can look them up and read them for you. But the point being, apart from the numbers, what was really what really got me really impressed with him, and I don't know, now I call him my health guru, is how I was feeling.
Yes.
Never mind the never mind. Now in the last 1 year, I've lost almost a kilo a month. So when I met him, I was about 80, 81. Now I'm at about 74.
Okay.
And I'm saying this is without taxing my body in any way. So here are the numbers. This is the EGFR readings, which I think speak for his work.
One more thing, Ranbir. EGFR
yeah.
readings after I increased your protein intake a lot, right?
Yes, yes.
So,
He told me to focus on protein.
Okay.
So in 2022, my EGFR was 68, which is quite bad. In 2023, after I met him, and I had kind of started proper TRF and intermittent fasting based on his advice, but not really 100% doing it because I had a wedding to attend. Let's not forget that. So there was alcohol, sweets, and all involved. My EGFR got to 80. So almost 6-7 months after that, because I wanted to be sure that I'm not harming my body doing this, I did another set of blood tests. Normally they're due in August, but I did them early just to be sure that I'm doing this for 5-6 months. I don't, maybe he's experimenting on me, like in a Frankensteinian way.
That's a general
Yes.
apprehension, and people usually prefer to do that midway.
Yeah. So I got one done. I don't remember when this was. I think in March, Doc. I'm not sure.
yes, March
Anyway,
2024, yes.
yeah. So 2024, my EGFR is raised to 87. I am hoping that if I continue this, by the time my tests are due again in August, I am hoping that I'll have my fully functional, according to the WHO standards, fully functional kidney at 90, at least. So this is my story, and I mean, obviously, Dr. Bhattacharya knows how grateful I am for all that he's done for me, and I think the biggest. I've been listening to a little bit of the chats that you guys have been having here or at the conference. It reminded me of, like I said, I keep getting these science alerts on what's happening in the world of science. And I remember reading one article that big pharma are actually funding a tablet that will replace exercise. So I think that is the problem. Is that we don't want to put our bodies through what our bodies are designed to, but we want to just sit on our butts and just take a pill and get everything right. I hope I'm not missing
Ranveer,
out
thank you
anything.
so much for this, for sharing this wonderful story and journey of yours. And I'm sure you'll feel much better under Dr. Bhattacharya very soon. Shashi and Anup are the co-organizers,
Yes, of course. I follow them both on Twitter. Yeah.
So
Not
Ranveer, thank you very much. Your story is very inspiring, and thank you for
sir.
taking time out and coming in this conference, because
I'm a huge fan of Dr. Bhattacharya. Yeah. I'm a huge fan of Dr. Bhattacharya.
An actor celebrity coming and endorsing this and raising your EGFR from the 60s to 80s and getting back to normal. I'm sure your story is going to be inspiring for many to take up low-carb nutrition under Dr. Parikshit. So thank you very much.
I just want to add, sir, I this is what I gather from my own experience and from whatever, I've read up on based on the guidance that Dr. Bhattacharya has given me. I think it's a combination of TRF, low carb, high protein, and exercise. I cannot stress that enough. That I don't think even low carb would work without TRF and exercise.
Thank you, Anup.
Thank you, Ranveer, for coming and sharing your story. And best case we can hope is the media picks it up and gives it publicity, because one death because of they start blaming ketogenic diet, and it then goes viral. So it increases our task, as health coaches or doctor, to again get back to basics and start explaining. So we hope the media.
But I would really I would really caution you guys not to keep your hopes too high on that end till you are generating enough revenue. Because I have been in show business for 30 years, and I can tell you, media and, like Dr. Bhattacharya mentioned, politics. Media and politics moves where the money is.
Absolutely.
So all the best for that. And I'm here because I'm not attached with any FMCG brand or a giant pharmaceutical, so I can safely be here. But with the mainstream, whether it's media or whether it's politics and the likes, I stand by you guys, because you stand with the truth, and you're doing something which is good for all of humanity. So I stand with you in that spirit completely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I
Thank you
think
so much
Dr.
for coming,
Bhattacharya.
Ranveer, Dr.
No,
Parikshit,
my pleasure. My pleasure.
Shashi,
Thanks so much, Ranveer.
Dave.
Yeah. Whenever
Yeah,
Dr.
Dr.
Bhattacharya calls, I'm here.
Thank you
And
so
I
much.
want to
Really
I want to
appreciate
thank
it.
Dr. Bhattacharya. Dr. Parikshit, I want to make a statement for you that let this be on record that Dr. Parikshit is the Atkins of India. He has treated the large number of patients, and I suggest that you start publishing case studies
Case studies,
and start
yes.
auditing your clinic, get it published. India requires your database. Thank you very much, Dr. Parikshit.
And
Thank
my
you. One thing
EGFR
that-
readings, my EGFR readings are available.
And one last thing I'd like to tell you. I know we all talk about low carb and getting healthier, but probably why I have seen so many patients and why patients tend to love me so much is I try to make eating fun. Look, the art is how to eat unhealthy at times and still stay healthy. So once you've mastered that with a combination of everything, exercise, fasting, and in moderation choosing the right foods, you never feel deprived, because deprivation is never going to work in the long run. You have a lot of willpower, you can do it for a while. So we have to kind of make medicine a bit less serious, make it a bit more fun, and keep people going. That's my message.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
We
Bye.
can
Bye.
get
All the
Dr.
best. Yeah.
We can get Dr. Chaffee in now.
Hello.
Hello, am I audible? Dr. Chaffee, am I audible to you?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Hi.
Hi.
So can we get Anup in the spotlight? Yeah, thank you. So the next session is with Dr. Anthony Chaffee. Let me introduce Dr. Anthony Chaffee. He's an American medical doctor and neurosurgeon who has researched and practiced optimal nutrition for over 20 years. He believes that the so-called chronic diseases doctors treat are caused by the food we eat or don't eat and can be reversed with dietary changes. He's an MD from the Royal College of Surgeons and an all-American rugby player, and has also trained in MMA fighting. More recently, he volunteered as a doctor in the refugee camps in Bangladesh, helping the Rohingya refugees from Burma. His most famous YouTube talk, I think, is Plants Are Trying to Kill You. And that has taken the nutrition world by storm. I at least have watched it at least 5-6 times, if not less. So although in India it could create a mini storm outrage kind of a thing, but nonetheless, Dr. Chaffee is a legend when it comes to carnivore and the autoimmune diseases. Let's talk to Dr. Chaffee, aka the plant-free MD. Welcome, Dr. Chaffee. And with me is Anup Singh, the founder of D-Life and the organizer of this metabolic health conference. Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome.
Hey, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Yeah. So I think I'll ask you the first question, Dr. Chaffee. Autoimmune is something, whenever you do a live, I try to be there most of the times. And it's such a pleasure to hear you out and the clarity that you give on autoimmune cases. Being a metabolic health coach, I deal with a lot of autoimmune cases. And as you must, you always say that. I'm going to ask something which is very specific to autoimmune cases. And being a patient of autoimmune case myself at one point of time, I was on the verge of a kidney transplant when I went carnivore and reversed my autoimmune completely. within a matter of few months. So I was at Dr. Sean Baker's podcast and I had spoken about it. But tell me, why do they say an autoimmune disease is, they don't know the cause and they don't know the cure of it? Why do they say that? I mean, such an ambiguous and a confusing state to be in for a patient.
It absolutely is. The vast majority of the etiologies that we treat as doctors are idiopathic, meaning that we don't know what's causing them. And I think that the main reason we don't know what's causing them is because no one's looking. We're treating them with very expensive medications that treat the symptoms, and they're the good enough sort of solution, and then no one's actually investigating what's the cause. Because I think the main driver of this is the money is in the direction of building a product, and that product is going to be more financially viable if it's something that gets used continually. So it's something that has to be used lifelong. It just settles the symptoms down. So they're not actually investigating, well, what's the cause? Because if you find out the cause, then you can actually make it go away. And then, of course, you can't sell the medications for their whole life. You sell it, the cure once, and then that's it. And so that's not a very good or not a very viable business model. Goldman Sachs even said this in one of their board meetings, and it was leaked from a slide that they presented that asked the question, is curing someone of disease a viable business model? And of course, the answer to that is no. You want them to keep coming back and returning for medicine. So I think the main reason we don't know what a lot of the causes of these diseases are is because people, frankly, aren't looking. And the majority of the money is going into a very different direction. So it's up to us as clinicians and those patients and people that are interested in finding out what's actually going on in the root cause to investigate these sorts of things. I think it is eminently apparent that this is something that is largely, if not completely, to do with our diet, an inappropriate diet. You even look at animals such as our domesticated pets or livestock or animals in the zoo. If they're fed an inappropriate diet, they will get autoimmune diseases. They will get diabetes. They will get cancer. And then when you feed them their natural diet, those problems tend to go away. And so we get the same problems of the same name, and yet we have no idea what's causing it. So I think that a large majority of the diseases that we're treating nowadays, like autoimmunity, like diabetes and others, are a product of eating food that we're not designed to eat biologically. Just like if you feed a panda eucalyptus, they're going to get sick. They're not going to have a healthy state of being. And if you feed them Cheetos and potato chips, then they're going to get all sorts of problems as well.
Yeah,
Could you take
Dr.
the
Anthony.
second question?
Yeah. So autoimmune diseases normally, are treated through steroids, and it messes up the gut. It's well-known. I think it's a well-known established fact. Now, if this is so, then is this a correct paradigm? Point number one. And second is, if it is non-responsive in the long run, as you said, the model is to let the customers keep coming back. So why is this route chosen for treating? Why not look at diet?
Well, it's a very good question. I think the reason that clinicians don't look to diet first and foremost is because they're not taught that it can be an effective means of treatment. However, there are papers and studies and randomized controlled trials in at least some autoimmune diseases, such as Crohn's disease, where you put someone on an elemental diet, which is just the macro micronutrients that we need and nothing else. And that has been shown in human trials to be a better treatment for an acute flare-up of Crohn's than prednisone, so steroids, right? So the gold standard for getting somebody out of a flare-up is not as good as just not eating certain things. And so we have other studies as well in Crohn's, where if you remove carbohydrates and you remove fiber, that without medications, this has been shown to keep people in remission up to 51 months. So that's over 4 years without medications. And that was contrasted with the control group that did not eliminate carbohydrates and fiber, and they stayed in remission without medication 0 months on average. So it's a massive, massive contrast. The problem is that there's no drug reps coming in to to tell doctors, hey, look at this study. This is a novel way that you can approach this, because there's no one backing that. There's no product at the end of the line. And so the studies are there. You can find them, but you have to look for them. No one's going to bring it to you. They're not going to be presented to students in medical school, because the curriculum is largely driven by the food and pharmaceutical industries, as are residency programs and are the CME conferences. They're all funded by the big food and drug companies as well. And so you just don't see these. You can go to other conferences and you will see these things presented, but you have to go looking for them. They're not going to come to you. And that's very unfortunate, but more people are coming to this. And there's literature going back literally to the 1800s of autoimmune diseases, Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, rheumatoid arthritis, and other such diseases being treated with specifically a meat and water diet, specifically a red meat and water diet.
You talked about Dr. Salisbury diet.
Correct.
Dr. Salisbury's diet. Yes.
Yeah.
In your life. Yes.
Yeah. So he's so it's eponymous for the Salisbury steak. I always thought it was a place name, like Salisbury, England. It's just a hamburger patty, really, and it's ground up in a way that you remove the gristle, so it's very easy to digest and absorb. And that was specifically for people with Crohn's and ulcerative colitis and other digestive issues, that they really had to rest their bowel completely. So if you remove the gristle, then people tend to absorb nearly 100% of the meat that they're eating. Even with the gristle, they'll absorb 98% or so, and just very, very small amount will go out. But he really needed people to just completely rest their bowel, so he removed the gristle as well, and that was a Salisbury steak. But he did a 30-year research project into optimal nutrition for human beings in the 1800s, and this was before the processed food industry, before seed oils and refined sugars and grains became so prevalent in our society, or before the seed oils even existed to a large degree, certainly for food. And he found the people that were just eating more plants and grains were getting diseases other people simply weren't, such as autoimmunity. They were more susceptible to tuberculosis. They were even getting gout. And that people such as the Plains, the Native Americans in the Great Plains, who were essentially just eating American buffalo, they would scare a herd of buffalo over a cliff, and they would preserve their meat for the rest of the year. And that's what they would eat for the entire year. They just eat meat the whole year. And they were some of the healthiest people alive on earth. They lived quite a long time by their own records. We don't have official birth certificates on a lot of these people, but their own reports and records show them living to be 110, 115, even upwards of 120 years, which sounds far-fetched. But I was taught in genetics class 20 years ago that we knew as geneticists that based on the length of our telomeres, we should live 120 years on average. And so we're dying decades early. And we should be able to if we just stay out of our own way and don't mess up, we should make it to 120 without doing anything special. So something's really cutting back on the course of our lives. And people say, well, eating this way, I ate plants and all these sorts of things the other day and I didn't die, therefore that's not true. Well, you also smoked a pack of cigarettes and drank whiskey too, right? You didn't die then either, but it's the exposure over years and decades and so on that ends up really dragging people down. So when we see those records from the 1800s, clinicians using this all up until the 1970s, there was a Dr. Vauquelin who wrote a book called The Stone Age Diet in 1975. And he was a gastroenterologist, and he argued the exact same things that Salisbury was saying, that humans biologically should be eating meat. We're not designed to eat plants very well. We can to a certain degree, but we don't do as well on them. And he basically showed that and just argued that if you didn't eat plants, then his profession as a gastroenterologist didn't need to exist, because these problems would just go away. And so now people are rediscovering this and then just applying it to themselves. And it's that N of 1 study. It's the only one that matters. It doesn't matter what a study says. It says like, oh, if you change your diet, it's not gonna affect your Crohn's or rheumatoid arthritis. Well, if you do change your diet and it does put that into remission and you come off your medications, it really doesn't matter what the study says. And so that's what tens of thousands of people around the world are discovering now. And I personally have upwards of 100 autoimmune patients in my clinical practice who have significantly improved their autoimmunity, if not put it into complete remission. Things like Hashimoto's thyroiditis is a bit more stubborn. It takes a long time, but when I track their antibodies, they come down. It just takes a while. So it can take several months or even over a year before those antibodies really come down to zero, but they do as long as they stay strict. And then you see them eating, some bread or pasta or, having, a
Correct.
salad or something
Yes.
like that. And then they don't feel as well,
Flares
they check
up.
the thyroid
Yes.
and they have a flare up. So it's a very
Yes.
clear cause and effect relationship.
So I want to bring the conversation back to the autoimmune, but I want to bring in the element of why you are against a plant-based diet. And your talk, you did an extremely critical and very science-based talk called "Plants Are Trying to Kill You," which people can check out on YouTube. Now, India being a largely vegetarian country where most people will not even eat eggs.
Mm-hmm.
How do we justify this position or this talk or this view of yours? And then I will bring the conversation onto the autoimmune part, because people who are diagnosed with autoimmune conditions, vegetarians, how do we look at that spectrum, which will come later? But then how do we justify plants are trying to kill you in the context of India?
Well, I mean, people can make that decision based on their own personal preferences, on their taste, on their religion, and all these other sorts of things. And that's something I completely respect, to people to make their own decisions. The reason I made that talk was simply to illustrate the fact that these plants have defense chemicals. They don't want to be eaten, just like any other living thing. Nothing wants to be eaten. Maybe lemmings, who knows? But the plants really don't want to be eaten, and they have robust defenses. They make about 1 million different defense chemicals in order to stop animals and insects from eating them. And it's just to point this out. We're being a bit too blasé with our approach to diet. We're saying that meat is evil. Meat is, in some religions, they think it's sinful to eat it because it gives you lustful feelings, and that it's not only bad for you, but bad for your soul. All these sorts of condemnations.
We have our own version of the Seventh-day Adventists. I
Oh,
can
really?
tell you that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
please carry on. Sorry.
yeah. And so, I think that meat has been very falsely vilified. It's one thing if you have a personal predilection that runs in the direction of eating plants, that's fine, that's your choice. But to vilify the most healthy and nutritious food that exists on this planet for human beings, I think is just a bridge too far. And then to say that we should only be eating plants and that all plants are good for us, well, that doesn't even pass the smell test, because if you go out into the woods and you run out of food, you can't eat any random plant. Most of them will make you very sick or even kill you. And that's something that is pretty common knowledge, and hopefully is understood by most people, or else they're due to get hurt. So it's just pointing that out. People are eating more plant-based diet. In America, we eat a 70-75% plant-based diet. It's just processed plant-based diet. And that's a problem too, is that this whole big vegetarian plant-based movement is largely being driven by the food and drug companies, who profit greatly from this, because they don't go to the raw quinoa salads type of vegetarianism. They go to the processed food aisle, and they get that sort of thing. Maybe they start off being clean, but then they shift over. Oh, if it's plants, it's okay. So in India and the rest of the world, people are getting sicker. The chronic disease rates are becoming a larger burden. More people are dying of chronic diseases. About 90% of the deaths in the Western world, and I think it's similar in India, are due to chronic diseases, these non-communicable chronic diseases that did not exist to any great extent a century ago or before that. And so more people are getting sick. If I remember the statistic correctly, 1 in 4 people from India will die of a heart attack. 1 in 3 men will die of a heart attack. So this is a massive burden of disease. And so I don't think that, the plant-based approach is really helping people from India. I think that largely it's hurting them. It doesn't have to be beef. It doesn't have to be lamb or chicken. I mean, it could be eggs. I understand there are people that don't want to eat eggs, but it is very healthy. And I think it's important to let people understand that you have to get certain nutrients from animal-based foods. You can't supplement properly. And that's a bit of an elitist sort of argument as well. People saying, well, you can just supplement. Like, well, no, most people can't actually. Most people don't have access to these supplements, and most people don't have the ability to afford these supplements.
Yeah, why not just have natural foods and the real foods instead of supplementing? Yeah.
That's it.
The next question Anup would ask, but just to extend this, now that we are talking about vegetables or plant-based diets, of late, Dr. Shafi, a lot of vegans and vegetarians have started claiming to put autoimmune under remission. Now, you are dealing with autoimmune cases day in and day out, and I am also dealing with them. And the first thing that I see is when they go back, and especially people with Crohn's and ulcerative colitis, when they introduce plants, even a garlic or an onion or ginger just flares up the condition. So, how are people who are eating or who are propagating a vegetarian diet or a vegan diet claiming that it can be put under remission? Is that possible? Is that a lie? I am very eager to know.
Well, it could very well be a lie. It's but I'm sure a lot of people do improve, because when you're eating a very highly processed food diet, switching to a more whole food approach and cleaning that up and getting rid of a lot of this the burden of disease that you're putting in your mouth every day is going to make improvements. Now, these people may be on medication still, and so the reduction of processed foods and these sorts of things and going to a more whole food approach along with the medication may do very well for them. I don't know. I can't speak for every individual. Some of them are going to be lying. Some of them may be telling the truth. But I do know that the vast majority of people who follow me on social media and on YouTube, which is, all told over 500,000 people, is the vast majority of them were formerly vegans and vegetarians, and that well over 60%. I've done polls, and it's well over 60%. And so they have all come to a carnivore diet because they went to a plant-based diet because they were told this is the healthiest way for them to live, or maybe the ethical arguments and environmental arguments. Then they found that, well, actually they're getting very sick and they're getting very unwell. They start eating meat, they get better, they improve, they get rid of plants, and they really improve. And so I see the exact opposite. So there might be outliers here and there that do better, and I'm sure they'll do better switching from a processed food diet to a whole food plant-based diet. But it's not because they got rid of meat, it's because they got rid of all these other things. And I always ask them, they say, well, I got better on a vegan diet. And I said, okay, so is the only thing you changed that you got rid of meat? Like, yeah. When I went vegan, everything got better. Like, okay. So you still smoke, you still drink, you still eat sugar, still drink soda, still, eating cookies and cake. And I say, oh, no. I don't eat anything processed. I cook all my own meals. I don't go out to eat. I'm not drinking soda. Stop drinking alcohol. It's like, okay, so you've done a lot of things there differently.
Yes.
And so obviously those are all going to make a difference. I mean, I have patients that are so sensitive to plants. One, depending on people's ethnic origin, they have come to agricultural crop ways of eating, more or less recently. People from our heritage in India and Europe and Middle East and Northern Africa, they've had several thousand years to adapt to plant-based agriculture. People in Australia, the native Australians, about 100 years. Native Americans, about 100, except for Mesoamerica, they sort of developed their own versions of agriculture. They get very sick very quickly. So they get the same diseases. It's still the same diseases. And it's only when eating a plant-based, Western diet. But it's far more prevalent. So the Native American population and the Native Canadian population, they have far higher rates of chronic disease when eating a Western diet. I have patients that I've consulted with who are from the Native Canadian population, the Inuit population, the First Nation population, as they call it. And they said that they were basically carnivore their whole life because that's their culture. They're living up in the North Pole. There's nothing to eat except meat anyway. And now it's more Westernized, so they can ship in and fly in different resources and Western foods. But they know that you just hunt, and that's what they do. But they have other things as well. So this lady was basically meat only for over 40 years because her daughter had intractable epilepsy seizures when she was a baby. As soon as she weaned off breast milk, she started having seizures, eating anything except meat. So she had to only eat meat. So they just ate meat for the last 40 years. And she was doing fine. But then she had a couple other health issues. She actually had 4 autoimmune diseases. And she came across, my plants are trying to kill you thing, and me arguing that, you really want to get rid of all these plants. And she thought, well, that can't be. It's just spices, it's just seasonings, that I'm just eating meat otherwise. But she tried it for a month, and she got rid of the spices and seasonings. All 4 autoimmune diseases went away, and they went into remission without medications. So some people are very
Amazing.
sensitive to this. And there are a
Yes.
lot of people specifically with autoimmunity that come to a carnivore diet specifically because of that. And they come from a plant-based diet and they have horrible autoimmunity. They have a honeymoon period where they're doing better than when they were on a processed food diet. But then the major problems still don't go away, and then they start getting nutritional deficiencies and other sorts of things. It doesn't matter how much you supplement. There are nutrients that we don't even have names for by the thousands that we have not discovered yet. And so, you're not going to be able to catalog all these sorts of things, and it will catch up with you. And the fact of the matter is that we don't even know in modern medicine, we don't even know what the right ranges for a lot of these nutrients are, because the reference ranges we use are an average for the population. Average person is getting more and more nutritionally deficient. And so you get a test that says, oh, your B12 is fine. It's like, I bet you it's not.
Yes.
That half the range in a lot of these countries are actually in a state of true deficiency. And so if you're basically normal for B12, you're low.
India is usually deficient in vitamin D, B12 as well, because as I said, most people are eating plant-based diet. But I think, Anup, you want to go ahead and ask the next question?
Yeah. So what are the food groups basically which are a no-no in autoimmune condition?
So autoimmunity, they have to be very careful. I mean, anything outside of just our strict biologically appropriate diet can flare up an autoimmune attack. Even animals that are fed an inappropriate diet for that species, if they're being fed plants that they're not designed to eat, if pigs and chicken and even fish are being fed corn, wheat, and soy that they're not designed to eat, they're not going to be able to filter out and detoxify these things as well as you would like. And so some of those toxins can get into the meat and get higher levels of linoleic acid, which is the omega-6, the plant version of omega-6 that we don't really want and certainly don't need. And that can trigger autoimmunity. As far as what I can see, the autoimmunity comes from these plant toxins and would be other toxins as well, getting into the bloodstream in our body, reacting and responding to them. The original thought was that maybe there's a sensitizing infection, maybe you had a virus or something else, and your body attacked that, made antibodies, and then through molecular mimicry, they were close enough to our own antigens, and then they started attacking them and sensitizing themselves for a thyroid or a colon or something else. That never really made too much sense to me, because I took postgraduate immunology before I went to medical school, and it was very clear, our immune cells get matured in the bone marrow and the thymus and tested against every single antigen in the body. And if they respond even weakly to one of these antigens, they're killed. They don't make it out. And so you really shouldn't be able to make any antibodies that will directly attack, and you shouldn't be able to sensitize yourself to your own antigens anyway. They shouldn't have the capability of doing that. Obviously, if everything goes right, but it does seem that there could be that these plant toxins are sort of glomming on and attacking different parts, and your body's making an antibody towards that complex. And the reason that makes sense is because we have specific antibodies for things like parietal cell antibodies, for pernicious anemia, or the Hashimoto's antibodies, or the Graves' disease antibodies, and you can measure these, and they're specific. And so, that seems to be the case. And if we were just all responding to little toxins and our body were making antibodies towards them, then they were having cross reaction, well, then we should all have those antibodies. They should be ubiquitous, but they're not. They're very specific. So that makes more sense to me, that these things are sticking onto our organs, and then our body's attacking that complex, where it's sort of attacking on, like lectins and different sorts of things can sort of attack our organs, and then we're making antibodies specific towards that complex. Either way, the treatment is the same. You stop eating plants and those antibodies come right down. And so that's why it doesn't make sense that you've sensitized yourself to your own organs, because when you stop eating plants and you stop eating those things, those antibodies just come right down. Whereas if they were sensitized to your thyroid or another part of your body, they should just keep going until that part of your body is dead and it doesn't have any antigens left. But it doesn't. It's the exact opposite. So all plants basically can trigger this off. So carbohydrates, grains, beans, seeds, legumes, these high lectin containing plants are generally the worst. Things with that are nightshades, potatoes, tomatoes, eggplants, peppers, those are very bad as well. Very high lectin content, solanine, all these other sorts of toxins that can cause a major issue. But even dairy can be a problem. Ghee is generally okay, but milk and cheese, that can be an issue. And even meat that has from an animal that's being fed the wrong thing too. That can trigger people off. And that's why Dr. Salisbury found in the 1800s that it really needs to be the ruminant meats.
Yes.
So it could be, goat, lamb, or venison, but the ones that have that complex foregut that that can ferment and detoxify these plants initially before they absorb them. Those seem to do the best. And so what I generally recommend for my patients is that they'll do, cut out everything except meat and water, but they'll do best on just the ruminant meat and water. And to date, I have yet to see an autoimmune condition that didn't respond extremely favorably to a red meat and water diet only. Very serious ones. So multiple sclerosis, I've seen people come out of wheelchairs and be able to walk again and get their life back again. Rheumatoid arthritis, Crohn's, gout, ulcerative colitis, lupus, everything. Hashimoto's, Graves' disease.
Yes.
I've never seen an autoimmune disease not respond extremely well.
So I think two very valid points for people like, people who come asking me, can they put their autoimmune under remission on a vegetarian diet? My answer is largely no, because I have seen how vegetables flare up. Now, being brainwashed towards vegetables in India is very chronic, and people are not willing to trust you that they cannot put their autoimmune fully into remission on a plant-based, grain-based diet. So that's one thing. Dr. Chafi, let me come to a very critical question. I've been wanting to ask you this. You've said a couple of times autoimmune melts away on the carnivore diet. I want you to please explain what you are wanting to say. How is it possible? What are the spectrums that you're talking about? Because it's such a definitive statement that it needs an explanation.
Yeah, well, it's just that phenomenon where you see when you put people on a red meat and water diet, and then you measure their antibodies, and they just rapidly come down. So this is an objective measure, and then they stop eating that way, and they come right back up. And so I see that again and again in my patient population. My patients are generally pretty good because I impress upon them the importance of this, and I make a good argument, and I give them a lot of resources, and they're usually bought in. But when they dabble and they branch out from that, they start feeling worse. They can get symptomatology again. If we check them, their antibodies just come right back up, then they stop, comes right back down. Things like Graves' disease and Hashimoto's, maybe a bit more, especially Hashimoto's, may have a bit of a delay. So if you eat the wrong thing and your antibodies go up, sort of slows down your thyroid production, and over the next few days or weeks, you may feel a bit more run down. So it can be a bit more subtle unless you've really flared it up. But with Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis, rheumatoid arthritis, these sorts of things, it's very cut and dry. If you eat something outside of red meat and water, all of a sudden you have 30 bouts of bloody diarrhea for the next 3 days.
Yes.
Then you're
said
never going to eat that again. Same with rheumatoid arthritis. Your joints flare up and you can't walk properly for the next week. You're like, right, not doing salad again. And so it's very clear. And so, especially with things like Crohn's disease and ulcerative colitis, these are very symptomatic, very painful, very, very difficult to deal with.
It is, and people do expect instant gratification. I mean, I've seen very serious cases of ulcerative colitis, but the fact is, if you say that at your place, people are largely meat eaters and they would listen to you. If I have a case of ulcerative colitis or Crohn's, and I've had both, and you try telling them, you put them on a carnivore diet because you're seeing everything is practically flaring up. So you bring them down to a meat, salt, water diet. But it takes time to, get over that curve. And in that period, if somebody says, you should go back to the plant-based diet because I don't think this is working, they will immediately switch.
Yeah, that's not fun.
So yeah, it's a very amazing story of autoimmune people in India because vegetarian. They need a vegetarian spectrum in everything, basically.
Yeah, it's tough. It is very tough. I have one lady from India, and she's just she's not vegan, but she just doesn't want to do meat. She's a physician here in Perth, and that's totally fine. I'm happy to support her in any way that I can. Her bloods aren't the best, and she does have other sorts of issues that I know would be very, very helped by going on a meat-only diet. So I just try to encourage her the best I can to try to get her just to eat mostly eggs, cut out, go sort of into a ketogenic approach, get out the beans and legumes and the pulses and the seeds and nuts as much as possible, and then support her as best I can. But it is very difficult. You have to meet people where they are. If they're just saying like, look, I'm just not going to do it. Fine. Okay. Well, let's see what we can do for you. That's the best possible. And given the circumstances. But if they are willing to try for 30 days or so and just do meat, even goat or lamb for a month, the ruminant meat, people do a lot better on that. I know people with Crohn's disease that if they eat pork chop or chicken or even eggs, they might get a flare up. It's generally because of what the animal's been fed, which may not be as big of a problem in India, but it's if it's possible to eat just the ruminant meat for 30 days, I would be very surprised if they didn't have a significant improvement in their Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Generally, what I see is 2 to 3 weeks in, symptoms improve pretty much right away on a red meat and water diet. After about 3 weeks, typically they don't have many symptoms left, if any at all. And after 2-3 months, generally would be a clean biopsy on colonoscopy. And I've yet to see someone not have a clear biopsy after 3 months on a red meat and water diet with Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. So, they just melt away. They just go away. I think of it not as a disease, but as a toxicity. This is a toxin toxicity relationship where we're exposing ourselves to something, we're getting sick, and then you remove that something and our bodies recover from it. It's like when the Romans had lead pipes and they were all getting low-grade lead poisoning, and they just thought that was part of getting older. And it took them a long time to figure out that no, actually we're being poisoned by something. And there are many examples of this over the years. Recently in Japan, they had one where they had like mercury getting leaked out into the oceans, and they thought it was some sort of infectious disease, and they were trying to cure this infectious disease for over a decade, and they were looking for the cause for over a decade, and then they spent another decade trying to cure this microbe that didn't actually have anything to do with it. And so it took them 20 something years to figure out there's mercury poisoning, right? So we're living in that moment right now. We're being poisoned by the things that we're eating. And so we're treating this very differently. We're treating this as if it were a disease. This is not a disease. This is a toxic exposure. And so you treat those things differently. You don't treat a toxic exposure with medicine as a baseline. Maybe it's a medicine to help you weather that storm and clear it out. But the main thing you do is you remove the exposure. And so that's what we need to do. You remove this exposure and the toxicity goes away. You remove the toxin, the toxicity goes away, and you allow your body to heal. And that's why I say it just melts away, because it's the same thing as if we had lead pipes and we're getting lead poisoning, and you remove the lead pipes and they look at that, everything just goes away. And then someone says, well, but you didn't cure it though, because if they drink water from lead pipes again, they just get lead poisoning again. It's like, that's about as intelligent as what these people are saying. Well, you haven't cured the diabetes. You haven't cured the autoimmune disease, because when they start eating this garbage again, they get the disease back again. It's like, right. That's because it's not a disease. It's a toxicity.
Yeah. Anup, would you want to take the next question?
Yeah. Before I come to, the important point of vilification of meat and saturated fat, I have one question with respect to gut health, recovery from, messed up by steroids. Do you think peptide treatment works?
Oh, like the various peptides that are sort of in vogue at the moment. It's not something that I've looked into all that much. I mean, I've seen some very favorable preliminary sort of reports. I certainly know people who prescribe them and say that they get good results in their patients. But it's not something I know too much about. It's something that I'd like to see, more long-term term data on those, certainly.
So now coming back to meat and saturated fat, why has it been vilified so much? That is part A of the question. And to put it in a simplistic manner, how many eggs, for example, can one eat in a day?
That's a wonderful question.
Yeah. Well, it's like it's like any other sorts of meat. I think when you're eating just meat or eggs, your body will tell you how much to eat. And so just like a koala knows how much to eat, just like a leopard knows how much to eat, or a hippopotamus or an elephant or a giraffe or a cow, they all just know what to eat. Something internally tells them how much to eat and when to stop. And that's because they're eating what they're designed to eat. And if they're fed kibble and grains and things like that, they actually tend to overeat, just like we do.
If I can interject, my question was primarily based on cholesterol fear.
Oh, I mean, as many eggs as you have. So, there's so cholesterol doesn't cause heart disease. That was a scapegoat by the sugar companies. They invented that idea that cholesterol caused heart disease, and then they paid off various professors and researchers to propagate that lie. And we know that because we have their records and documents where they said they did that. And that was published in the Journal of the American Medical Association in 2016. So, one of the Harvard professors that they paid off was then named head of the USDA, and he was the one who made the official USDA recommendation and decree that cholesterol causes heart disease. So that's a complete fiction. And when you have something based on a false premise, you have to just throw the entire thing out and start over. And if you looked back at the data that they had available at that time, there were exactly 5 randomized controlled trials on cholesterol and cardiovascular disease. And so they replaced saturated fat with unsaturated fats and margarines and things like that. And they said, okay, what happens? 3 of them showed absolutely no benefit by lowering cholesterol, by replacing saturated fat with unsaturated fat. And 2 of them actually showed harm, that you actually got worse. People had more deaths and higher mortality rate from in the group, the experiment group, where they lowered cholesterol and LDL by replacing it with margarine and plant fats. The most well-designed and controlled one, and the one with the highest amount of patients, had about nearly 10,000 patients. It was the Minnesota coronary heart study. Ansel Keys did this and then didn't get the result that he wanted, so they buried it for 40 years. We actually found it in the basement of one of the original researchers who was now dead. His children actually uncovered it and gave it to Ramsden over at the NIH, who then published it. They had nearly 10,000 patients who were institutionalized, so they could perfectly control every single meal. And when do you get a chance to do that? Mostly people they're lying, or they have snacks and different sorts of things. You can't really control that when someone's at home. So these were institutions, and they controlled every single meal. And they studied them for years. And yes, they did indeed lower cholesterol and LDL by replacing saturated fat with unsaturated fats and these seed oils with plant sterols and things like that will lower LDL. And more people died of heart attacks and stroke as a result, right? So that's not good. There are also, I mean, we just know physiologically our body makes most of the vast majority of cholesterol that we have. If you eat more plant fats, they have plant sterols. That's a plant version of cholesterol. It's similar enough to our cholesterol that it mimics that, and our liver thinks that we have enough, so it doesn't make as much. That's why it lowers down some of the cholesterol. Also, from a different metabolic standpoint, if you are eating carbohydrates, your liver doesn't need to make carbohydrates. You don't need to mobilize your fat from your adipose tissue to the rest of your body. And so it's the cholesterol molecules, LDL and the HDL molecules, that actually transport fat around the body. And so when you're eating carbohydrates, you actually suppress that whole system. So it's not about eating more fat. It's about not eating carbohydrates and not eating plant sterols. And so if you just fast for a number of days, your cholesterol goes right up. Right? In the exact same way that you would see if someone goes on a high-fat, meat-based ketogenic diet, exact same response. And so our bodies physiologically, naturally trying to go into that state, and we're just curtailing it by giving ourselves plant sterols and carbohydrates. So more people die when you lower cholesterol. The Journal of the American College of Cardiology published a landmark paper in 2020 looking at all the best randomized controlled trials, meta-analyses of randomized controlled trials, all the top tier levels of evidence, and they found no association whatsoever between dietary saturated fat intake and cardiovascular disease. In fact, they found a protective mechanism against stroke. They found that people who ate more saturated fat had lower rates of stroke. People who ate less saturated fat had higher rates of stroke. We also know that if you feed people a lot of eggs or a lot of dietary cholesterol, it really doesn't change their serum cholesterol much at all. There are studies looking at, I believe it was giving them like something like 30 something eggs a day for weeks, and it didn't appreciably change their cholesterol at all. And so, that idea that, we're eating this cholesterol and it's harmful, you don't even absorb a lot of it. You absorb what you need, but your body makes a majority of it. So you can eat as many eggs as you want. In fact, you really do want to. There was a study done in India, in rural India, where they found that, people being poor, they were trying to just sell their eggs and all these sorts of things just to bring in some money. And so they were selling all the eggs that their chickens made. And they said, hey, why don't you give those to your kids and instead of selling them? So they had it controlled. And they said, okay, we'll pay for you guys to hold back 1 egg a day for your kids. And the rest of them, we'll sort of see how they do. So they controlled it against their peers in the school. And they found that those children who received just 1 extra egg a day, on average, increased their IQs compared to their peers by 10 to 15 points. And that's been replicated in Africa with just meat, eating just a larger amount of grams of meat. And so the animal-based proteins, fats, choline, DHA, EPA, vitamin D, cholesterol, these sorts of carnitine, only 70% of people make enough carnitine. People say that's a non-essential amino acid. That's not the case. That's only conditionally correct. And 30%, nearly 1/3 of the human population, cannot make a sufficient amount of carnitine, and that is required for the proper functioning and development of the brain. And so if you have a 1 in 3 chance of your kid not being able to have make enough carnitine. And so you need to make sure that they have enough of these nutrients for proper neuronal development. And so I think you can make a decision for yourself and do whatever you want. You want to kill your brain, you want to destroy your health, that's your business, but you don't get to do that with your kids.
Yeah. Just one last question, and I think people wanted to ask that, and I've been dying to ask this. Dr. Chaffee, is autoimmune an idiopathic disease? I'm asking this because I heard you and Dr. Paul Mason talk about this on your podcast, and he defined idiopathic. Would you kindly clarify that for our viewers?
Yeah, so I'll misquote him here, but you said, idiopathic. You said idiopathic, which means that we're idiots and we have no idea what's causing it. We haven't figured out what it is, so which is true, and again, it goes back to just people not looking. There's no impetus or motivation to try to cure this disease except for benevolence, but there certainly isn't a product model at the end of it. And so that's fine, so we can't rely on them. We just need to know that we can't rely on those institutions to try to cure this. We need to figure this out ourselves. And then we get that out to as many people as possible. And I believe strongly that our diet and nutrition is the largest part of that cure that we'll find for people. And people are curing it now. They're coming off the medications and they're completely putting this into remission by the hundreds of thousands now. So I think that I think that cat is out of the bag, and that we just need to really start applying this. Sure, do larger studies, all for that. But I think there's certainly enough evidence now to start implementing this in our own patient population. And I have already done that, and I've seen this work by the hundreds in my specific patient cohort, and certainly by the tens of thousands in the people that I speak to online.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chaffee. I think, Shashi, you can unmute yourself. Thank you so much for coming over. I am really looking forward to having another session with you sometime soon, Dr. Chaffee. on
Absolutely.
autoimmune and carnivore, because I think there's a lot that needs to be said still. So would love you to have to come for another session very soon if you can.
I would love to.
Shashi, would you like to say something?
Yeah, Aarti, just take me in.
What's that,
So,
sir?
Dr. Chakri, thank you very much for accepting this invite. And we wanted your view and knowledge on autoimmune condition, especially with carnivore. So thank you very much. Excellent
Okay.
session.
No, you're very welcome. Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you for coming, Dr. Jaffe.
No problem. Thank you.
Please take in Dr. David. Dr. David, welcome. Get in Anup also.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for inviting me to speak to you.
Dr. David, sorry for the delay. We are just 5 minutes overboard. So anyway, so now please get Anup in. So welcome to India's second Metabolic Health Conference. So I'm Metabolic Health Coach and a member of DLife.in, India's oldest, biggest, and the only award-winning platform, low-carb platform. So me and Anup, we are the co-hosts, and we are bringing you this historic and scientific feast for India titled Metabolic Therapies. So today we have a special guest, Dr. David Kawan. Dr. David, welcome again.
Thank you.
So I'll give a brief introduction about Dr. David. So Dr. David is an international renowned physician specializing in the prevention, management, and reversal of type 2 diabetes and the intensive management of type 1 diabetes also. So for many years, he has encouraged his patients to modify their lifestyle rather than rely on medication alone to manage and reverse type 2 diabetes. His knowledge and experience in the field spans around 25 years as a consultant endocrinologist in the United Kingdom. Additionally, he gained international recognition as Director of Policy and Programs from 2013 to 2016 at the ID of International Diabetes Federation. He currently works part-time at the University Hospital Dorset as well as at the London Diabetes Centre. He also oversees diabetes projects in a number of other countries, which has broadened his knowledge and expertise. To support patients and healthcare professionals in managing diabetes, he has also contributed to the development of various education programs and authored constructive, easily accessible books for diabetes. So his latest book, How to Reverse Type 2 Diabetes and Pre-Diabetes, was published very recently in Jan 2024. First of all, Doctor, thank you very much for having my story in your book.
Thank you for contributing it and enabling us to share your experience. It was wonderful to have that.
So it was a thrill, and I think that was in 2019 or 2020.
That was in so the book that's just been published was previously published in 2022, first time round, and it's now been published in a compact format with a new title, just as you said, earlier this year.
Yeah. So please tell us, you were a mainstream doctor prescribing medication. What really got you into this lifestyle type, especially into low-carb nutrition, that too being an endocrinologist? How was it?
Yeah. So as you say, I've been an endocrinologist specializing in diabetes for many, many years. And my focus for a lot of those years was that we need to treat type 2 diabetes with medication, because that's how I was trained. And the dietary advice seemed not to work. So although we knew we should be encouraging people to change their diet and lifestyle, it didn't seem to work. So we knew we had to rely on medications. And I guess I first began to question that about 15 years ago now, when there are a lot of new drugs coming out for type 2 diabetes, and a lot of them with a lot of hope and a lot of hype, promising that they would help people reduce their sugar levels and lose weight. And so sitting in my clinics in a hospital specialist care setting, I began to use these medications. I recommended them to patients, and I thought, this is great. We've got something new here. But what happened was the patients would then come back, and some would do really well and some wouldn't make it, nothing would change. But then a bit later, those that did well seemed to be back at square one. And so I really began to start asking questions. Well, why are these drugs not working? And it was about the same time that Professor Roy Taylor, also from here in the UK, had provided the first concrete evidence that type 2 diabetes can be reversed. And so I began to ask my patients questions. And for the first time ever, I started asking, well, what do you eat? And I feel ashamed to say that because now most of my consultations, I talk about food. But until then, I never did. I thought, well, it's not relevant. That's for dietitians to do. My job is to write prescriptions for medications. But when I asked the questions, well, what do you eat? The answers came back. People were eating everything. They were eating foods with sugar in. They were eating lots of starchy foods. And at the time, the official advice was, if you have diabetes, you should base all your meals on starchy carbohydrates. So they weren't necessarily doing the wrong thing. But it was then everything else in moderation. And what does moderation mean? Some people, moderation is a huge amount of sugar. To other people, it could be very different. So what I was learning was that people were eating foods that was pushing up their blood sugar levels. So it was no surprise. How on earth could their medications work in bringing the sugar level down if they're eating foods to push it up? So that got me really thinking, and I started to say to people, well, look, the traditional advice at this stage is, you come to see me, your sugar levels are too high. The traditional advice is I prescribe you another tablet, or we increase your tablets. But how about, would you be willing to try changing what you eat? And I didn't have any resources or use anyone else. I just gave some very simple guidance. How about trying to cut out sugar? And how about using more protein in your meals and less carbohydrate? And that's all I did. And then people were coming back. And those that were able to do that, and we know a lot of people can't because we're learning now, I didn't know about it then, that the addiction to certain foods and sugary foods in particular is a big problem. But people were coming back and they were saying, I was seeing that they were losing weight, their blood sugar levels were coming down. People who'd been on insulin for a long time were coming off insulin. And we used to think once you're on insulin for the rest of your life because this is a progressive condition. One of my early patients was someone visiting from West Africa. And before he went back home, he'd come off insulin. Now, for someone in that situation, insulin is very expensive. And it really got me thinking, why have we got ourselves into this situation where we're treating what is essentially a lifestyle condition with medications? And the rest, if you like, is history. So as you said, I started writing books. I've worked internationally, gained a huge amount of experience about what is driving people to develop diabetes, type 2 diabetes. And it is our modern day environments. It is our modern day foods. And we now know we can turn it around. So it's really now a great message of hope for the future, a healthier future, rather than more and more medications and less health.
Great to hear. Now, do you apply therapeutic carbohydrate restriction or low carbohydrate in your type 1 diabetes patients also?
Yes, I do. And I wouldn't use the word I apply it. I offer it as an option because at the end of the day, yeah, as a doctor or a health coach or a nutritionist advisor, we can say to people, we think you should do this, but unless they're really wanting to and they feel it's their benefit, they're not going to. So I never tell people to do anything, but what I do is provide options and give advice. And certainly for people with type 1 diabetes, especially now that increasingly people with type 1 diabetes are wearing continuous glucose monitors, so they can see immediately they eat something, what happens to their blood sugar level. And what they're seeing and what we're seeing is, even though they're doing what we say, you give some insulin, then you eat, that their sugar level goes up often really high. And now people are beginning to see that. I say to them, well, okay, how about, well, first of all, what do you think about your level going that high? And often you're nearly always they don't like it. The answer is clear. It's not just to give more insulin because that could risk them going low. So I say, well, how about as an experiment, instead of having a bowl of cereal for breakfast, try some plain yogurt or some eggs and just see what happens, and get them to learn by making those changes that their sugar level stays more stable, they need less insulin. And some people will then go on and apply that to all of their meals. Other people will just know that they've got something that's an option, that if they want to get their levels down by changing what they eat, they can achieve it.
That's great. Now, see, earlier, sometime back, the choice of medications were very, very less. We had metformin, we had sulfonylurea, some maybe secretagogues and glitazones, and then let us say insulin. But now we have a lot of other options coming in. We have insulin analog, GLP-1, SGLT2 inhibitors, DPP-4. So even with this, do you think the control is still difficult with so many medication, especially the newer ones doesn't cause hypo?
Well, exactly, and it was at that time when the first GLP-1 analogs were coming out and the DPP-4 inhibitors were coming out. That's when I got really excited about prescribing these new drugs, and I then became very disenchanted, because what my experience showed, and what I think is ubiquitous, is that these drugs can be very, very helpful, but they haven't got a chance in someone who is constantly feeding themselves foods that push up their blood sugars. And that's really why and I still prescribe these medications, but I would always say to people, look, these can be really helpful in controlling your diabetes, but you have to see them as they are there to help the diet that you're following. You know, you cannot see them in place of a diet. And what I find so unfortunate is that many guidelines now, people interpret them as saying that almost at the diagnosis of type 2 diabetes, you have to prescribe metformin and you have to get people on medications, and it medicalizes it. It makes it a medical condition. Whereas we know at that point, if people are able and willing to change their diet, we know a huge majority can achieve remission. And so I would always encourage colleagues to emphasize the importance of lifestyle change first of all. Yes, they might need medication, but the lifestyle is what's going to be the main intervention. The medication can help it, and sometimes only for a short period, and it may then be able to be withdrawn.
I think that's why, even though there is a plethora of medications available, we do see people with diabetes coming in with a big prescription in India. Still, the HbA1c is very high. It is 8 or 9 or sometimes 10. And practically every medication which is available in India will be there. And all these are available, including the newer drug like imeglimin is also available in India. Still, control is not achieved. And as you said, the root cause or the very basic or foundation of a diet is not addressed. And Indian diet, you know, is full of starchy carbohydrates. 70-80% of our plate is grains. It's also a grain-based country. And that is why probably the control is missing in spite of so many. What about this advice of diabetics can have everything in moderation? One, and this multiple meal, having meal every 2 hours.
Yeah. So everything in moderation, as I said earlier, it means different things to different people. So, you know, I have some weaknesses. I really like ice cream. Okay. And so if I enjoy ice cream, I like a large amount of ice cream. I don't do it very often because, you know, it's clearly not good for me. But, you know, so what to me might be a very small portion of ice cream could be a large portion to someone else. What does moderation mean? It's completely meaningless. And I think the second point is everything in moderation would be fine if we could quantify what moderation means. But if you have diabetes, any type of diabetes, by definition, your body cannot handle carbohydrates, sugars or starches. So a moderate amount of sugar is going to have a much worse effect on someone with diabetes than a moderate amount of protein or a moderate amount of fat. It's like saying to someone with a peanut allergy, just have a moderate amount of peanuts. It's a complete nonsense. So where my practices change is to say to people very specifically, look, I encourage you to work out using your glucose monitoring or a sensor. Find out what are the meals that push your sugar levels up, and then look to change those to meals that don't push them up. So it can become personal to each individual as to their meal choices that they can adapt themselves. But giving some guidelines that basically sugar and starches are going to push your levels up. And to be honest, I say to people, as long as you can manage your sugars and starches so your glucose levels stay within range, I don't really mind what else you eat, because for your health, for your future, they're the things that are really going to make a difference. We're not talking about any other type of condition. We're talking about diabetes here. The other point you mentioned is this idea that if you have diabetes, you have to constantly eat through the day. I mean, this, again, is something that is still recommended by some practitioners. And yeah, I'm literally speechless, okay, in trying to justify it. But let me take you back to where that came from. If we go back to when I very first started practicing, which is over 30 years ago now, people didn't have all the technology that they have now in terms of insulin and glucose monitoring and what have you. And if you had type 1 diabetes, you had an injection of insulin once a day, maybe twice a day, and you had no way of monitoring your glucose levels. And so in order to stay safe, in order to avoid the risk of hypoglycemia, because the insulins in those days by today's standards were relatively primitive, the absorption was very erratic, people were advised to eat frequently, eat carbohydrates frequently through the day as a safety mechanism. That somehow became the dietary advice for everyone with diabetes. So that was bad enough, even people who aren't on medication for diabetes. But what's even worse is that now, 30, 40 years later, when we have all the technology that we have all the monitoring capabilities that we have, and I accept that in many countries these cost money and they're not readily accessible, but they are there, and yet we still promote a eating pattern from 40 years ago. It is nonsense. So yes, that is very often seen still in guidelines. And what I say to people is, look, eat when you're hungry. Don't eat if you're not hungry. And one of the other things that I've learned in this journey in the last 10 years is the benefits of fasting and intermittent fasting. And if you're not hungry in the morning, skip breakfast and you get a prolonged overnight fast, which is really good for you. And so many people say, I never used to eat breakfast, but when I developed diabetes, I was told I must eat breakfast. And it's great, really liberating. No, you don't have to eat breakfast.
Approximately how many patients have you treated with low carbohydrate diet?
That's a really difficult question to answer, because my clinical practice for some years has been quite small. So, but just about everyone who encounters me, we will have a discussion about, and I will offer them it as an option, and a lot of them do pick it up. But I also, have more indirect influence by helping set up projects in different parts of the world. So, I'm not a full-time clinician where I've got big numbers of patients and can report on, but it must be in the thousands, because I've been doing it so long.
That's a significant number. So do all the patients achieve remission, or is it a spectrum of remission and lower medication?
That's a really good question.
How difficult is remission?
It's a really good question, and it depends on so many things. Now, we know that the closer you are to diagnosis, the evidence would say the greater your chance of achieving remission. And when you've had diabetes for many years, that ability to achieve remission is reduced, and there's a lot of work to show changes in the pancreas and what have you can become less reversible over time. But it is never too late, and I have had patients with diabetes for over 30 years and been on insulin who have been able to achieve remission. So everyone is different. But the way I describe it to people is that we know that this diabetes disease process, as I call it, we know that can be reversed. We know that there are certain changes you can make that can help reverse that process. Essentially, carbohydrate restriction in different ways is, there's a lot of evidence for that now. And so I encourage people, if they want to go down that route, to make changes to their diet with support if needed, to reduce their carbohydrates, to reduce their glucose levels. And some of them will achieve remission. They'll come off their medication, they'll lose weight, and their diabetes will be in remission. Some will maybe achieve all of those things, but their HbA1c, which could have been really, really high, may have come down to 6.8%. So they're not in remission, but their future health outlook is still so much better than an HbA1c of 12% and being 20 kilos heavier and being on lots of medication. So I think we've got to be careful not to say, well, it's either remission or you've got to achieve remission, and if you've not achieved remission, you've failed, because that is very demoralizing and it's not true. Any success in helping people lose weight, reduce their glucose levels, come off medications, they're all successes and all lead to better health outcomes for the future.
So I think from your point, I'll gather that there's a spectrum of 3 factors. One is complete remission. One is lowering of medication with better control. And third is medication may not lower, but you will get a better control, as you told. With the same medication, they were at 12 and now they are at 6.8 or 7. That itself is a win.
Yes, absolutely. And, what I have, you mentioned that 10 years ago, I worked for the International Diabetes Federation, and I had a lot of conversations with pharmaceutical companies at the time. And of course, in a sense, they're not really interested in remission because their model depends on this being a chronic disease that requires more and more medication. And I tried to encourage them and to do some studies to show how their drugs can help people achieve remission, because it will make their drugs look so much more effective. And the HbA1c drops will be so much bigger if they promoted lifestyle change and carbohydrate restriction alongside their medications. But you can guess the answer. No one was interested.
I can guess because I was a pharma rep for 35 years. So I know I was in diabetes. I was in diabetes and cardiovascular segment. So I know all this. So now in the spectrum of low carb to ketogenic diet to carnivore, what is it that you favor in your patients? So we have low carbohydrate, maybe 100, 120 grams. Yep. Ketogenic diet, 30 to 50, and then carnivorous approach. So what is it you favor?
I favor whatever is most sustainable for that individual patient. And I have been criticized very vocally in a public meeting by not advocating a ketogenic diet for all of my patients. And we've got to be very careful, because people who follow a ketogenic diet, by definition, find it relatively easy to do, and they tell everyone it's so easy. And look, I've achieved this huge amount of weight loss, and I've put my diabetes into remission. I think we need to be a little bit humble and accept that humanity is a huge range of people and preferences and abilities to change. So I have absolutely no problem. I will support patients who follow a ketogenic diet, including in type 1 diabetes, because I think it is extremely effective, and will help people achieve remission. But equally, I have patients who follow a more moderate low carbohydrate diet of 70, 80 grams a day, still achieve remission, but their preference is to enjoy some starchy foods with some of their meals. And I perfectly get that, and I can understand that. And so it's not, and yes, there's a big move now. We're hearing a lot about a carnivore diet. I don't have any particular strong feelings one way or another, but if people do well on a carnivore diet, that's fantastic. I have no problem with it. The key thing is we need to get away from this diet, this notion of a diet as something that you do for a while. It needs to be a lifestyle. It needs to be a long-term change in eating habits that suits you and is going to be sustainable. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And just one point about the ketogenic diet. So Virta Health, that you'll be familiar with in the US, that has done some amazing work promoting and recommending a ketogenic diet to their patients. They're seeing really good remission rates and sustained. On the face of it, really good evidence for the long-term efficacy of a ketogenic diet. But when you drill down and actually look at what they report, because their patients monitored their ketone levels on average were very low. So they were still achieving up to 60% remission, despite not being in ketosis. So I think I think we need to accept that yes, a ketogenic could be approach could be very beneficial for people, but it doesn't have to be necessarily. Dr. David Unwin has a GP in the UK. I think he's surveyed his patients and found that the average carbohydrate intake of patients in remission was about 77 grams a day. So that's not ketogenic, but it's low carb, and they've achieved remission.
See, I think that's interesting. Like I am a lacto-ovo vegetarian, and I am on a ketogenic diet for almost 8.5 years, and at a very low ketosis level, 0.5 millimoles per liter. And maybe sometimes I do break away also. So I perfectly understand. I do, as a health coach, I do see a lot of clients. I work with diabetes primarily, and I realize that application of ketogenic diet in Indian context is not easy. So the spectrum of 100 grams to keto is whatever is possible. And Anup Singh of D-Life, he's the one who has little Indianized this whole concept. Earlier in India, we used to think it is ketogenic diet, 30 grams. But Anup Singh had developed that 100 grams, where he has made it possible for us to include some grains, a little bit of grains and all, so that it's very easy for people. And I think your approach is quite practical, so that people will continue. If I am in a ketogenic range for long, my HbA1c will be 4.7 to 4.9. If I break away slightly, it will be reaching a maximum of 5.2. I have never crossed 5.3 in this last 8.5 years.
Fantastic. So you've done really well, and it just goes to show that you can stay in remission. I was just going to reflect that I've done some work with a colleague in Kenya who's set up remission programs, Dr. Daniel Katambo. And there he says there's no way that he can tell his patients not to eat the traditional starchy food, the ugali, that is part of their culture and has been for centuries. And so we've got to be culturally sensitive as well. But by highlighting to his patients that the huge amount that they have got used to eating is having such a big effect, and if you could just halve it and replace the rest with vegetables, you can see a big improvement. And he's seeing his patients achieve remission while still eating some of this starchy food. So we need to accept the realities out there. We need to accept the cultural context in which we are, and also accept that people can achieve remission while eating some starches.
Yeah, I think the combination of a bit more starch, exercise, adequate sleep, I think this really works very well. Intermittent fasting, of course. So exercise, intermittent fasting, a bit more starchy carbs works for most people.
Yeah,
Now,
I mean, great, it's really great that you've introduced those other things, because it's not just that pushes up our blood sugar levels. I mean, the next biggest thing in someone with diabetes is usually stress, which can be exacerbated by poor sleep, which can be exacerbated by illness and everything else. So absolutely addressing those other things is probably going to be more important than driving down eating even less. If you get so stressed out because you can't eat any carbohydrates, then your cortisol will push up your sugar level and disturb your sleep, and you'll end up back at square one.
now, very important question. Did you experience a lot of pushback from the others, from NHS? How is it? How did you manage to?
Yeah, it's so I was quite fortunate. I made this change in my practice when I was relatively senior, so it was more difficult for people to push back against me. But even in the last 5 years, I have experienced it, particularly from some other people working in diabetes who just saw that this was a fat diet and I shouldn't be putting my views on patients. And it has been quite tricky, but again, because I'm relatively senior, I've been able to say, well, okay, that's your point of view, but this is what I offer my patients. What's very interesting is that pushback has diminished significantly. And what happens is that the patients are coming back into the clinic where I work, and they're losing weight, and they're coming off medications, and they're feeling better. And so, people are seeing that it actually is beneficial. So the pushback is a lot less. And I think the other thing is that there is such a big move into this area from a lot of people, in primary care, health coaches, nutritionists, who are all seeing benefit, that actually the pushback, people can't push back anymore, because it's seen that it is an approach that works really well.
I think it has already come into ADMNT somewhere in 2019 or the earlier 2018 consensus report with ESD, Diabetes Canada, and recently Diabetes Australia has also tied up with Defeat Diabetes, and they have included low carb as in one of the best practices. I think these are some of the advancement. So do you see something like this happening in UK?
Oh, that's a really good question, and you're absolutely right that the ADA has endorsed it as an effective approach for a number of years. The Australia story is fantastic, because I was talking to colleagues in Australia just a few years ago where they were saying that there was a actual denial amongst the establishment that remission is possible. So that has been a great turnaround. What's so sad, though, is although the ADA has the position that it has, it's still, a lot of its output is still talking about type 2 diabetes as being chronic and progressive. They put on their website recommended meal plans which are full of sugar and starch, and you just wonder what on earth is going on. In the UK, there is, I guess, a grudging acceptance, because there is so much evidence people can't ignore it anymore. But we have not had this wholesome embrace of carbohydrate restriction as you've seen, for example, in Australia. And it is still a work in progress.
But that's the BDA, British Dietetic Association. They do have something on low carb, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely. So the British Dietetic Association and Diabetes UK and others, they put together a consensus report a few years ago, which was very supportive of it. Diabetes UK, on its website, it talks about low carbohydrate meal plans. But elsewhere on its website, it says base your meals on carbohydrates. You need carbohydrates for energy. So it is a complete mishmash, and there isn't a coherence. It is very much left as it is an option, but it is difficult. So
Yeah. So I think we have 6 minutes left. Please tell
Okay.
us about your other work. You are doing some training programs on low carb. What exactly is it? Is it for coaches, for nurses, or for doctors? What is it?
It's for any. So you're absolutely right. For many years, I've had a great interest in training professionals in different aspects of diabetes management, and for the past 5 years now, I've been running a short course, and it's open to anyone involved in the management of people with diabetes. So we've just finished a course this week actually, and we had consultants, consultant endocrinologists on the course, and we had trainee health coaches on the course. So we have the whole spectrum, and I make it open. And what I say to people is, yeah, it's very multidisciplinary, but actually, if you're a consultant endocrinologist, you've never been taught this before, so you need to start from scratch, just as someone who's just coming into the field of diabetes. So it's open to anyone, and we just introduce the basics. We introduce the physiology, the evidence base. We have case studies, very much as I put in the book, and we have patients who've put their diabetes into remission talking. And we have people join from all around the world because it's online. So we have someone from Canada and New Zealand, and we've had people from India before, but I know you're providing all of that there anyway now. So yes, and it's something that we do because I want to make this as accessible to as many people anywhere so that they can offer it to their patients. The other thing that I've been doing, as you mentioned, is writing books over a number of years. So that's another way I want to get this message out. And then I support projects in different places. We set up a project in Bermuda, which a very small island, very wealthy, but huge problems with diabetes, very, very bad US influenced diet. But again, if you can get people making the right changes within that context, they too can achieve remission of diabetes.
So after this training, how is the response of the doctors? Do they go out and practice low carb in their patients, or are they still reluctant, or they do it in a small scale? How is it?
That's a really good question. I mean, what I do is I actually get people, and it's only a short training, it's an introduction, but I get them before we finish, while we're still online, to write down, okay, what are you going to do to change your practice as a result of this? Because I've been on courses, I've got really inspired, and you get back into the routine and nothing changes. And so actually getting people to focus, how is this going to change your practice? And obviously we've got people at all different levels. But, if I've got a trainee health coach on, who's getting the training, then they can identify within what I do, without needing anyone else, how can I change what I do? And it will be how they interact with a patient. A consultant might say, well, okay, I'm going to set up a service, but I don't have that information. But the feedback I get is people find it very helpful. It's just to get them thinking about it, get them started, give them some tools. And yeah, perhaps I should write to them all now after 5 years and see what they've done.
I think it's really great. I think we have covered a good deal of discussion, and I think this is whatever we have discussed is really pertaining to India. The situation, I think, more or less similar. You do see Indian patients there also, but I think whatever we discuss, I'm sure this will go a large way in the Indian public making an informed decision that whether they want to go for a low carb, or they want to apply low carb along with medication, or just follow the medication part, whatever it is. So I think all in all, it's a great discussion. I'll request Anup to come in. Anup, you're there? Aarti, get Anup in.
Yes, sir. Anup, sir, please turn on your webcam.
Fine. Anyway, I think he must have gone out somewhere. So anyway, I will take this opportunity to thank you, Dr. David.
Can I just add, sorry, just to very quickly, I was going to come back to you about the situation in India, and it's the same in many countries around the world, is that, you know, we're lucky in the UK, people with diabetes, if they're on medications, they don't need to pay anything for them. If the focus is on medications, in many countries, it's a non-starter because people can't afford the medications. So I feel this message is so much more important in those sort of places where we have a real ability to turn this tide around by helping people help themselves and saving money.
That's a very great important point you told. Yeah, we do spend everything from our pocket. So whether the drug is cheap or costly, it just pinches our pocket and we have to pay it from our salary. I think it's a very important message you have given that Indians need to adopt low carbohydrate diet in whatever small way possible. It may be just lowering from their 300 grams. Even if they lower it by 100 grams or 150 grams, they will still gain a better control and possibly lowering the medication. And I think it's a very important point to touch. Dr. David, thank you very much. So diabetes is a topic where I can talk for 8 hours and you can also talk for 8 hours. It's a topic which is dear to my heart because I myself am in remission and I've been selling anti-diabetics for quite long in the pharma industry. So I'm very, very familiar and very happy to discuss this. So we'll have you again, once again, in some future sessions. So I want to thank you again. Thank you, Dr. David.
Thank you so much for inviting me. It's been a great pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you. Namaste. Thank you very much.
Bye.
So we can get Dr. Thomas Seyfried inside and Harshil.
Okay, so I'm. Can you hear me okay? I cannot hear you.
Harshil, please unmute.
Yeah,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yes, now I can. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, hi. Welcome, Dr. Thomas.
Thank
Yeah, I'll just give a brief introduction and then maybe we can start.
Okay.
So, welcome everyone to India's second Metabolic Health Conference. My name is Harshil Suvanakar. I'm a metabolic health coach and a bioenergetics researcher and a member of DLife.in, India's oldest, biggest, and the only award-winning low-carb platform. Shashikant the Younger and Anup Singh bring you to this historic and scientific feat from India titled Metabolic Therapies. It is with great pleasure that I introduce you to you our distinguished guest speaker for today, Dr. Thomas Seyfried. He is a distinguished researcher and professor renowned for his groundbreaking work in cancer metabolism and metabolic therapies. He is born on April 10, 1947 in Chicago. He pursued his academic journey with a fervent passion for unraveling the mysteries of cancer. Dr. Thomas's research journey took a significant turn when he began investing the role of mitochondrial dysfunction and altered metabolism in cancer development and progression. The groundbreaking work led to the formulation of the metabolic therapy of cancer, challenging traditional views on the genetic origins of the disease itself, and offering innovative insights into the metabolic origins of cancer, and advocating for novel therapeutic strategies like ketogenic diets, etc., that prioritize metabolic health over other things. A prolific author, Dr. Thomas has published numerous scientific papers and book chapters, shedding light on the metabolic underpinnings of cancer and proposing innovative therapeutic strategies. His seminal book, Cancer as a Metabolic Disease, on the origin, management, and prevention of cancer, is a must-read for everyone, and it has become a cornerstone in the field of cancer metabolism. Today, we have the distinct privilege of benefiting from Dr. Seyfried's experience and expertise as he shares his latest research findings and insights with us. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to Dr. Thomas Seyfried as we eagerly anticipate the invaluable knowledge and perspectives that he will impart upon us. Welcome, Dr. Thomas. Thank you for taking time off your busy schedule and joining us for this session.
Yes, well, thank you very much. It's nice to be here, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah. So, first to start with, can you, we of course know about, your published paper on the mitochondrial metabolic therapy, which explains the origins and management of cancer better than the somatic mutation therapy that, the conventional practice likes to understand. But, in your words, can you provide our audience a brief understanding of cancer as a mitochondrial disease and the role of mitochondria in cancer development and progression?
Yeah, well, I think the answer to that question is quite involved and would take quite a long time to go through all the detailed information to support that. But I think what everyone should know is that what is the definition of cancer? And the definition of cancer is cell division out of control. Dysregulated cell growth is what is traditionally referred to as cancer. So the question is, how does that happen? What is responsible for causing a population of cells in a particular tissue to start growing in a dysregulated way? What happened to the regulation to maintain the quiescent or differentiated state of the cells in that tissue? And we and others have put this together. It was referred to by Albert St. Georgi as the oncogenic paradox. What was the common pathophysiological mechanism by which any number of provocative agents could lead to dysregulated cell growth? So, and it seemed like almost anything in abnormal amounts or conditions could lead to cancer, dysregulated cell growth. But the understanding of the common pathophysiological mechanism was not known. We showed that the common pathophysiological mechanism leading to dysregulated cell growth was the inefficiency of oxidative phosphorylation within the mitochondria to maintain the regulated differentiated state. So this is hard. It's very hard to get cancer. Animals and people that live according to their traditional ways would have very rare to have cancer. Aboriginal folks, animals in their natural environment, whether it's primates or wolves or whatever, cancer is extremely rare in people and animals that live according to their traditional ways. So what is it that makes humans and now domestic dogs full of cancer? And the answer is any number of insults to the function of our oxidative phosphorylation. Most of it is diet and lifestyle. So what happens over time, and Otto Warburg was the first to show this, that all cancers shift from respiration to fermentation. And that's because the inefficiency of oxidative phosphorylation. So that can be damaged by viruses, oncogenic viruses. The older you get, mitochondria become damaged. Some rare inherited mutations can damage mitochondria. Intermittent hypoxia, chronic inflammation, radiation, carcinogens, any of these provocative agents can gradually damage or make oxidative phosphorylation inefficient, then leading to a compensatory fermentation, just as what Warburg said. And we have validated and shown this to be the case. I think people also should recognize, and as Warburg said, and we have shown clearly, that if the assault on mitochondria is too acute, too rapid, the cell will die, and you can never get dysregulated growth from a dead cell. So the impact has to be chronic and gradual, because it takes time for the cell to reconfigure a fermentation metabolism to compensate for the inefficiency of oxidative phosphorylation. So you have this transition from normal effective OXPHOS to a gradual replacement of energy by fermentation. Now, everybody has to know energy is the central issue of viability and growth. Without energy, nothing can happen. All other issues are secondary importance. Gene mutations, all these other things they're meaningless in the absence of energy. So energy is the ultimate thing we're looking at here. So when the cell transitions from respiration to fermentation, what happens is reactive oxygen species increase, and they are carcinogenic and mutagenic. They will lead to the mutations in the nucleus and the chromosomal abnormalities, which are all downstream effects of the damage to oxidative phosphorylation. We also need to know that the control of the differentiated state and the cell cycle is the mitochondrion. The oxidative phosphorylation energy leads to the differentiated state. And when that organelle loses its ability to maintain efficient energy, the cell falls on its default state. This is the state that all cells exist in before oxygen came into the atmosphere, where everything was proliferating and driven by fermentation. So this is an evolutionary problem here with cancer. The cells are falling back on ancient pathways, and they're unregulated because the mitochondria, the organelle that controls the cell cycle, is dysregulated. The other thing that happens very gradually as the mitochondria become dysfunctional, they send signals to the nucleus, and the nucleus upregulates the transporters for the two major fermentable fuels, which are the sugar glucose and the amino acid glutamine. And this is controlled by oncogenes. So the oncogenes are essentially facilitators of moving the cell from respiration to fermentation. They are not the cause of the cancer. They are responding to the inefficiency of oxidative phosphorylation. If oncogenes do not turn on, the cell will starve to death because it will not have enough glucose and glutamine. So clearly, the oncogenes are facilitators, and the abnormal reactive oxygen species are the cause of the somatic mutations. So this whole concept that cancer is a genetic disease is a fundamental misunderstanding in what actually is going on in this cell. And once the cell loses control, the growth control, it grows out of control. It's in its default state of proliferation. And we know there is a direct relationship between the degree of fermentation and the degree of dysregulated cell growth. And as these cells throw out waste products like succinic acid and lactic acid, they block the ability of therapies to work because the environment becomes totally acidified in the area around the growing tumor cells, making radiation and chemo and all these other therapies less effective because the cells are blocked with this acidified microenvironment. What's driving the acidification is essentially the fermentation of glucose and glutamine. And they are providing energy in the form of what we call substrate level phosphorylation. So oxidative phosphorylation is replaced by cytoplasmic substrate level phosphorylation and mitochondrial substrate level phosphorylation. Warburg did not know about mitochondrial substrate level phosphorylation. This is the new thing in cancer bioenergetics. The mitochondria OXPHOS is dysfunctional, but the substrate level phosphorylation of that organelle is quite vigorous. And this uses glutamine, a fermentation metabolism inside the mitochondria. It's an aerobic amino acid fermentation with glutamine as the primary fuel. So once you put this together, you know that these tumor cells cannot survive without the fermentation fuels, and they cannot use fatty acids or ketone bodies. We have a paper that'll be coming out, just accepted for publication, showing that all major cancers accumulate fatty acid lipid droplets in the cytoplasm. All major cancers of humans and dogs have these cytoplasmic lipid drops. This is because the mitochondria are defective and cannot use fatty acids for energy, so they're stored in the cytoplasm as lipid droplets. And this now becomes a very simple biomarker for seeing oxidative phosphorylation inefficiency by seeing these lipid droplets in the cytoplasm. And I have shown that all major cancers have the lipid droplets in the cytoplasm. All major cancers have abnormalities in the number, structure, and function of the mitochondria, thereby realizing that cancer is a primarily mitochondrial metabolic disorder where fermentation has replaced oxidative phosphorylation. So what was previously thought to be a hopelessly, incomprehensibly complicated disorder becomes far less complicated, and now strategies for managing this become rational and will work. Now that's a lot of information in a very short period of time.
Yeah, but then it's so simplified, and we look forward to getting that paper because that simplifies a lot of things in terms of the cancer as a very complicated disease. And maybe, Dr. Thomas, we have seen a lot of increase in cancer cases the world over now. Recently India was tagged as the cancer capital of the world and study by Apollo Hospital. So given that these cases have increased in India recently over the past 30-40 years, although on a per capita basis, we are still to go above US. In US, I think we see about 300 cases for every 1 lakh people. So given that these cases have risen just recently, can we also not say that, infer from this itself that cancer is not a genetic disease, but it's a mitochondrial dysfunction? Because you also seen that, cases of diabetes, hypertension, or maybe other metabolic diseases have also risen along with cancer. So it just becomes, 1 + 1 = 2, and you can do it from this itself.
Yes, absolutely. So what's happening is it's our technology. Our technology has advanced far faster than our biology. What we have done now is we have created highly processed foods. We have reduced our level of exercise because technology has reduced a lot of the activities that we used to do. You always have to look at evolution. If you need to understand cancer, you must have a foundational understanding of evolutionary biology. As a species, we exist for hundreds of thousands of years as hunter-gatherers. What does that mean? That means we had to work hard to get food. And the foods that we were eating required a lot of energy, and they were very low they had 0 highly processed carbohydrates. So, and we were always in a state of nutritional ketosis, because the foods we ate were very, they were either meats or berries or nuts or whatever this kind of thing is. And our species remained in nutritional ketosis for hundreds of thousands of years. During the Neolithic period, we began as a species to cultivate grains. And it was the cultivation of grains that led to civilization. The Neolithic period, great civilized societies were built around our ability, our technology, to know how to manipulate plants to grow foods that provided energy. And this energy was primarily in the form of carbohydrate. But you worked hard to harvest the food. Cancer, again, was very low, even in the Neolithic periods. But within the last 50 or 100 years, our technology has really exploded, where we can now store foods for long periods of time, making them far less natural. Automobiles, planes, all the different technology that we have come about is allowing us to achieve a lot of things without expending much energy. And food now has become very readily available, highly processed, very tasty foods, minimal exercise, confronted with all kinds of new stress and all this, and you get an explosion of cancer. This is not an unusual. Our biology, our bodies have not yet been able to adjust to this rapid advance in technology, and the consequences are diabetes, cancer, dementia, cardiovascular disease, and all the issues. Yes, we're living longer, but I don't know if we're living much healthier. Don't forget, advances in technology of heart manipulations and replacements and hip replacements and all of these kinds of things allow us to certainly live longer. We have a worldwide obesity epidemic. I mean, we have now more obese people than starving people on the planet. I mean, this is the result of our advanced technology and the fact that our biology, which evolved over tens of thousands of years to store energy efficiently, has all the energy that we never had, and the body is mindlessly storing the energy in the form of fat, and we're becoming obese, diabetic, demented, and all of these kinds of things. And I know the great American diet and lifestyle has permeated the planet, and now you're beginning to see the results of our technological achievements, and the downside is cancer and dementia and diabetes. So this is not a complicated phenomenon if you understand evolutionary biology.
Agree. And most of the things is spreading out, like you said, that the diet is spreading across the world. In India, we are also seeing an explosion of cases, and that's why maybe we are the cancer capital. But then, sir, if you can also explain to us in terms of metabolic therapies like the ketogenic diet, given that we understand that the cancer cell has a lot more insulin receptors than a normal cell. And along with this, then your published paper and your novel therapy, which is the press therapy, and the Dawn blocker, which basically inhibits the glutamine uptake. So how does that fit into the treatment of cancer? Let's say somebody has got cancer. How can he probably starve these cells to death and reverse his or her disease?
Yeah, well, this is important. I have come to realize that therapy seems to be more important than prevention. People are more interested in how am I going to treat my cancer than what they should have done not to get it in the first place. So people like to talk about prevention, but very few people actually engage in prevention because we have an obesity epidemic. Obesity has now replaced smoking as a #1 killer or elicitor of cancer. But once you have cancer, then you know what drives the dysregulated growth. So that's glucose and glutamine. And how do we manage the availability of those two fuels? If we can restrict the two fuels while transitioning the body to a state of nutritional ketosis, then we have an opportunity to use maybe some of the other drugs available, maybe low dose of chemo and maybe low dose of radiation, low dose of immunotherapy. But you have to bring the tumor into a less angry state. You must bring the tumor into a more indolent condition. And as I said, you can't grow and you can't be inflamed if you're taking the two fuels that are driving the dysregulated growth. What we developed in the press pulse strategy was a way to do this. It was the framework by which we can press glucose down effectively because it's a non-essential fuel. And then once you can get glucose under control, then we can move in with drugs that target glutamine. The glutamine targeting drugs have to be used very strategically, mainly because glutamine is an essential amino acid for the function of our digestive system and gut, and especially for our immune system. And the urea cycle and a variety of other metabolic processes require glutamine. So you must know how to restrict glutamine effectively. And it has to be done together with the simultaneous restriction of glucose. You cannot just target glutamine alone and expect to get cancer resolution or effective management. It's hard to do it with glucose alone, although I have seen some really spectacular results on long-term water-only fasting, which puts tremendous stress on the tumor cells. But we developed the glucose ketone index calculator, which we have published, and it works with the press pulse strategy. So when patients can achieve a glucose ketone index ratio, which is the ratio of millimolar glucose to millimolar ketones in the blood, and if the ratio is 2.0 or below, this now puts tremendous metabolic pressure on the tumor. And then when the patients get into what we call those low GKI zones, then we move in with glutamine targeting drugs. The most effective targeting drug that we have found is 6-deoxynorlucine, DON, D-O-N, and it's a dirty drug which targets multiple glutaminases simultaneously. So it's very, very effective. The drug should be available to every cancer clinic on the planet. There's no reason why this super drug should not be available when all of these other highly expensive and highly toxic drugs are already available. Why glutamine targeting drug like DON is not available is a great tragedy in my mind. Because they said, at the beginning when they used glutamine targeting alone with DON, they said it was too toxic. Well, any drug used inappropriately can be too toxic. We have discovered how to make that drug non-toxic. We know that when the patient is in nutritional ketosis, and we use half the dosage, we use very small amounts over very strategic periods, the drug can be super, super effective. And we also discovered that a lot of work from India on the parasite medications. It turns out that the parasite, embendazole, fenbendazole, and these various parasite medications, they also target glucose and glutamine, which was unknown. In fact, some of the original work coming out of India showed the mechanisms by which some of these parasite drugs actually worked. And when you have patients in nutritional ketosis, some of these parasite drugs are working by restricting glucose and glutamine availability to the tumor. So this is very, very effective. So you can bring in a number of new kinds of drugs once the patient is in nutritional ketosis, and then gradually destroy the tumor without eliciting all these horrible toxic effects that are associated. So even some of the drugs that we're using, these immunotherapies, people say, oh, we should immunotherapy. You have to then, all therapies for cancer management must be viewed under the theory under which the disease is known to be. If cancer is a mitochondrial metabolic disease, and you're using therapies based on cancer being a genetic disease, then those therapies will never be optimal for the majority of people. So because cancer is a mitochondrial metabolic disease, you should know that the therapies that will work best have to be based on the theory under which the disease is now recognized. So very interesting. If you use metabolic therapy targeting glucose and glutamine while under nutritional ketosis, and you're bringing a very angry tumor down into a small indolent group of cells, those cells must all share something in common to survive the metabolic therapy. Then you might use an immunotherapy that will target what's all common to the surface of those cells and completely eliminate the origin of the disease. So again, we have all of the tools necessary for effective management of cancer are already available. We don't need to develop any new tools. They're already there. All we need to do is show people how to use the tools appropriately that we already have to manage this disease.
Right. That's great insight. So in fact, as a takeaway, what we can take is that, if somebody follows a ketogenic diet, or maybe he or she does water fasting along and is in a nutritional ketosis, then you inhibit the growth of the cancer cells itself. And then maybe with low dose conventional therapy and a combination of these dawn blockers, you can effectively take your journey by killing these cancer cells and be cancer free. Would that be right?
Well, I don't, cancer-free is hard to say. My goal is to improve overall quality of life and overall survival. I mean, if the person's cancer completely disappears, well, that's great and wonderful. But we have some people on metabolic therapy that have been, like glioblastoma, deadly brain cancer, surviving for over 10 years. Are they cured? No, the tumor is still there. But the issue is it's managed. It's not out of control. It's a managed problem. So you can do that with brain cancer, breast cancer, colon cancer. You can manage the disease. You don't have to die rapidly and horrifically from the treatments that you get. You know how to manage this disease. A lot of the management falls on the shoulders of the patient. The patient and the clinician must work together. And I also don't subscribe to any particular diet, like ketogenic diet. You can do it with a vegan diet. You can do it with a Mediterranean diet. You can do it with a carnivore diet. Doesn't make any difference, pescatarian diet. As long as you can keep your glucose ketone index at 2.0 or below, people should not feel that they have to eat some special unpalatable kind of food. If you can do it with your culturally appropriate diet and keep a low GKI and then bring in the parasite medications and the DON and the other drugs, you can also effectively manage this. And if people want to do water-only fasting, that's up to them. In other words, there's a lot of variety and variability in this strategy to manage cancer. It doesn't have to be one approach is used for everybody. Whatever works best for that person may not be working best for another person. So each person makes their own decision based on what the biomarkers that they need to achieve, and then they go forward with that. And the oncologists will assist them and dosage the drugs as they see through liquid biopsy or non-invasive technologies how this cancer is responding to the various treatments that the individual has. And the family members and the patient all come together and decide which strategy they think would work best for that individual. So it becomes a very individual way to manage this disease, not some grand theory that's got a treatment that works for everybody in the same way. Each person is different, culturally different, metabolically different, religiously different. So you have to develop a therapy that's appropriate for each individual under these different conditions.
Right. That's it. So it's all about a personalized nutrition therapy based what the person's leading. Just keep the glucose carbohydrate low, ensure that your GKI index is well in control, glucose ketone index, and that should do the trick, right? So
I don't know.
Can you share some cancer success stories that you would have seen, in your practice, or how things have spanned? over your years of research?
Yeah, well, I think, there's a movie production, a documentary on this called The Cancer Revolution
Okay.
by Maggie and Brad Jones, and they are collecting a registry of all the so-called terminal cancer patients that have done metabolic therapy. And they have individual case studies and stories about these people. And they've all done something a little different from each other. They all kept their blood sugar low and their ketones elevated. And they were using various kinds of drugs, sometimes standard of care, sometimes not. But they're collecting, and everyone was given terminal diagnosis, and everyone is still alive. Does everyone always stay alive? No. Do they live longer with a higher quality of life? Mostly do. So it's up to the individual. And I think we need to hear the stories from these people and listen to them and learn, what did you do? And they were all different kinds of cancers: lung cancer, colon cancer, breast cancer, brain cancer, colon or bladder cancers, the blood cancers, lymphomas and these kinds of things. All of the patients have achieved success. Kidney cancers, pancreatic cancer. We have not found any cancer that can survive without glucose and glutamine, or can burn ketones or fatty acids. So clearly, it doesn't make any difference what kind of cancer the person has. As long as they can restrict those fuels, the cancer can be managed. So yes, this is the strategy. Here's the great problem. Why this cannot be done? Mainly because people think cancer is a genetic disease, number one. When you think the disease is not correct, then the outcome will never be optimal for the majority of people. The other thing is that most oncologists never heard of this. They have no clue because their training never allowed them to understand that cancer is a metabolic disorder and not a genetic disorder. So you have that problem. And then you don't have anybody trained. Very few people actually understand how to work the training. You need to train the patients and the oncologists in to know how to do this. So, I say all this stuff, and people say, "Oh, look we have a clean way of managing cancer," and then they go to their professional oncologist, and he says, "There's no evidence to support what I'm saying. If this was so important, everybody would do it." And the system is locked in to radiation and therapies, toxic drugs, and immunotherapy based on the somatic mutation theory of cancer. So, I mean, not to say that these things don't work to manage some cancers, they do, but many people suffer tremendous toxicity as the result of these treatments. And about 50% of the people actually die eventually from the toxicity of the treatment. So we're trying to remove all that. We're trying to re-educate the entire system to better understand this. So we'll see what happens.
Right. So how do you envision that a metabolic therapy like we spoke of goes into the conventional therapy and people start practicing it in the future?
Well, I don't know.
What would be your thoughts on it?
Well, I don't know. Right now, the standard of care, is called standard of care, which is, radiation and chemo and maybe immunotherapies, all this. It's extremely profitable. People make tremendous amounts of money with these drugs and treatments and this kind of thing. How can we generate revenue from metabolic therapy that will compensate for the lost revenue from some of the toxic treatments that we're using? This is a policy. This is out of science. This is policy issue. How do hospitals and governments and national institutes of cancer, how they have to deal with this? What is their strategy to recognize that we have a viable path forward to manage cancer effectively, but unfortunately, it's too radical for the current system to accept, and that's a different issue than the science that says the science is telling us the direction we should go in. The system is saying we can't go in that direction because we don't know how to recover the revenue by going in this new direction. So this is policy issue on the part of government. The government officials working with various institutions must make these decisions, because I'm sure the people want metabolic therapy. The people should be allowed to have metabolic therapy. If the system is not capable of providing metabolic therapy, then how do we change the system to allow people to benefit from this? So that's a different level of thought on this problem. My job is to simply prove the science and show that it can work effectively when done correctly. Then the policy issues and the governments and the institutions must then make the decision as to what direction they want to go in. And whenever you change a giant paradigm like this, you always have massive resistance on the part of the system that maintains the status quo. So this is not going to happen overnight, for sure. And you're going to find a lot of resistance to what I'm saying. But the people want this. So then you have to say, we have this problem. People want it. The system says no. And then we have to try to adjust something in the middle and come to some common ground on the whole thing.
Right. Agree. And do you think that there are certain types of cancer which benefit more from these metabolic therapies than other, or everything is equal when you are doing this targeted approach?
Yeah, well, that's people always think cancer is many diseases. But if you look at my research and what I've published, you'll see that I have shown that all cancers are fundamentally the same, very, very similar. Yes, they're all different histologically, they're all different genetically, but they're all similar metabolically. They can't grow without glucose and glutamine. We have never found the tumor cell that can grow without these. I mean, so what does that say? And those are the fermentable fuels. Those are the fuels that drive the fermentation because the mitochondria are defective. So they can't generate sufficient energy through oxidative phosphorylation. We have never found a cancer that can do this. So it tells me they're all the same, very similar. They may be genetically very different, but they're all very similar metabolically. So we know the clear strategy for managing this disease. It may take 100 years for people to understand what I'm saying, but it's going to happen because people don't want to die the way we're dying with cancer. They die horrifically. It's a tragic disease. And it doesn't have to be that way. And we have never found a cancer that can survive without this. So our technology is ready and able to provide strategies for managing all these different kinds of cancers very, very effectively. But as I said, we have not found any tumor without an abnormality in number, structure, and function of mitochondria. They all have lipid drops in the cytoplasm, which are a biomarker for telling people, yep, that's what's going on. They can't respire. So you elevate ketones and you target the two fermentable fuels, and you do it strategically, and the outcomes will be remarkable. But as I said, the system is not ready for this. The system now is not ready for what I have just said.
Okay, got it. So, what would be your recommendations for maybe cancer patients who are tuned in, or maybe general advice to others who are tuned in and would want to be cancer-free for their life?
I said, we've published the studies, we've got the things, people can look at the results. And my biggest problem is that when these poor folks run to their oncologists and say, can you help me do metabolic therapy? The oncologists get angry and they say, no, there's no anything. They don't even know, many of them have no clue that sugar drives the dysregulated growth of the tumor cell. So how are you going to help these cancer patients when the very people that are trained to help them are unfamiliar with the biology of the disorder? The oncologists need to be retrained, and they must become familiar with this, and then they will be having great success with their patients. But right now, what can I say? The system is not ready for this. The system is not geared up to do what we think needs to be done. And this is, I think, one of the great problems. So the answer is, you heard what I said. What are people going to do about it? How are we going to change the system? And the answer is, I don't know. I mean, what can I do? I'm showing the science. I mean, if you want to ignore the science, that you do it at your own risk.
Right. And for avoiding cancer, would you still suggest that someone should adopt not to have too many carbohydrates or a glucose, or follow a balanced diet, or some sort of advice from you?
Yeah, well, that's, of course, that goes back to your prevention thing again.
Yeah.
And most people don't care. And I don't want to say all people don't care. I think if people really cared about prevention, we would not have an obesity epidemic. It's just that simple. Right? I mean, it's just that simple. So they always, that's why I said people want a pill. Well, you got a cancer. I just want to take this pill and have my cancer go away. But you should have never done all the things. Dogs, look at the poor dogs. Dogs should be our segue into everything. The wolf is the origin of all the dogs, and the wolf rarely, if ever, has cancer. And then all of our domestic dogs, cancer is the #1 killer of the domestic dogs. They lack exercise, and they're eating the same highly processed foods that we have. The dog food is highly processed. The human food is highly processed. Humans get fat, dogs get fat. Humans get cancer, dogs get cancer. So, I mean, the clarity, if you want to look at it, we should let's see how much we can prevent cancer in domestic dogs by changing their diet and giving them more exercise. And then you'll know the same thing would happen in humans. But prevention, yes, it's hard. It's very hard to get cancer if your mitochondria are healthy. So we have never found cancer without unhealthy mitochondria. So to prevent cancer, you have to keep your mitochondria healthy. How do you keep your mitochondria healthy? You do a lot of exercise, and you do not or eat very minimal amounts of highly processed carbohydrates. That doesn't mean you don't eat natural carbohydrates, because some plants and fruits and some of these things do have natural carbohydrates. But we've engineered our foods to be so rich in carbohydrates, where the natural forms were much lower in carbohydrates. Natural rice, wheat, and grains actually contain a lot of minerals and nutrients that are in those foods. It's just that they're engineered now to have twice the amount of carbohydrates that the original grains and things have had. So again, once you know that, and measure your GKI always. Now I think our technology will have these devices that we can put on our skin to let us know when our blood sugar goes too high. And eventually we'll have meters that we can put on our skin to let you know what your glucose ketone index is. And you get it on your cell phone. The cell phone will begin to beep and make noises when your GKI gets too high. So that tells you, oh, maybe I should stop eating what I'm doing. Maybe I should exercise more. Maybe I should do this. So again, technology could be the rescue of or allow us to prevent cancer by allowing us to know when we're in zones that are unhealthy. That's our new technology. That could help us too.
Agree. Yeah. Maybe I'll just call in Shashi, and operator, if you can just let Shashi in. Yeah.
Anup also in.
Yeah, Anup also. Yeah.
Yes, so Dr. Thomas, thank you very much for accepting this invite and coming and sharing your knowledge. You have a lot of groundbreaking work in the space of cancer management, and more so your talk becomes important since it is declared that India is now the capital of cancers also.
Really? I thought China was. India now.
I mean, very recently we had one of the largest group of hospitals in India, Apollo hospitals. They have did some research work, and they say that India is the capital of cancer. So,
wow.
So that is coming from a small party, but nevertheless, it is of significant importance. And I'm sure that you know that we are also again the capital of diabetes, fatty liver, insulin resistance. So naturally, cancer has to follow.
Yeah. Well, in the United States, we have just about 1,700 people a day die from cancer in the United States, which is 70 an hour. 70 people die each hour in the United States from cancer. When I was to China a few years ago, the number was 8,100 people a day dying from cancer in China. Now, India also has a very large population. So I know obviously, the larger the population, the more people are dying from cancer. So this does not have to happen, because the world economy, in the large economies of the world, have all adopted a similar diet and lifestyle. It's permeated. I call it the great American diet and lifestyle that has permeated the entire world. And the consequences are diabetes and cancer and dementia, though we cannot forget about dementia and some of the other chronic diseases. So all of this is the result of our technology moving faster than our biology. Our biology has not yet adapted to the rate of advance in our technology, and we must pay the price for that. And cancer is one of the prices we have to pay.
I think that's a very important statement, that technology is moving ahead of biology. A very, very important statement to remember. Yeah, Anup?
No, we can't hear. We can't hear.
So this statement, technology proceeding faster than biology, even Dr. Parikshit had mentioned in a different way, in the sense that he said, if a football field out of 100 yards, 99.5 is what we lived, 0.3 is what we went through after agriculture came, and 0.2 was industrialization of agriculture. So essentially, yes, we have progressed in that direction, unfortunately. And thank you, Doctor, for coming, taking our invite. It was a pleasure listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas, for your insights.
Thank you very much.
Please get in, Dr. Nicole.
Okay,
Yeah, Nicole.
Okay, let me.
Yeah. Ira, you're coming in?
Yes.
Yeah, so there is a power cut here, so I'm going to be in the dark for some time. So Ira, you can. So first of all, Nicole, welcome. Welcome to this session. And Ira will be the co-host. Ira, you can just start the introduction.
Yeah. Welcome, Nicole. Welcome, Shashi, and welcome, Nicole. And this is the second Metabolic Health Conference that we are now sitting in, India's second. And let me introduce the guest for the evening. Nicole Loha is a licensed mental health counselor in the United States and a pioneering advocate for metabolic psychiatry. With over 15 years of clinical experience as a mental health counselor, she specializes in using ketogenic diets to treat mental illness. She's a recipient of the Metabolic Mind Award and contributes globally, serving on clinical advisory boards and instructing NBCC certified continuing education in metabolic psychiatry for non-prescribing psychotherapists, aiming to enhance mental health professionals' knowledge in the US and Canada. Her published work focuses on bridging the gap between research science, clinical nutrition, and psychology practice. Welcome, Nicole. I'm Hira, your co-host with Shashi.
Hi, thank you. It's nice to be here.
So Nicole, will just start with asking a very simple question. I think what exactly are these mental health conditions like bipolar, schizophrenia, depression, which seems to be very, very common, including the anxiety. Just in short, what exactly is bipolar or schizo mostly?
So there's that's a big question. We have a whole book called the DSM-5 that talks about what those are. So I don't know if I can answer that very well. Yes. So say they are disorders of the brain. So we're finding that there seems to be some very big contributors to schizophrenia and bipolar disorder that we perhaps overlooked or didn't have on the radar, that we're finding are actually quite amenable to treatment. And so, bipolar disorder is, there's different types. Some people experience more mania and hypomania. Some people experience more kind of treatment-resistant depression symptoms. And then schizophrenia or schizoaffective disorder and bipolar, there's different times when different pieces of psychosis can be experienced. And those are considered what we label generally as serious mental illness. Not that all the other people suffering with all the other diagnoses, it's not serious for them. But there's a full range of different psychiatric diagnoses.
Hey, Nicole, are these difficult to treat conditions? I mean, do patients really recover ever and get off medicines? And what is the issue with the current way they are being treated?
Right. So we've had treatments for bipolar and schizophrenia through medications primarily. And much of the therapy and psychotherapy that I've been taught has been about keeping people on those medications, regardless of the side effect issues. But for many people, those side effect issues are quite unbearable and their quality of life is quite low. And as we're understanding, and we've understood for quite a long time that these medications over long term at the doses that they've been prescribed can really cause a lot of havoc in metabolic health. And so there's ramifications to being on these medications, I think, in high doses over many decades. And so Chris Palmer has talked about it extensively, that not only is it a quality of life issue to be on high doses of these medications trying to function, but also their life expectancy is reduced. And it's not necessarily because of suicide, although that is a huge issue, for example, with bipolar, the suicide rate can be very high. And the problem is, but it's cardiovascular, it's these metabolic syndromes that cut life short for these populations. And so there's these pieces. So for some people, like for example, we're treating it with medication, and I'm not a prescriber, but I've been in the mental health field for a long time, and my understanding is that we do a pretty good job of controlling mania. We have decent medications for that. They do have side effects, but when it comes, they do have side effects, and I don't say that minimally, because the people that come to me, those side effects are devastating. So I'm not minimizing that. But when it comes to control for the depressive symptoms of bipolar disorder, our medications are insufficient, and that's kind of documented in the literature. So what's the problem with the way we're treating it now? It falls really short. Yeah.
So I think with the plethora of medication we have, I think it appears that we are still not able to get it adequately controlled or get it reversed. So of late, we have been hearing about this ketogenic diet in mental health. So do give us some picture, how is it useful in this condition? Does it really benefit in those with bipolar or schizo?
Yeah, so some of the most stunning and transformative cases I have had have been with bipolar disorder and schizophrenia. And that's not just in my therapy room. There's other practitioners using ketogenic diets for serious mental illness that are also reporting some of the same outcomes, or many of the same outcomes. So the way that we treat it, so I think we're paying attention to the fact that mitochondrial function and metabolism matter. And yeah, I just see really wonderful results using it. I'll self-disclose, I've been a mental health counselor for over 16 years now. And about the last 6 years, I've been using ketogenic diets as a treatment for mental illness. And I don't just use it for serious mental illness like bipolar and schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder. I also use it for depression and anxiety and other things, for sure, neurological issues. So, but about, before I began doing that, I was thinking of retiring as a mental health professional, because you would see very minimal improvement for some people, you know, or for many people. And so I was actually thinking of a career change and then moving with this and now using ketogenic metabolic therapy with my psychology tools, my psychotherapy tools has just really made me very excited for the next, you know, 10 or 20 more years that I'm going to practice.
I think that's a very drastic change you had. Probably the whole ketogenic approach has changed the landscape of treating mental illness.
Mm-hmm. It has.
Yeah, Ira.
Nicole, does the low carb diet work, or does one need specifically to be on keto diet in such cases? And then what's your view on the carnivore diet then?
Yeah. So some people just go low carb, they don't track, and they get absolutely huge mood benefits and they do really, really well. And some people make, you know, right now, clinically, we're kind of looking at ketone levels and how different ketone levels can provide therapeutic effects. And there's been some research that has begun to talk about how ketone levels can correlate with improved mood and improved mood stabilization. And there's also been some discussion about, what else is it? Where they, adherence. So that the people who are adherent, the most adherent, that stick to it and don't falter, get recovery faster. So the Shabani Sethi's pilot trial kind of showed that people were either recovered or on their way to recovering, and the people who were less adherent were still on their way to recovering after about 4 months. But and that, you know, that's the piece about ketogenic diet. So I hope I don't go too much off kilter. I just really want to share all this information. But I get a lot of people that come in and they kind of treat the ketogenic diet like they would a medication. And they kind of tell themselves, oh, you know, I'm not getting complete symptom relief. This isn't working for me. And the ketogenic diet as a metabolic therapy, and I'll come back to your question about low carb, is you may get symptom reduction. That's like a side benefit, guys. That's a side benefit. The symptom reduction that you're likely potentially going to get on a ketogenic diet is a side benefit, but you're there to heal your brain. So when we use this for epilepsy, the average amount of time it takes for people to experience seizure control is 3.2 months. So that means it takes some people longer. It takes them 4 months, but some people can start having reductions in just a few weeks, right? Almost magically. So there's this continuum. And there's a lot of people who have psychiatric symptoms that try a low carb diet and they haven't gone to see someone to get they haven't started tracking, you know, they don't have that guidance yet to figure out how to get those ketone levels into potentially therapeutic ranges. They don't have someone helping them make the lifestyle and behavioral changes they need for adherence, right? And they do it for a couple months and they're like, maybe I feel better, maybe I don't. I'm going to go back to what I usually do. And they really haven't given it a fair shake, particularly if they are looking at it through the lens like this is supposed to work like a medication and my symptoms are supposed to go away immediately. When people use it for epilepsy, they still have seizures for those first few months. But over time, what they see is that the frequency and the intensity of the seizures get better and better and better until seizure control occurs. I see that. It looks just like that when you use ketogenic diets for mental health. Most of my work, and as you guys train professionals to help people with this over there, I will say most of your work is going to be helping people understand that this is not like a medication with symptom control, that this is healing their brain. Like we have to give this time to see if this is going to heal your brain and if this is going to be life-changing for you and if this is going to make you feel better. So really a lot of it is psychology and psychotherapists, psychologists. I'm not sure what you call yours over there, probably psychologists, yes. Therapists, counselors, yes. they have a very important role to play in this, in giving the emotional support and helping people manage expectations appropriately so that they can do this long enough to give this a fair shot and change their mindset about what this is supposed to look like. So yeah, I think I answered your question.
Yes.
Oh, carnivore,
Fine.
carnivore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I'll pull out carnivore if they're not getting a good, a good response to a ketogenic diet. And I think there might be some other kind of dietary difficulty going on with plant foods, but I'm not averse to carnivore. And you can do carnivore from a very high fat standpoint and get ketones up just fine.
Fine. So the general perception in India, and probably there also, that ketogenic diet, the word itself appears to be a very dangerous diet. So now down here we think that it's a very dangerous diet. Your kidney is going to get damaged. You'll have heart attack. You'll have brain stroke. All kind of misconceptions are here. So do you face the same thing there when you mention ketogenic diet for mental health?
It's hard because all, the people I hang out with or the people who seek me out are clearly open to it because they're looking at it for a treatment. And I get to hang out with all the great researchers and the clinicians who know that it's absolutely not dangerous in any way. So I don't know. I'd have to get out of my bubble a little bit more to kind of, talk to people on the street and see what they think. I think over here, they believe that it's mostly a weight loss diet. I think over here, there's lots of people who think all that fat is super bad for you. And you're, great, you could do the keto diet, but you're going to die of heart disease later, right? So I think that's kind of the general idea, but that's just, really too bad that they believe that. And that is obviously not what the science says. So because I get to hang out with a lot of really smart researchers, they, and neuroscientists, and they tell me that ketones, the production of ketones appear to stabilize the brain. And they tell me that as we age, our ability to use glucose efficiently in the brain goes down and neural network stability goes down. And ketones have a stabilizing effect on neural networks. And they also appear to have stabilizing effects in other organ systems, which I'm sure all of your speakers have spoken about over the last couple of days. So, and so there's always the question, is it the ketones? Is it the improvement in the mitochondrial functioning that ketones provide? But we do know that there's some combination of pleiotropic effects. Pleiotropic just simply meaning that there's beneficial effects to several different systems working together. And some researchers are beginning to suggest that chronic disease is driven because of a lack of periods of ketosis for stabilization. So those people listening that are afraid of ketones, I want you to understand that if your fasting insulin is not too high, if you don't have too much hyperinsulinemia, then, after dinner and you begin to fast, you start to make ketones and your brain really looks forward to that time. So while you're afraid of it, your brain is quite anxious for you to have some ketones.
And I think just to add to it, it has been proven, just a minute, it has been proven at least in epilepsy cases where it has been ketogenic diet has been recommended in intractable cases in kids. We don't hear that ketones kills them or ketogenic diet kills them. They don't face kidney disease or heart disease. They grow up to be healthy kids. So I think somewhere people have to realize that this is not dangerous. In fact, the newer drugs in diabetes like SGLT2 inhibitors actually releases ketones, which are said to be superfuels for a lot of end organs. One of the mode of action is on ketones. So I think somewhere the public perception has to change. I think it's a good point you made. Thank you. Yeah, over to Ira.
Yeah. Nicole, how did you come across keto for mental health? And have you had a personal story with any kind of struggles with mental issues or something like that?
Oh my goodness. I don't think I know anyone on the planet who hasn't had a time in their life where they weren't feeling particularly stable with their mental health. So I found a ketogenic diet because I had cognitive impairment and it was quite bad. I did not have Alzheimer's, but I did have the impairment that you see in stage 1 Alzheimer's. My brain was not working. I thought I wasn't going to be able to practice anymore. I started to just really struggle. And because of people like you who, host people to talk, in the States, there's a podcast called STEM Talk. And I happened to hear Dom D'Agostino talk on STEM Talk about ketogenic diets, and he had mentioned Alzheimer's. And I thought, oh, maybe that will help me. And after a few months of fumbling to get it right, it worked. My brain lit up, which is what you kind of, in a good way, which is what you kind of hear people say who are quick responders to it. And the thing that I noticed most profound, one of the things that was most profound was my mood shifted. Like, I am a therapist and I have many psychotherapy skills and I am very good at emotion regulation. And I was using those tools all the time, unconsciously. They were second nature to me. But I did not realize how often and how much I needed to use them, and that I was walking around in a state of almost constant and chronic overwhelm. And I was using my psychotherapy tools to manage that. But when I went on a ketogenic diet, that overwhelm just melted away. And I noticed I wasn't even reaching for those tools. I wasn't even needing those tools. And I thought, oh my goodness, my patients, my clients need to have access to this. This is important. And so then I went and got trained with Georgia Eid, and I saw all kinds of doctors and nurse practitioners and prescribers and other health professionals learning about it and deciding they were going to do it. And I was like, yep, this is the next stage of my career. I'm gonna bring this to people.
Yeah, Ira.
Nicole, first of all, thank you for sharing that bit, from your life. Really grateful. Tell us some success stories that you've had with KMH.
Yeah, so I'm in the process of working to publish a case report on the use of the ketogenic diet with treatment-resistant bipolar. So this individual was treatment resistant since adolescent, and when I met her, she was using a treatment. I don't know if it's available over there, but it is here. It's called ketamine infusions or ketamine treatments. Okay. In order to get just like 1 or 2 days of relief a week, and then those depressive symptoms, very crushing and debilitating, would just come back. And she did the ketogenic diet and started to respond. And she just stopped going to her ketamine treatments, and she's doing wonderfully. And that's been life-changing for her. Like, everything opens up for people when they get this stuff actually treated in an effective manner. I also have worked with a 17-year-old with schizoaffective disorder who was quite severe and highly suicidal. She came to me with her parents right out of hospitalization and decided she wanted to try this treatment, and she's in remission. Cold, hard, unbelievable remission. And she's going to be going to college this year. And there was no way her parents could safely send her to college. And her parents and siblings are just over the moon and happy and relieved that she's doing well. And she's in the process of very slowly and carefully titrating off her medications with her prescriber. And yeah, she's just doing really great. I can't wait to kind of write that one up, because I'm going to do a quantitative and a qualitative kind of assessment of the event, of the experience of the family having someone going through KMT. Yeah.
So can we say that now ketogenic diet for mental health is evidence-based according to how mainstream things, in the sense, is it recommended by the mental health associations or the psychiatric associations, or is it still at the infancy stage and very select people are using it?
So it's not standard of care yet, but I truly believe right down to my toes that is inevitable, that it will become an evidence-based treatment that is offered to people in the very beginning as a potential option. So I believe that will eventually happen because the families desperately want this and need this. So is it evidence-based? I think so. So we understand, this has been studied for a really long time in epilepsy, and we understand many of the underlying mechanisms that by which it's great for brains. I don't think there's any intervention that we have that has the effects that ketogenic diets have on brain health. We do not have a pill that does what this metabolic treatment does. So I think there's lots of good evidence, excellent evidence coming out of neuroscience about ketogenic diets. That sounds like an evidence-based to me, doesn't it, to you guys? And I think that there's also, we've got some clinical studies. We've got some clinical studies showing that people with serious mental illness can adhere to this diet and can manage it and can do it and can benefit from it. We've had the pilot trials, right? So we have a pilot trial in bipolar, and we have another pilot trial that just came out from Stanford that is bipolar and schizophrenia. And I just did a tweet about this. And at the time I did the tweet, there was 10 RCTs because Shabani's study hadn't dropped yet. But there are 9 randomized controlled trials going on right now all over the world looking at this. And people just don't fund randomized controlled trials unless the studies are really, really good. The evidence base under them is significant enough. Now, this is kind of a sore point for me, because I think that those who rely only on randomized controlled trials to make treatment decisions, I think I'm going to be provocative here. I'm going to say, I think they need to examine their ethics around withholding care when we do have something with a nice, strong evidence base that is just not an RCT, because people are suffering terribly and even dying, right? So to completely disregard the existing evidence base that is there and ignore what we already know before offering this treatment, I think that is super disrespectful to the patients and the families who are suffering. But that's just kind of how I feel about it. So is it evidence-based? In my opinion, absolutely.
I know general perception is so evidence-based means it has to come from somewhere. The association has to approve. There has to be a lot of studies. And of course, as you just mentioned, there are quite a lot of RCTs, and the recent Stanford study is also making quite a big impact. And I think as we have more of the studies coming in, it's going to certainly make a big impact. And we look for better treatment options other than the drugs available. Yeah, Ira.
So I just wanted to ask, Nicole, what is the role of a counselor in this?
Yeah, so I have a training that I offer that I feel really strongly about. So I'm a little bit different because I'm not just a counselor. I also help initiate and monitor the diet. So I have advanced training to do that. But for someone who is not trained in that way and just seeing patients and clients, so first of all, their biggest role is to become educated about it as a treatment and to understand what the research literature is. That is part of professional ethics over here, and I'm quite sure it's the case over there. Our information that we give patients is supposed to be based on the evidence, not on our opinion that is not based on the evidence. And so the very first thing, how they help, is they learn what the research literature is. And that's very important because we all have our odd little biases and preferences and thoughts and ideas about nutrition and so on and so forth. And if a counselor does not carefully educate themselves about what the research literature is about this diet, they could very much detour someone from the use of a ketogenic diet for whom this could save their life or their quality of life. And that would not be good. That would not be okay. So any counselors that are out there saying this is going to give you an eating disorder, you mustn't restrict in any way, shape, or form, you're going to die of a heart attack. Any counselor that's giving that kind of advice is not basing their practice in evidence-based psychology practice, professional roles. And so first is that education piece. And then the other piece is understanding that all of your beautiful, well-honed psychotherapy tools that you have mastered over the years or in the process of mastering, oh my goodness, those are just gold. Those are gold for those patients who are trying to implement this diet, who are trying to make all of these different changes to their lifestyle, to their eating. It affects their social events. It can affect marriages, right? One person changes, not all marriages are up for that. So it's just really important, and their patients, their clients deserve and benefit from your practice and your help of them during that piece. So we're supposed to be informed about treatments. We're considered experts, right? People go to us in the community, sometimes before a psychiatrist or a doctor for medication. We have got to give them accurate information. So that is their role. Their role is to just do what they fabulously already do and support people who are trying to feel better and who absolutely have the right to pursue this treatment should they think it's a good fit for them.
Yes.
Do you use any other components like, let us say, cognitive behavior therapy or something? What, or other than the dietary perspective counseling, any other tools you think will be useful? Do you use in your practice?
Yeah, so in the States, we have a license, and we're only allowed to practice psychotherapy in that state. And so I do have people in Washington State who I do practice psychotherapy with, and I do use a variety of tools such as CBT, dialectical behavior therapy, EMDR, behavior therapy. So those are kind of my go-to. I use a lot of something called narrative therapy as well. For my clients that I see outside of Washington State, you can't really extract how you work, but many of those tools I use in a different setting, and we call it life coaching, right? In order to get people where they want to be. So I'm exclusively using my psychotherapy tools at this point to help people adopt and become successful on a ketogenic diet as a treatment for mental health. And then there's often processing that has to happen after that, because it's just part of treatment, right? Imagine you have serious mental illness, all the doors are closed to you, all the things you thought you were going to do or were gone, and sometimes for decades, right? Sometimes for decades. And then you have this treatment and your brain is healing, and you are suddenly able and capable of things that you didn't even think were possible. Like, you don't even know who you are anymore, right? Because suddenly you're doing all kinds of things that you before would have been overwhelming, or you would have been too cognitively impaired because of the side effects of medications to do. And so sometimes I will support people through that processing of like, what now? What do I want my life to look like? And sometimes I support people when, they got a partial effect, but not a full effect. And they still want, support figuring things out and still staying on their wellness path. So, but I do use ketogenic diets first, because quite frankly, it's a lot easier to progress in therapy when you have even a slightly better functioning brain. It really is.
What are the causes of, these mental illnesses, Nicole? And do you think modern environmental issues could be one of the trigger factors for these?
Yeah, so that's another really kind of big question, right? Where we've got big books trying to figure out the etiologies and to what percentage the different factors play a role and weigh in. So let's see. So yes, so I am of the belief that nutrition should have always been the first line treatment for any kind of mental health issue. And I think that our modern diets with a lack of nutrients, nutrient depleting pieces to it, high carbohydrate, poor protein consumption, all of these different factors contribute to psychiatric symptoms. You know, but that's just my one lens. If you talk to someone else, it's less about that and more about the conditions in which they live and their relationships and stressors. And then if you talk to someone else, you'll get a different lens. So and I think all of us are correct. I think all of us, there's pieces to all of these. These etiologies are very complex, but I think that when we give our brain the basic building blocks of what it needs to function, I think that our resiliency goes up. And I really do believe that it reduces the likelihood of the development of some of these symptoms. And so that's my little 2 cents in there.
One pertinent question I want to ask is, does every patient of bipolar, do they all respond to ketogenic diet, or you have experienced some who are intractable, they don't respond even to ketogenic?
Yeah, so there are non-responders, and we are still trying to figure out what phenotypes or that respond well, right? Or that are most likely to respond. I have not had too many non-responders in my practice, but that is just because I have a very small practice and I keep it that way. I know some of the studies have had non-responders. Studies are very short-lived though. And again, going back to what I said, I think there's a lot of confounding variables when we are deciding who is a non-responder. So I'm sure they exist, don't get me wrong, but some things that I think about is, okay, what medications were they on? Was there any confounding variables there that got in the way of their ability to feel the effects of the ketogenic diet, of the treatment? Was it for a very short period of time? Some of these studies are like 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and it takes 2 to 3 weeks to ramp them up to a ketogenic diet and get their ketone levels right? That's not even the 3.2 months necessarily that you need for seizure control. So what is this definition of non-responder? So I think the research has to kind of fine tune that and figure that out. I don't know if some of these people would do better on a longer amount of time. And I don't know if there's certain diagnoses that will respond better than others. But the way I think about it is, we don't have great treatments. And this is, once you kind of get the hang of this is not a terrible way to eat, right? There's a lot of people who have a lot of pleasure eating in a ketogenic way. And I think that instead of focusing so much on the fact that there may be non-responders, I think it's a great focus to think about, we don't know the answer to that yet completely. And that this is providing a level of treatment that I think is beyond what a medication can offer.
I think that I do have one case where he's not responding. That case also sometimes he's been tweeting. So that we have been trying everything. So is it possible that some of these intractable cases, will they require some bridge medication, or why they are not been? I mean, it is just putting a thought.
Yeah. So yes. So there are people who are not responding well. And when that's the case, so I also have training in functional nutrition, and I'm also part of a functional psychiatry fellowship as a non-prescriber, learning about different things to test for, to kind of try to rule out other potential root causes that might be underlying, you know, a non-responsive case. And I think that there's likely, I think there's going to be non-responders because I think sometimes it wasn't completely a metabolic issue for that person. There's all kinds of different, you know, there's exposure to, you know, toxicity that can disrupt enzyme production, which can disrupt mitochondrial function. There's people who have had exposure to heavy metals and or have a chronic heavy metal load that also will disrupt things. So if someone doesn't respond as well to a ketogenic diet as we were hoping, then if they're working with me or they're working with a different practitioner, sometimes that's just data and we just keep going. We just keep going until we figure out to the best of our ability what's going on.
So you mean that there could be some other issue like heavy metals also, possibly?
Yeah, there can, yeah, you know, there's, so in functional medicine, and I'm not a functional medical practitioner, I'm a functional nutritionist, but, you know, I will send people off to a functional medicine person to evaluate for things like mold exposure, you know, heavy metals, you know, there's all kinds of different things. There's, over here in the States, there's tick infection. So people can have that sort of thing. And all of those things I just mentioned can manifest themselves as psychiatric symptoms. So, so there's not just keto, there's lots of different ways to go at things from a root, what's hoped to be a root cause foundation. But, you know, I think, and I don't do those types of functional tests on people unless they're on a ketogenic diet, because I think that primarily the improvement you get in mitochondrial function with a ketogenic diet will clean up the testing environment in such a way that you're much more likely to be able to figure out what's going on. Metabolism is huge. So, you know, a ketogenic diet is a big piece, but there's nutritional stuff too. Like if you're doing keto, a ketogenic diet and your protein consumption is poor, like you're not getting very much protein, you need protein to make amino acids, to make your neurotransmitters. If your vitamin D levels are on the floor, you need that. You need micronutrients to turn amino acids into your neurotransmitters. Again, if it is, you know, nutrition has to be a foundational piece of our mental health treatment.
Yeah. Ira, you want to ask something?
Almost. Yeah, I just a short question. I think we still have 2-3 minutes left. Nicole, how do you see the future of mental health treatment? And do you see keto getting more mainstream as far as this is concerned?
Yeah, I think that's inevitable that ketogenic diets as a treatment for mental illness will become more mainstream. And, you know, do I think that the pharmaceutical companies are going to push it? No. And is there a certain amount of concern that it won't make it into the medical curriculum? Yes, but I think that eventually that is absolutely going to happen. And in the meantime, as people watch other people recover, this treatment is going to be sought out. And if this treatment is sought out, then that is a profit motive for hospitals and medical centers. And if they've got people calling every day asking, hey, do you have this for me to try? Do you have this for me to try? And they don't have a program, I think that's going to motivate that. So I'm very hopeful. And I really think we need to keep our focus on what we want to see happen, and do a little something every day on our parts to make that happen, as opposed to put all of our energy into talking about and discussing all of the barriers, because that is just not a good use of our energy. Keep the eye on the prize, people. Keep the eye on the prize.
Thanks, Nicole. I think getting a viewpoint from a counselor was very important for us. You are a non-prescribing management team for the mental health. and such a view is always very, very valuable for us. And your past experience of not into keto and coming to ketogenic diet as one of the part of the therapy. So this really provides very important perspective for us, and it sets in a hope for India also, that though we don't have a single metabolic psychiatrist in India as of now, as
That's
far as I
right.
know, not a single one. And we hope that in future, we may have someone, but then such programs, you coming and talking in it gives hope for people of India, those suffering from intractable conditions, that there is a hope. Maybe not 100% will respond, but even if 75-80% will respond, it gives them a lot of relief, is what I see.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for coming in this program and sharing your knowledge. So we'll just have a word from Anup. Anup is the co-organizer, so both of us have been organizing. So just get in Anup in the spotlight.
Yeah, thank you, Nicole. Thank you for accepting the invite and coming and speaking to us. And as Shashi said, we do hope that after this session, maybe just one doctor, understands what's going on and tries to implement in some way or the other ketogenic diet for mental disorders. So thanks a lot. Thanks once again.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming, Nicole. Thank you.
So please get Dr. Shabnam and Priyanka in the spotlight.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to India's second Metabolic Health Conference. My name is Priyanka Matanhelia. I'm a metabolic health coach and a member of DLife.in, India's oldest, biggest, and the only award-winning low-carb platform. Shashikant Iyengar and Anup Singh have organized this historic and scientific feast from India titled Metabolic Therapies. Let's meet our very special guest for this session, Dr. Shabnam Das Kar. Dr. Kar is a consultant in functional and metabolic medicine. She works as a director of medical education at Better Medical Center, Calgary, Canada. She's a fellow of American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine, a brain health coach. She's also a certified tiny habits coach. She has worked as an obstetrician gynecologist in Mumbai, India, for more than 20 years before her transition to functional medicine. She's also an advisor to health tech companies. Welcome, Dr. Kar. Welcome to the session. Could you tell us a little bit about your journey into metabolic health practice from a practicing OBGY to a functional medicine expert?
Thank you, Priyanka. That was a very wonderful welcome. Thank you, everybody. And Shashi and Anup, thank you for inviting me as a guest. It's my honor and privilege to be here. So I live in Alberta in Canada, but I'm originally from India, Mumbai, actually the very city where the program is being hosted. So I was an OBGY more than 10 years ago, delivering babies, doing surgeries, taking care of women with PCOS. But it's a long journey, so I'm going to cut it short. I was introduced to bioidentical hormones when I listened to a doctor from the US who spoke at an event. And I thought, I'm an OBGY. I don't know anything about bioidenticals, and I've not heard of these things at all. So anyway, over the course of the journey, I got a fellowship from the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. And then I realized this is a much better way to practice medicine. In that time, we moved to Canada, and I realized I like practicing medicine this way a whole lot better than what I was doing before, which was essentially recommending, medicines or surgery. In OBGY, we didn't have a whole lot of prescription medications. And I took care of a lot of women with PCOS back then. But what I know today about PCOS is a whole lot more than what I knew then. And my topic today, PCOS and mental health. Back then, 10, 12 years ago, I had no idea women with PCOS had so much of mental health challenges. So as you know, Priyanka, we talked about this before.
Yes.
women with PCOS have more anxiety, more depression, more mood issues. And even if I knew back then, all I would have done is send them to my colleague, psychiatrist colleague across the corridor, and he would have put
Right.
them on some medications. Now, Nicole, who was speaking just before me, I was just nodding my head in the background. It's not like I am anti-medication. I am trained in medicine, but not everybody needs a prescription medication for mental health challenges as the first line. So over the years, of course, my transition has been from prescription medications, surgeries to functional medicine looks at the whole patient. And in our view now, and it's not just functional medicine, and Nicole talked about it too, we look at mental health challenges as problems of brain health. So brain health and mental health are intimately connected. So yes, it has been a major paradigm change in my thinking. And if many of you listening to this, you're thinking, oh my God, this is what my doctor needs to know. Yeah, for sure. But change is not easy. It is hard. It takes time. And this is a completely different way of thinking more than anything else.
Right. So, yeah, and in fact, actually, as you mentioned, PCOS and mental health, that is our topic for today. And, in the last few days, as you must have seen in the news, PCOS has received a lot of attention in the media. In fact, because, there was a young woman who topped the UP board exams and she was trolled for her physical appearance, for her facial hair. So I think it's, today, even today, like you are saying, you are a doctor, so you still knew about the condition. But I think general public, they're still not aware that PCOS is a medical condition. And, all these facial hair is not a matter of grooming, for which she was being trolled. So I think if you could explain a little bit about what is PCOS and how it can be understood in young women, how it can be diagnosed, it would be very useful.
Yeah, you brought up something very important, Priyanka. And when you posted that on LinkedIn, I felt really sad. So what Priyanka is talking about is this young woman. She is a class 10 topper. So she must be 15 or 16 years old, who has excessive upper lip hair. And she was trolled because obviously people don't understand. And the other thing is, mental health challenges. Obviously, why do women with PCOS have more mental health challenges? Something we need to think about, because there are two kinds of problems here. One is biological, which I will talk about, insulin resistance and brain glucose metabolism. But the other part, which in India and not just in India, anywhere in the world, in India, it's really huge, is the social cultural aspect. It's like when I moved to Canada, for the first time in my life, I heard about, people talking about people first language. So instead of saying, look at that girl with a mustache, because a mustache is something associated with men. How about we talk about this girl who has a health condition? Okay, I understand not everyone will know, but she has excessive upper lip hair or something like that instead of, and then, how it's so easy for people to say that fat person. And, Hindi movies have also not contributed very well to that because they make fun of people who live with a higher than expected body fat percentage. But instead of calling that person, oh, that obese person, people first language would say the person living with obesity or a woman with PCOS. Now, if she doesn't want to be identified as a woman, we should respect that. Let's say she uses a different pronoun. Now, this awareness, Priyanka, thanks to, I think, technology and social media, hopefully things will change. The judgmental and that entire thing. So women with PCOS and the mental health challenges, as I said, the cultural part, then the obsession with fertility and younger women should get married. Now, women in their 20s and 30s in India today, I don't think many of them are thinking of getting married very early. And that is something society finds very difficult to accept. I mean, my generation was different. It was considered the norm. that causes a lot of problem for these women, because at home the conversation is constantly like, when are you going to get married? And when are you going to, when they get married, it's like, when are you going to have children? Maybe that's not the thing. So Priyanka, to talk about the diagnosis of PCOS, I'm just going to share my screen. And why I want this to be highlighted is, I find many patients, so I do practice in India, in the sense that I have a telehealth practice in India. So I live in Canada, but most of my patients are from India. So diagnosis is very important, because what happens is a lot of women self-diagnose PCOS. And that is kind of, I mean, many people will think, oh, she's just a nitpicking doctor. But the thing is, unless we identify something accurately, we cannot provide the best treatment for them. So when we say that a PCOS diagnosis has to meet two of the following three criteria. So clinical or biochemical hyperandrogenism. Now, I'll just explain. I know in medicine, we love big terms because it makes us sound very clever. So hyperandrogenism, meaning excess amounts of androgen hormones. Now, I don't like calling androgen hormones as male hormones, because even women without PCOS make hormones like testosterone and DHEA. So one is biochemical, which is evident on blood tests. The other is clinical. So this young girl you mentioned, who has hair growth in, excessive hair growth in areas where hair normally doesn't grow, like upper lip and chin and a lot of other areas, or they have acne, or they have, what is called female pattern baldness. So basically overall hair growth is less. They have like wider partings. That is one criteria. The next is evidence of oligo-ovulation. Oligo meaning less. Ovulation is every month a woman's ovary, either the right or the left, an ova comes out, and that moves into the uterus. If she gets pregnant, she won't get a cycle. So this ova coming out is called ovulation. So women with PCOS, many of them don't ovulate regularly, and that is one reason which contributes to fertility problems. The third criteria is polycystic appearing ovarian morphology on ultrasound. And again, of course, we have to rule out the other problems that might be there. Now, polycystic ovary in India, what happens is no one needs a doctor's prescription to go to an ultrasound clinic and get an ultrasound done. So many women have told me, I have polycystic ovaries. I said, okay, on what basis were you diagnosed? Oh, I have polycystic ovaries on ultrasound. That is not the only criteria. So that is important, because many women think they have PCOS where they actually don't have. And then there are other women who have PCOS, but don't know it because they're not diagnosed. Now, the fact is, the underlying problem in PCOS, because it's a very complex neurohormonal problem. And now, back when I studied medicine a long time ago, back then we did not have so many women with PCOS. Now I think it's 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 women.
1 in 5, yeah.
Yeah, that's a very, very high incidence. So obviously, our genes did not change in the last 20, 30 years. So what changed? So though we don't know the exact cause, it's not one cause, most chronic diseases don't have a single cause, it's multiple things. Genes are a factor, but it's not a single gene, it's multiple genes. The environment, what has changed? One of the big things that has changed is our food environment, then the amount of toxicities we have, hormone disrupting chemicals. And as Shashi was talking about India being the diabetes capital of the world, so metabolic dysfunction starts much earlier in people of South Asian origin, people from India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. And there is no one single reason. There are multiple reasons. And most of the reasons are not because someone is just lazy and they just eat junk food. It's not a personal shortcoming. So while the underlying problem in PCOS is insulin resistance, now I'm sure a lot of people wonder, why is insulin resistance not included as a diagnostic criteria? And it's not that doctors are idiots, It's that insulin resistance, for it to be tested accurately, requires a very fancy research tool called hyperinsulinemic euglycemic clamp. Now, don't bother about knowing the name. And you can't just go to a lab and say, I want to do that test. So that is the reason. See, whenever any medical society comes up with criteria, it has to be applicable equally all over the world. So yes, insulin resistance is the underlying problem. And in fact, some people describe PCOS as diabetes of the ovaries. So that is sometimes easier to explain, just as fatty liver is diabetes of the liver. Cardiovascular heart disease, stroke can also be called diabetes of the blood vessels. So in the absence of insulin resistance specific testing, what can we, how can we know whether someone has PCOS? So I'm just going to share, these are the numerous reasons. So what are the indicators of insulin resistance? And I'll leave that slide on for a little while because this is not just in women with PCOS. This applies to anyone else looking at metabolic dysfunction as well. One of the commonest ones is belly fat. And Indians, as you probably know, have the problem of being toffee, thin outside, fat inside. They have more metabolically unhealthy fat. So you'll see quite often it's like, it's a man, very often it's a man who's his muscle mass is very low. So his, he doesn't want to wear shorts because his legs are very thin, but he has a belly protruding. Now, overall, you'll say that, oh, this person is not overweight. Yeah, but they have metabolically unhealthy fat. And similarly with women, I've had women tell me, I don't have a weight problem. I said, yeah, you don't. But then, your belly fat is there. You can't ignore that. And easiest to know, because if you don't have a weighing, measuring tape or anything, half of your height should ideally be your waist circumference. And if that is not, regardless of whether you think someone thinks they're fat or not, that is something that needs to be considered. The other thing is fatty liver, as Shashi was talking about just a little while ago.
Right.
Fatty liver is like an epidemic in India, and
Right.
it has, most people don't connect their metabolism to fatty liver. So that is again something very concerning. And again, high triglycerides. I mean, it's so common in India. People talk about everything else in the lipid profile, but not the high triglycerides are very concerning. And a lower carbohydrate food, omega-3 fatty acids, those are the important ones. Primary hypertension, again, is very important. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. So Priyanka, what would you like to know more about?
Yeah, so I think it's very clearly that you have established that, PCOS is basically related to impaired metabolism. So it's basically metabolic health that is very, very important. Now, if you could just expand that too, because, mental health, as you said, the other day I met a lady in the park and she was telling me that her daughter has PCOS. And I said, oh, she must be having, I just said in PCOS, people have mood swings. She said, oh, that's why she's going high and low all the time. She's in depression. So I think people don't understand the connection with mental health and PCOS. So if you could just explain that also.
Yeah, so like you said, and I mentioned earlier, mental health is brain health. So one of the things that studies have shown, this is studies when they use what is called an FDG PET, where they look at the brain's glucose utilization in women with PCOS. This was a small study, but it is significant nonetheless. They found that women with PCOS have a lower capacity to utilize glucose in the brain. And this brain glucose hypometabolism, again, my apologies for the big words, but basically it means the brain's capacity to not be able to use carbohydrates as a fuel. This problem happens even not just in women with women with PCOS. It also happens in the menopausal transition, and it also happens in mild cognitive impairment, that is pre-Alzheimer's disease. Now, I don't want women with PCOS thinking, oh, that means Alzheimer's is in my this thing, but yes, it does increase the risk. So one is brain glucose hypometabolism, which impacts brain health and mental health. Another big thing is, our brains are big energy hogs, which means the brain is just weighs 2% of our body weight, but uses up 20% of our daily energy requirement. And the other big energy hog is our immune system, and every disease is actually an immune system problem. So what happens with, mental mood issues and, PCOS? One is the insulin resistance. The second is, if we go back to the food that people eat now. Now, Nicole, who was speaking before me, talked about mitochondrial health. Now, for mitochondria are these little, organelles inside our cells which produce ATP. ATP is the energy in our cells, so cellular energy. So brain uses a whole lot more energy. And for mitochondria to produce adequate energy, it needs a whole bunch of micronutrients. So it's things like B vitamins, magnesium, zinc, iron. Iron deficiency is so common in India. B complex, B vitamin deficiency, D, vitamin D. If someone is not supplementing, they are not going to maintain their vitamin D levels. Omega-3 fatty acids. So if all those nutrients are missing from our food, that is definitely a cause for concern. Then the other thing that happens is, for a lot of people, they don't prioritize sleep. So particularly young people, they think I can, stay up the whole night and sleep for just 4 hours and go back to work in the morning. Now, sleeping shorter duration can actually cause conditions like depression. This is, in psychiatry, you don't often hear people saying something causes something, So those are the other things. So which are the particular areas which are bothering them? Another big one for mood swings is, as we all know, PCOS is a problem, is a hormonal imbalance problem. So hormones like progesterone, estrogen, testosterone, cortisol, these are also produced locally in the brain. So if a woman with PCOS does not have, let us say she does not have adequate progesterone, that's why she's not cycling every month. So that can cause problems of anxiety as well. So progesterone makes something called allopregnenolone, which is what is called a neurosteroid, basically neuro meaning nerve tissue, and steroid is the chemical structure. So if they don't have adequate, progesterone, or there is an imbalance between the amount of estrogen and the amount of progesterone, that can cause mood issues as well. And high testosterone can do that as well. So it's not just one simple thing, it's multiple things. And most people don't connect. Like even today, unfortunately, a lot of people think, oh, she just needs to think positive. And I keep saying, and so Priyanka, I tell people, I said, I have not met a single person until today who wakes up in the morning and decides, I'm going to think only negative thoughts today. So depression, anxiety, these are actual medical problems, just as diabetes or hypertension. And this is, and including, people living with a higher than expected body weight. People think, oh, they're just lazy. They just eat too much. They don't exercise enough. That thinking has to change. And I'm sorry, Priyanka, that has not changed even amongst a lot of the doctors. They still think, oh, this person is like this because they eat too much. They eat too much junk food and they don't exercise. They are lazy. They don't have, the motivation. They need a lot of will force. So that is basically what a lot of the thinking goes.
Yeah, in fact, even like now that I'm guiding even the older women, they carry this guilt. They still continue to blame themselves for, that it's my habits which are wrong, or I'm not doing something right. That's why. So as you were saying earlier to me also, that PCOS is a lifelong condition. So if you could explain that, because as you said, it's not something that, just happens in young women and remains with them at that time, but it carries over to later. So
yes, that is again something that is, number one, not talked about as often. And for women, this judgment and this, thinking that I am less than something else is or someone else is like so pervasive. And we didn't even today, I don't think in medical college we are being taught about these things. Back when I studied medicine, we were not taught about how your childhood, how nurturing relationships, if you had a lot of severe mental health challenges in the family, and you had, let us say, you had an alcoholic parent, how that impacts long-term health. and how women are so often, made to feel less than something else. It's like there's a lot of work we have to do. We are not there yet. So what you said is very true. So number one, there is no specific cure for PCOS as of today. I'm saying as of today because there's a lot of research going on. And it's a lifelong condition. So what do I mean by lifelong? So a lot of women, they are diagnosed with PCOS when they are in their teens. They have some irregular cycles, they have, hirsutism, and their mother takes them to the gynecologist and they come up with a treatment, they come up with a diagnosis of PCOS after having an ultrasound. And then they are put on birth control pills to regularize their cycles. Now, again, I'm not going into that. That's another story because we'll run out of time, Priyanka. So the thing is, in the adolescent years, a young girl in her, teens is not concerned about fertility or not concerned about, endometrial cancer or heart disease down the line. She is thinking of, how can I look better? How can I get rid of my acne? How can, I wear better clothes and look good about it? Or they may also be having eating disorders or food addictions, and like you said, mental health challenges. Young hypertension is very common in India, and often it is not diagnosed because young people don't have their blood pressure checked. So depending on the age, then comes young adults. Now, some of these women may be interested in getting pregnant and starting a family. Then fertility becomes a bigger issue, and all these things are still there. In the perimenopause and postmenopause, everything kinds of, sort of just keeps on adding up and adding up. So the other thing that happens during the menopausal transition, now when I say menopausal transition, I need to clarify what it is. The 8 to 10 years before menopause is called the perimenopause. That is a time of where hormones can be really wildly fluctuating. So that is a time when women have another problem, which is a metabolic dysfunction. So there are estrogen receptors in the pancreas, which produces insulin. And women also lose muscle mass. And muscle mass in South Asians is a big problem. And muscle is a big glucose sink. So when we talk about insulin resistance, we need a good glucose sink. So building muscle mass is very important. So women with age start losing more muscle. Along with the metabolic dysfunction, it has been going on for much longer. So women in the perimenopausal transition have really a lot of challenges with losing weight, or they end up gaining more belly fat, and they have one of the commonest symptoms of menopause is brain fog, sleep issues, chronic insomnia. All those sort of contribute, and it becomes very difficult for people to manage all that, and particularly if they are not getting the kind of support they need. So yeah,
I think, these are like a lot of symptoms which we can actually ignore very easily.
Yeah.
So I think it was very important for people to know. But earlier you also mentioned that there is no curative treatment for PCOS. So in such a scenario, what could women with PCOS do? Like what kind of, because we talked about like they can follow some nutritional strategies, especially low-carb strategies and habits. So if you could talk about that.
Yeah. So in the absence of definitive curative treatment, the best we can do is manage symptoms. So in managing symptoms, insulin resistance is a problem where the hormone insulin does not function as well as it should. And as most of you know, insulin is the hormone that regulates your blood glucose levels. So women with PCOS have that challenge. So obviously eating more carbohydrate containing food will impair the insulin carbohydrate metabolism even more. Now, how much carbohydrate does someone eat? It depends. And as you know, in India, even people who are vegetarians, and you are a former vegetarian, vegetarian people in India don't eat vegetables and, fruit kind of stuff. They eat a lot of grains. It's like, roti and not so much maybe rice, but it's not what in countries like Canada, vegetarian food involves a lot of vegetables.
Vegetables, right.
in Indian food, that's usually not a primary one. So
Yeah, Shashi
starting
has
with,
a yeah, no, sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
Shashi has a term for people who eat grain called grainitarian.
Yeah, they're
So
predominantly grainitarians.
vegetarians,
And even
yes.
actually people who do eat non-vegetarian food in India, it's not like they are eating non-vegetarian food every day. It's like maybe 3 meals in a week or something for some of them. So anyway,
Right.
we don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to go ahead and tell you what are the strategies. Food is, of course, primary. And eating a lower carbohydrate food than what they were eating before. Now, the last conversation was a lot about ketogenic diet as well. So one thing I want to clarify, a lot of people mistake a ketogenic diet for being a high-fat diet. No, that is not the definition of a ketogenic diet. A ketogenic diet is a carbohydrate restricted diet, and the restriction definition has to be very clear because it's like as little as 20 grams of carbs in a day. So 20 grams of carbs, Priyanka, one apple is 20 grams of carbs. One roti, I have a slide where I talk about the different lentils and things like that, how much carbs they have. So how are we going to talk about lower carbohydrate diet, maybe even if they don't reach a ketogenic level? How can that be implemented? So I talk about food in terms of a few things. I will share my slide. Okay. So first is when it comes to food, what is someone supposed to eat? Rather than focusing on, let us say someone is eating 300 to 400 grams of carbs a day, which is quite common in India. Instead of saying, don't eat this, don't eat that, the don't list goes very long. How I like to start is you need to prioritize protein. Now, in food, there are 3 macronutrients: proteins, carbohydrates, fats. Now, amongst proteins are made of amino acids. Some amino acids are called essential amino acids. That means our bodies don't have the ability to make them. And there are some fats like omega-3 fatty acids, which are essential fatty acids. Our bodies don't make them. So if our bodies don't make them, obviously they have to come from food and supplements. Third is carbohydrates. There are no essential carbohydrates. We can live with very little carbohydrates. There are small amount of carbohydrates in vegetables, so it's not like you're eating zero carbs, but you're eating a whole lot less because our bodies have the ability to make carbohydrates. So even the brain can function very well on ketones, which is an alternative fuel. So instead of focusing on what I can't eat, I ask patients, so what is your favorite protein? Now, it depends. If they are vegetarian, then obviously paneer or tofu may not be some women in India don't even like tofu. They don't eat tofu. They would definitely need a protein supplement to get adequate protein. If they eat non-vegetarian food, I ask them, which one's your favorite? Like, is it fish, meat, eggs? So first you prioritize protein. Now, when I say adequate protein, this is again, there are so many misconceptions. If you eat too much protein, your kidneys are going to get fired. Not true. Data doesn't support that. So when I say adequate protein requirement varies depending on someone's physical activity level. Someone who's more physically active wants to build more muscles. That person will need more protein, but a very basic level is 1 to 1.2 grams per kg body weight, which means a person weighs 80 kilograms. They need to have 80 grams of protein in a day divided over 2 to 3 meals. That is not easy because the other thing that happens is protein and good fat are very satiating. So they keep hunger away much longer versus high carbohydrates will make a person hungry very soon. And in our world, we say they become hangry. So they're hungry and angry at the same time. And what happens is if you look at the glucose curves with carbohydrate containing food, it goes up in 1 hour, 2 hours, stays like that, and then dramatically falls. This wildly fluctuating blood glucose levels also cause mental health challenges like anxiety, panic attacks. There is something else called relative hypoglycemia. We won't have time to go into that. Basically, when I say prioritize protein, how we serve ourselves the food. So in Indian food, usually what happens is the roti or the rice that is served first. So instead of doing that, start with whatever your favorite protein is. If it is paneer, or if you're eating non-vegetarian, chicken or fish or eggs, whatever, and some high quality, good vegetables. Now cook the vegetables in whatever spices you want, your family's favorite recipes, but make sure the oil in which it is cooked is not one of these inflammatory seed oils. So using ghee, butter, or I ask patients, what is your ancestral oil? Like, what did your great-grandparents, it's not even grandparents anymore, it's great-grandparents have to ask about. What did they, if they ate coconut oil, can you get the minimally processed coconut oil? In India, what happens is even, let's say someone's traditional oil was mustard oil, but getting a less processed mustard oil, like a kachi ghani mustard oil, that would be much better. Ghee and butter is fine. Contrary to what a lot of people are still in the low-fat world, that doesn't help. So what the next thing that I talk about is when. So TRE-IF is time-restricted eating, intermittent fasting, and ETRE is early TRE. TRE is eating in shorter windows of time versus eating throughout the day. Now, people will say, I don't eat throughout the day. I said, no, you actually need to track it. So eating good, nutritious meals 2 to 3 times a day versus eating 3 meals and 3 snacks, as a lot of dietitians used to recommend, even today, some of them recommend for weight loss, that doesn't work as well. But some women, particularly if they have a lot of body fat to lose, they may need intermittent fasting. So intermittent fasting is a fasting interval of 24 hours or longer. Sometimes people have to start 24 hours fast once a day, slowly, gradually increase it to 3 times a day. But I would not recommend anyone do that without supervision, because you need to know how to fast correctly. Just getting into, just doing a deep dive into a long fast without knowing anything about electrolyte balance and all those things, that can be not very pleasant, and particularly someone who's on multiple medications with diabetes and all that. ETRE is eating earlier in the day. So this is when, in India, as you know, Priyanka, people have dinner. I know it's not you, but a lot of people have dinner very late in the evening.
Right.
So, working out practical strategies.
Just going to check the option.
Sorry?
So it's really disabled it automatically. But this would be the screen, the share screen.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll probably see tomorrow.
I'm sorry, someone's unmuted. We're getting some background.
Yeah, it's fine now. Yeah.
Okay. So I was talking about when. So eating higher, let's say it's someone who cannot give up their rice or their roti. So what I tell them is, okay, have that during lunch. Make sure that for supper or dinner, you don't have a lot of carbohydrates. Prioritize your protein. So serve yourself protein first, and there's not a lot of space left for carbohydrates. Early dinner is something that most of my patients find it makes a huge change. And for some people, they might just have to carry an extra meal to the office, because in a city like Mumbai, most of them won't reach home by 7:38. So what I tell them is finish your meal in the office and then you leave for your long commute, so that you don't reach home at 10 o'clock and then you're left with eating. In what order? Eating protein before carbohydrates changes blood glucose response dramatically and also increases satiety. So satiety is basically not feeling hungry. So proteins increase satiety dramatically, and that can change the amount of, now though I know I always say calories alone don't count, but automatically when someone starts eating more protein and they practice TRE, the total amount of calories they eat becomes a whole lot less. So protein before carbohydrates, and people can try this out using a continuous glucose monitor. So they use a CGM and they see what happens when they eat protein first, versus there is a reason why restaurants serve bread first, so they want you to order more food. And no naked carbohydrates. I wish there was another term for naked. I studied in a Catholic missionary school, so I don't think I like the term very much. But basically, don't eat carbohydrates by themselves. So what do I mean by that? Let's say there is this wonderful gulab jamun you want to eat after lunch, or your mother has made them. Make sure that you eat, your whatever your favorite protein is, and have that gulab jamun at the end of the meal, rather than, oh, my mother's just made them and they're hot gulab jamuns, I'm going to have that first. So there are many different ways of using these strategies. And Priyanka, how are we doing for time?
So we are fine. I just have a couple more questions to what you are talking about. So in terms of, carbohydrate restriction, I think there's one popular perception that carbohydrates are very important for brain functioning. So what is your view on that? Like, because, that is the first pushback that comes from people.
Yeah. So our brains, like I said earlier, can work very well on ketones because, see, if you think back to our hunter-gatherer ancestors, they did not live in this world of plenty. Now we have very easy availability of food. 2 clicks on a phone app and you have food delivered right to your door in Mumbai, how long is it? 15 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah. So it was not like that. So there were
Right.
times when we had famines and there were times when we had plentiful food supply. So our Mother Nature did not design our bodies where we are going to die because we don't get carbohydrates.
Right.
So body is naturally tuned to getting used to fasting, and every religion in the world has religious fasting. Now that's another story because Indian religious fasting ends up late at night with a high carbohydrate meal. That is not what I'm talking about. But our bodies are used to the fasting and the feasting. Our genes were not designed to eat all the time, day and night. And like I said, our bodies have the ability to make carbohydrates. And so that is not true. So the brain can function on ketones, number one. The second thing is our bodies have the ability to make carbohydrates. Carbohydrate is not an essential nutrient.
That's thanks for clarifying that. Another thing is, as you said, the habits, our habits are the most important, barrier in our the changes that we want to make. So as a tiny habits coach, what would be your 1 or 2 suggestions for people to, how can they manage that?
Okay. So in the tiny habits method is a method of behavior change, which comes from the work of Dr. B.J. Fogg, who's the head of behavior design lab at Stanford. And what he found based on his research is he has a few maxims. One of the maxims is help people do what they already want to do. And the second maxim is help people feel successful. So when I say help people do what they already want to do, I have so many patients coming to me, and women with PCOS in India, most of them are living with a higher body fat percentage. And the first thing I asked them, this is now, back then when I was, an OBGYN in Mumbai, there was no conversation about what is it you want. So I asked them now, is weight loss a goal for you? If that is not, let us not talk about weight loss at all. Some of them say no. I said, what bothers you the most? Is it hirsutism? If it is hirsutism, then let us focus on how you can get the best possible strategies. You need to meet a dermatologist, find out what kind of, I'm not a specialist in that. Find out what is right for you, because making a person feel good, what it does is, yes, all of us want to feel good, but it sets them up for doing more difficult things. Because changing food, changing lifestyle, these are big things. They are not, and again, depends on what kind of, are they living alone? Does their mother decide what is cooked? And then I tell them, bring your mother to the consult, because me telling you anything about food is not going to matter, because your mother is going to say, you need to protein.
Yes, I think that's a challenge, from the Indian perspective.
Yeah.
I would like to invite Shashi Iyengar and Anup Singh now for, just to thank Dr. Kaur. And yes.
And I can see Dr. David Diamond. I believe he's your next speaker.
Yes.
Yeah. Dr. Shagunam, thank you very much for coming in this conference and sharing a valuable insights into this topic. And I think that is very much required, because especially the PCOS, 1 in 5 in India actually have PCOS without, many of them may not be knowing also. And of course, related to insulin resistance, obesity, lifestyle, as you explained it very nicely with all the slides. So I want to once again thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, Anup.
Thank you, Shashi. Thank you very much. My pleasure. Hi, Anup.
Anup, we cannot
Anup's-
hear you.
yeah,
You need to
can't
connect
hear.
something. He needs to connect it.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Shabnam, for
Yeah.
coming.
My
Thank you for
pleasure.
coming and taking our invitation. It was a nice session to watch. And to put on record, few days back, Priyanka had tweeted one tweet. Now that
Yeah.
has been covered in almost all media and she has been quoted all around. It was on PCOS. So it's a great coincidence that you are here after that. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Anup.
And Dr. Shabnam, very quickly, if anyone wants to get in touch with you, how could they
Okay.
do that?
So the best way is to reach out to my clinic, and I have something for women with PCOS. So this is 10 important numbers to know, and people can scan the QR code or type the drcarmd.com/PCOS10, and they can download this ebook. And I'm available on, LinkedIn and all the major channels. So I will end there, and maybe I can post the link to this particular download on your YouTube chat. So I will do that.
Sure. Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
So we
Yes.
managed it right on time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
It
you.
was a great
Bye.
session. Thank you so
Thank you very
much.
much. Bye now.
Bye.
Dr. David, welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me and see me okay today?
Clearly, very clearly.
Wonderful.
Very-
And Shashi and Anup, thank you so much for inviting me to be involved in your important meeting today.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming, accepting our invite. And, let me put on record your 2019 tweet. Thank you for that great tweet, which you had mentioned about dlive.in as being, best for Indians. So over to Shashi now.
You
Yeah, so
certainly
I think
deserve all the accolades and the tweets.
So welcome to all the viewers. So me and Anup, of course, we are hosting this historic and scientific feast for India. Anup is, of course, the originator of D-Life, the only oldest, biggest, and the only award-winning low-carb platform. So we have a special guest today, Dr. David Diamond. Let me briefly introduce Dr. David Diamond. So he has received his PhD in biology in 1985 from the University of California, Irvine, with a specialization in neuroscience. He recently retired as a career scientist in the Department of Veteran Affairs after almost 30 years of service, and currently a professor in the Department of Psychology, Cognitive, Neural, and Social Science Division at the University of South Florida. Dr. Diamond has been funded by VA, NIH, DOD, NSF, and the pharmaceutical company for his neuroscience research with over 150 publications, reviews, and book chapters. In the recent decade, Dr. Diamond has expanded his research program to address the controversial issue, including involving the cardiovascular disease and the nutrition, with publication in peer-reviewed medical journals. In recognition of the importance of his work to the global healthcare, he has been invited to present his research at numerous domestic and international nutrition, cardiology, obesity, and diabetes meetings. He has delivered lecture with over 1 million views addressing how the public and healthcare workers has been misinformed about the purported risk of high serum cholesterol and the appearance of a substantial benefit of medications that lower cholesterol. So welcome again, David. David, how would you like to
Thank you.
proceed? Would you like to start with slides, or how is it?
Well, I always like to use visuals because you can tell people about the data and the findings. But I think when you see the visuals, you see the graphs, and you see actually how we've been deceived about the fears about the cholesterol. It's far more effective. So if I might, I hope
Please.
it'll work for my PowerPoint.
It will work. It will work. You can share screen. It will work.
Okay, so let's
Just
share
open
my
the slide,
screen.
share screen, and it will do. It has been enabled.
Well, let's see, screen 2. No. Screen 1. Okay. And let's go to my PowerPoint.
Yeah.
All right, how does that look?
Yeah, fantastic. You can start.
Okay, great. So this is actually a title from when I was at Low Carb Denver. So if people want more information, this talk was recorded. This was from a year ago. So we got a lot to cover. This slide, which I hope you can see, shows my triglycerides were astronomically high. This is about 25 years ago, and in which you're hovering around 800, and my HDL was in the low 30s. So my triglyceride HDL ratio was extremely frightening at about 23, which is more than 10 times what is recommended to people, maybe even 20 times what is recommended. And as you said, I'm a neuroscientist. I've been a neuroscientist for over 40 years. But when my doctor told me I was at such a high risk for developing heart disease, it really was alarming. And he recommended that I go on a variety of medications, including statins. And you can see all over here, there are the warnings to me that are in my notes that the patient, is he agreeable to go on medication? And what I decided to do as a scientist was learn for myself. And so you could see here that, in fact, it's very frightening to hear about hypercholesterolemia. And so in this slide, you've got these cholesterol crystals that actually are in the artery wall. And so you see here is something straight from 1951 in which this high cholesterol is associated with premature mortality. And this has continued to the present day. When I started reading about this, in which I had not only extremely high triglycerides, I learned also that I had extremely high cholesterol. And so you can see that someone in his 40s now with very high cholesterol can expect to have a cardiovascular event or even die. So this was very frightening to me. But again, as a scientist, I wanted to learn more about it. And so what I found in the literature is completely contrary to what you'll hear from cardiologists and what's taught in medical school. And so this is a very important finding, and it's consistent with many other publications in which people diagnose what's called familial hypercholesterolemia, meaning they have extremely high cholesterol from birth as a result of considered a defect in their cholesterol receptor. And so when you look at the rate of death, which here, the general population here is 1.0. So if you're above that, you're dying at a higher rate than the general population. And so it's frightening when someone who is a teenager or in his 20s dies of heart disease when this is almost unheard of. And so your first two bars are above the baseline for the population. But what's important is that this is not statistically significant, that only a subset of the people with extremely high cholesterol die at a higher rate than the general population. And overall, these people are not actually dying at a higher rate than the general population when they are young. And now look at what is happening as they are getting older. These people, supposedly with this lethal disease, are dying at a lower rate than the general population. As you follow those blue bars downward, what that means is that they are dying at a lower rate. And in fact, people with FH, and we're talking about people that have cholesterol in their 300s or beyond, are dying at about half the rate of the general population of people in their 70s. And that was statistically significant. And this is actually consistent with the general literature. So what is happening with the people in their 70s with extremely high cholesterol that are dying at such a low rate? Well, this paper, which really is one of the best papers if you want to look at general rate of death, they broke it down to the type of death. And the people in their 70s, again, with very high cholesterol, are dying at a normal rate. That's right, they're right around 1.0. And they have half the rate of death from cancer and less than half the rate of death from other causes. Now, is this a mystery? I mean, you read this and say, why aren't these people dying at an extremely high rate? Well, there's an explanation. They're not different from the general population. That, in fact, people with high cholesterol, and here's a paper that I had the pleasure to publish along with other investigators, almost all of these being MDs, including cardiologists. And what we found is the people with the highest LDL, which is all the bad cholesterol, they live as long, and even most of the findings show they live longer than people with low LDL. And so that's why the conclusion was that we should question the validity of the cholesterol hypothesis, which is that high cholesterol will clog your arteries and cause premature death. Now, why is that? Why is high cholesterol so good for you? And this is a message that people generally don't hear. But there's an extensive literature showing that not only in general are lipoproteins important for our immune system, but specifically LDL is important for immune function. That bacteria produce toxins that can kill you. For example, when people die of sepsis, it's a result of the toxins produced by bacteria that can ultimately cause the immune system to go on the offensive and destroy our own organs. And so LDL, in fact, binds to these toxins and protects us. So this is something that's entirely ignored by cardiologists and largely unknown by the general population, but very well established in studies of the immune system. And this is, in fact, why elderly people with high LDL are so healthy. Granted, we still need to be concerned about heart disease. So what about people with high cholesterol? Is it the high LDL that is causing more heart disease? So we have really important papers that every now and then are looking beyond LDL and telling us what's actually causing heart disease. So here's a really nice paper on people with familial hypercholesterolemia, meaning of extremely high cholesterol. And they're all on statins, which has now reduced the LDL. As you can see here, we have two groups that are about 150, which is still considered high. But the important thing about this graph is that it shows that we have two groups of people. We have in red those people who have no heart disease, and in blue, those people who have heart disease. And we see they have equivalent LDL levels. So what's the difference between those with heart disease and those without? Well, the crucial difference, and this is a measure that's consistent across the literature, is one of the best measures that one can have to predict 10-year rate of cardiovascular events, and that's coronary calcium. So those people that had extremely high coronary calcium, and that's here in blue, you can see well over 200, those are the people that had coronary events. And what else is consistent with high coronary calcium is high blood sugar, high fasting glucose. Those with coronary events had very high fasting glucose. Those with a low incidence of coronary events had much lower fasting glucose in a very good range. And this is consistent across the literature. And so much in which you fellows, you have talked about is the importance of diabetes as a risk for every Western disease, particularly heart disease. So high blood sugar clearly is one of the most important risk factors for heart disease, clearly just blowing away any potential influence of LDL. And in fact, in this study, which we reviewed in a paper we published in British Medical Journal 4 years ago, this is such an important paper because it's got people, and this is correcting for LDL levels, and it's looking at fasting insulin, and it's looking at people's waist size. These are really two of the most important measures that tell you whether or not someone will have heart disease. And so when you look at the general population of people who have low insulin and are not obese, as your reference, that's the 1.0. When you look at people with high LDL cholesterol, but they have low insulin and low waist size, there's no significant increase in the incidence of coronary artery disease. The people who have high insulin, in particular, high insulin and obesity, have over 7 times the rate of heart disease compared to the general population. So this is just one of the studies we reviewed in this paper, which has open access in BMJ from 2020. And again, it emphasizes the importance of blood sugar as a critical influence as to whether or not someone would develop heart disease. So let's take this a step further. Granted, people with FH do have more heart disease than the general population. So let's look at another study that looked further than just looking at LDL. This is a really very nice study published by a group that's very strong statin advocates. And what they've shown here is that you've got people that have extremely high LDL and total cholesterol. So their LDL is almost 300. Their total cholesterol is over 350. And again, you've got two groups. You've got those diagnosed with CHD, which is coronary heart disease, and those without coronary heart disease. And you see there's no difference between those with and without coronary heart disease as far as their total cholesterol and their LDL. There's a slight difference in their HDL and a slight difference in their triglycerides. So lower HDL, higher triglycerides. That's a sign of insulin resistance. But what's most important is when you look at clotting factors. And so there is a genetic predisposition that you find in not only FH, but in the general population, that people who have this, what's called a polymorphism, a gene form for the protein prothrombin, which is involved in clotting. Well, those who have this polymorphism are over 2 times as likely to be diagnosed with coronary heart disease. And that is independent of their LDL. And so this clotting factor is incredibly important. If you've got this polymorphism, you're much more likely to develop heart disease, and it's independent of your LDL levels. Another study, and this is rare because normally people are looking at FH, they only look at cholesterol, but sometimes we have a treat. We get the sort of a present that some investigators, or this is before the development of statins, in which you can look at other factors besides LDL. So here's another study in which you see no difference in total cholesterol, LDL, as well as HDL and triglycerides. And what you find is extremely high total cholesterol, extremely high LDL. This is before the age of statins. And the crucial difference are the clotting factors. So the people who did not have coronary heart disease in blue had a lower level of fibrinogen and factor VIII. So these are the crucial clotting factors that when they become activated, then cause a blockage in our arteries, increase the viscosity of our plasma, and therefore contribute to coronary heart disease. Now, this isn't just a few studies and just not what I present in talks. I've had the great pleasure to work with Drs. Ufi Ravenskov, Dr. Michelle Largeril, and Dr. Malcolm Kendrick. And we have published papers on the importance of what we call coagulopathy. When you look at the people with FH, that's familial hypercholesterolemia, those are the people who die young, and the people who die old. What is crucial is that they have greater clotting factors, or they have less reduction of clotting, which is called fibrinolysis. So we've got some papers that we have published on this, which frankly, I have to admit, has been ignored by cardiologists, most cardiologists. I will also say that Michel de Largeril is a cardiologist in France, and he recognizes the importance of clotting factors and does not believe that people with FH should automatically be treated with statins because he understands the importance of the clotting factors and not the LDL as a cause of heart disease. So if we look at one of the clotting factors, one of the most important ones is fibrinogen. So this is a protein that in its inactivated state is benign. But when it gets activated, what activates fibrinogen? high blood sugar, high blood pressure, stress, activates fibrinogen, which then triggers a cascade in which we ultimately end up with clots. And when we look here at, in this study, at whether we're looking coronary heart disease as well as cerebrovascular disease or stroke, what we see is a linear relation between the amount of fibrinogen in the blood and the risk for heart disease as well as stroke. There is nothing like this kind of clear age-independent risk that you'll find with cholesterol. So what is most important that we need to really be aware of is the clotting factors, because this ultimately is what causes both coronary heart disease as well as stroke. So this is an incredibly important slide because we still need to address, is LDL completely innocent of causing heart disease? And the answer is, well, maybe not. So when the lipoprotein is packaged by the liver, it can be modified depending on someone's metabolism. So in a healthy person with low triglycerides, low blood sugar, high HDL, that person will be producing ultimately an LDL that is really very healthy. That's called the large buoyant LDL, which is not associated with heart disease. But in that person with metabolic syndrome, that person with particularly high blood sugar, what will happen is that glucose will bind to the LDL. And this is the same thing when you're measuring A1C, HbA1c. What you're measuring is the amount of glucose that is bound to your hemoglobin, which then interferes with its functioning. And the same thing happens with LDL. LDL has glucose bound to it. That's called glycation. You have damage to the LDL particle. It's oxidized, it's glycated, which is called glycoxidation, and that interferes with its functioning. It will then remain in the blood much longer than the large buoyant LDL. It will have more difficulty being able to bind to the LDL receptors. It will exist in an unhealthy metabolism. It will exist under conditions in which there is damage to the artery wall. And it gets caught up, in a sense, in this maelstrom of damaged metabolism. And so it becomes a part of the damage in the artery wall, further triggering an immune response. So you not only have inflammation, you have damage to the artery wall caused by the hypertension and the hyperglycemia. And you then find, in some cases, an association of this form of LDL with heart disease. So I really want to emphasize the small, dense LDL does not exist on its own. It is always found in an individual that has a damaged metabolism, and it potentially now is contributing to the damage. It is, in a sense, like you already have a burning building, and you've got the LDL that is often compared to the firefighters, which is really quite valid to say the LDL is looking to repair the tissue. But in a sense, to take that metaphor a little further, the small, dense LDL is like a firefighter that's coming to fight the fire, but he's brought gasoline with him. And so potentially exacerbating the problem. And it is really important, again, I want to emphasize the small, dense LDL does not exist to a high degree in a healthy person. So let's look at the small, dense LDL, which again is what you find in people with typically high blood sugar, high triglycerides. So if we look at people who have high level of small dense LDL versus those who have a low level small dense LDL. Those people who are in the upper half having high small dense LDL, they also are extremely high in triglycerides, which is unhealthy. And this is what I learned for myself, that I had extremely high triglycerides, which I didn't mention earlier in the introduction. As a result of my studying the literature, realized that what was causing my high triglycerides was my excess consumption of carbohydrates. And so by dramatically reducing my carbohydrate consumption, I've been able to lose weight, reduce my triglycerides by about 75%, and also raise my HDL by about 25%. So in the last 25 years, I've been able to improve my overall metabolism. So let's get back to this study. So what you've got here is people who have a high degree of small dense LDL, have very high triglycerides. People who are very low in small dense LDL have a very healthy level of triglycerides. Looking at these people as well, the people with high small dense LDL, over 70% of them are diagnosed with metabolic syndrome, which means high triglycerides, high blood sugar, high blood pressure. So these people are very unhealthy. So the small dense LDL exists in an unhealthy metabolism. Now let's look at their rate of heart attacks, coronary heart disease. The people who have the high level of small dense LDL have far greater incidence of coronary heart disease compared to those who are very low in small dense LDL. So this is a risk factor for heart disease, but it's an indication, again, that someone is very unhealthy. You look at the native LDL, the one that is not damaged by blood sugar, and that's the large buoyant LDL, and that's on the right. And what you see is no association of large buoyant LDL to heart disease risk, because large buoyant LDL has not been damaged by the blood sugar. Now, there's an odd finding that people with familial hypercholesterolemia do not have more strokes than the general population. And one reason for that is you actually do find that people with FH are relatively healthy. Obesity is rare. Diabetes, type 2 diabetes is rare. And so they rarely have high blood sugar. And so one question is, why is it that people with high cholesterol in general don't have a greater incidence of stroke? Well, again, it's because high cholesterol is not blocking arteries. So what is it that causes stroke? Well, it's very clear. What causes a stroke is blood clots. And so that's this slide right here shows the association of small dense LDL with a greater incidence of stroke. And why is that? Well, again, small dense LDL exists in a metabolism that is dominated by high blood sugar. And so the people who have the highest incidence of small dense LDL are also the ones that have more stroke. So again, I emphasize, because one component of LDL is associated with, in this case, cerebrovascular disease, does not mean it alone is causing it. We need to look at what is causing an increased incidence and concentration of small dense LDL. And what is causing that is the increased blood sugar you find in these people. So let's take this a step further. LDL-C, so often people just measure their LDL-C, and the LDL-C is high, and your blood test result says you should go on a statin. Your doctor is alarmed because your LDL-C is 200 or 300. We need to understand, LDL-C is a terrible measure because it has multiple components. So when you get an LDL-C measure, that is a combination of the small dense LDL and the large buoyant LDL. So first of all, realize you need to know. Of course, you need to know your blood pressure and your blood sugar. But you're seeing a hybrid measure. It's not telling you the relative difference between the small dense and the large buoyant LDL. It's just looking at the total LDL in all the particles. So that's the first thing that's a problem. Now, I hope you can see this animation in which the studies are so consistent. And I've enjoyed hearing the talk before mine on the importance of blood sugar, to reduce blood sugar with a low carb or ketogenic diet. Because what happens with the low carb diet is that because the blood sugar comes down, you're reducing the small dense LDL, you're increasing the large buoyant LDL. Now, what can happen? What can happen is that your large buoyant LDL potentially now is transporting a large amount of the fat that's being metabolized. So if your large buoyant LDL goes up a lot and your small dense goes down, your total LDL-C could actually grow, could be very large. But of course, that doesn't tell you really about your risk. Your risk ultimately gets to, again, blood sugar and the small dense LDL, which has dropped. And we reviewed these findings 4 years ago, working with doctors Blair O'Neill and Jeff Bollock. And if you look at where these arrows are pointing, what we showed in reviewing the literature is that large buoyant LDL, that is, of course, the one that at worst is neutral and at best is helping your immune system. But there's a significant increase in large buoyant concentration in people on the low carb diet, compared especially to the low fat diet. And now if we look on the right, we see all these measures in which it's better when they go down. And in particular, we focus right now, the small dense LDL, here you can see in blue, is declining. All these other measures, the weight, blood glucose, insulin, the measure of insulin resistance, the HOMA, triglycerides drop dramatically. The ratio of triglyceride to HDL, the small dense LDL has dropped, leptin as well, and LP little a, which is also a measure. So all these measures, all these risk factors have improved. So there's certainly no reason. And you see on the far left, the LDL-C may increase, but there's certainly no reason to fear high LDL-C for someone on a low carb diet. Let's take this another step further, just to show you the, frankly, absurdity of depending on LDL-C as a determinant as to whether or not someone is at risk for heart disease. There is another lipoprotein which is structurally almost identical to LDL, and that's lipoprotein A, or called LP little a. Even though it is virtually identical, it has quite different function from LDL. And the reason why it's all together is because when you measure LDL-C, you're looking at LP little a as well, because it is structurally so similar to LDL. LP little a does not actually cause clotting. LP little a is involved potentially in reducing fibrinolysis. And so what you've got is LP little a can interfere with the breakdown of clots. And so what you've got then is LP little a is bound to the clots and interferes with this fibrinolysis process. And I think we're only learning the importance of LP little a, but what is very clear is that there is evidence that high LP little a is associated with an increased incidence of heart disease. And so high incidence or high concentration of LP little a will drive up your LDL-C measure. but it's measuring something completely different. And what's important about this paper that I have is that these investigators were able to tease out the component of LDL-C, which was the Lp(a). And their conclusion was that LDL-C, which again, remember, is this global measure, multiple ingredients, when they removed the Lp(a) component, then LDL-C was no longer associated with heart disease. This is an incredibly important finding that says that LDL-C is useless. People shouldn't be paying attention to LDL-C because it has individual components that are either neutral, such as large buoyant LDL, or the small dense LDL, which is basically damaged LDL from blood sugar, or the lipoprotein A, which is somehow involved in fibrinolysis, which ultimately means, again, getting back to clotting. If you're interfering with fibrinolysis, well, then you're going to have more clots that will be presented for a longer period of time. Okay, so now let's talk about statins. Of course, statins are the wonder drugs. This is the go-to drug for anybody that's at risk of heart disease. Even if you don't have high cholesterol, people are recommended to take statins for secondary prevention or if they have diabetes. And here is an ad for Crestor. This is work that actually got Crestor approved by the FDA. Huge benefit of giving patients Crestor. And so this seems to be completely contrary to what I've been talking about, because statins, as a result of blocking HMG-CoA reductase, the enzyme ultimately involved in producing cholesterol, dramatically reduce the incidence of heart attacks, here by 54%. So let's actually look at how this is presented. So this is when I took a CME course to see how this work is presented. So rosuvastatin, the term specifically for Crestor. And you see on this graph, which appears very impressive, is that there is this reduction in the incidence of coronary events with rosuvastatin. So let's look a little further at the raw data. This is what I've been doing with all of the statin trials. Let's look a little further, okay? So, and I want to show you how is this presented in the medical literature. The numbers are very impressive. Here's the 44% in all events. The largest effect was a 54% reduction in myocardial infarction, meaning 54% reduction in heart attacks. Okay. So let's set that aside and keep that in mind. And let's actually look at what is that 54%, because it seems like half of all people who take a statin will not have a heart attack. So I have shown here on the left the same way to present the data, but what I'm showing you here is the percent of people that did not have a heart attack. And I hope this little guy is shown up on your screen. The difference between those treated with Crestor and those treated with placebo is 54%. And again, just to be clear, we are looking at the percent of people that did not have a heart attack. And that difference between the blue and the red is 54%. And it was this finding that got Crestor approved by the FDA in about 2009. How can that be a 54% reduction? Because over 99% of all subjects did not have a heart attack. Let's look at the raw data. For those on Crestor, we had almost 9,000 people in this study. About 8901 in a Crestor, 8901. 31 people had a heart attack in the Crestor group, 68 people in the placebo group. So almost 18,000 people, less than 100, had a heart attack. I like to say these people were horribly uncooperative. Almost nobody had a heart attack. Almost nobody died. So let's get to the numbers. How is there a 54% reduction in heart attacks? So the arithmetic difference between the placebo and the Crestor group was 0.41%. And 0.41% is 54% of 0.76. This is so important. We need to understand how you can take statistics and manipulate it in a way. I mean, why was it Paul Ridker, Dr. Ridker, didn't say the real difference was 0.41, instead is using 54%? This is routinely done, and we have published a paper on this. This has been done for 40 years. This is taking the real difference, which is the absolute risk difference, and amplifying it, which is called the relative risk difference. And it gives you the impression that you're so incredibly safe by taking the statin, when actually statins are incredibly inept, effectively impotent, and really making a substantial difference in the incidence of heart disease. And in fact, based on this study, you'd have to give Crestor to over 200 people, 220 people, to stop one heart attack from occurring in one person. So instead of saying, wow, I've lowered my heart attack risk by 54%, the real finding is I've lowered my risk of a heart attack by 0.41%. Over 99% of the people on Crestor will have no different outcome compared to those on placebo. And this has actually been quantified. And again, it's not just something I present in meetings. We have published on this. Here's a very nice review and meta-analysis published in JAMA, in which the arrows are pointing to the incredibly low benefit of statins. And that's the absolute risk reduction, which is around 1% overall, which can be amplified by relative risk. But this is not what you should be using. You really want to look at the absolute risk reduction. What's the actual chance that I'm not going to have a heart attack? And that's typically 1% or less. And the authors of this study basically were very straightforward, saying benefits are modest. Most participants who took the statins, and this is under ideal conditions, by the way, in typically drug company funded studies, most participants derive no clinical benefit. And why is it there's even a small benefit of statins? Well, this is a paper from over 2 decades ago, and it's been known for over 2 decades. That in fact, and like right here underlined in red, that in fact LDL cholesterol levels are weakly associated with cardiovascular events. So what's a real benefit of statins? Non-lipid mechanisms, reducing thrombus formation. What's going on with a thrombus? It's clotting. And so statins can reduce some clots. So again, we get back to clots as the real trigger for producing cardiovascular disease. And ultimately, this is the cause of why it is people have heart disease and cerebrovascular disease. What we want to do is minimize that clotting. So 1%, it's better than nothing. But we have seen adverse effects. And in fact, and I see we're probably getting a little light on time, so perhaps you want me to move along. But one of which is forgetfulness, okay? Cognitive impairment mentioned by the AHA. And so what we have is dementia. Here reported in the study on elderly people on statins. They were taken off their statins, cognition improved. They're put back on the statins, once again, diagnosed with dementia. In addition, you see a doubling in the rate of diabetes in people on statins. Multiple studies have shown adverse effects of statins in people: kidney disease, muscle atrophy, reduction in sex steroids. Here are more papers, which I would, if I had more time, I would go into it. We reviewed this in a paper we published a couple of years ago on why statin therapy is not warranted for a person on a low carbohydrate diet. Let me finish by saying, well, what about if you've got low triglycerides and high HDL? So here you've got people with high triglycerides, low HDL. These people are unhealthy. The simvastatin did reduce events in these people who are unhealthy, largely because it's blocking clotting. But now look at the people with low triglycerides and high HDL. These people by themselves, the placebo group, has a low incidence of heart disease. So this is what's crucial. The simvastatin had no benefit in the people that had low triglycerides and high HDL. So therefore, the statins have a benefit only in those who are unwell. Finally, this is what's wrong with the way people think about LDL. This diagram just shows LDL getting into the artery and causing damage. What they're not taking into account is what's called the glycocalyx. This is a protective barrier that we have on our artery wall. And it stops blood cells, it stops clotting, and it stops LDL from getting into the artery. This is an image of the glycocalyx. What you see on the right is the glycocalyx is damaged by high blood sugar. And then you have calcium accumulation, platelets aggregate as a result of the damage from high blood sugar and high blood pressure. And in fact, the people who have damage to their glycocalyx here on the bottom, they are the first to show increased heart disease. And that's the PBR 525. These are the people who have damage to their glycocalyx. These are the people who then develop the heart disease first. So then, in conclusion, we published this paper a couple of years ago, very controversial. We reviewed all the evidence on the benefits of the low carbohydrate diet. The only concern with low carbohydrate diet is it can raise LDL-C. And I've tried to present in this short period of time where you do not need to be concerned about high LDL-C alone. And I have chapters in these books, and there are so many people that I have benefited from. And many of them are in have written chapters in these books that I highly recommend to people. And I thank you.
Thank you, David. I think that was very interesting, and especially the low carb community is always worried about the rise in cholesterol which we see, or rise in LDL which we see. And I think this gradual, right from the beginning to the conclusion, I think you have made it amply clear that in the light of so many other positive things, that one small rise in LDL, maybe it is rather not at all atherogenic or not at all concerned when we have so many. And amply you have demonstrated that blood sugar seems to be an issue with everything, including the clotting factor of fibrinogen, which I think usually is not talked about or measured also. And I don't even know if any laboratory in India measures fibrinogen. So such is the state. So thank you very much. It's very insightful. Anup.
It's a pleasure to share with you. Thank you so much for inviting me again, Shashi and Anup. I wish you both well.
Thank you, Dr. David. Finally, we have had a session with you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. David. And maybe we'll meet again in future events. Probably when little more other data also comes, because I see that there are continuous publications on this cholesterol front, especially in the low carb ketogenic front. So a lot of things are emerging now. So probably we'll be able to discuss much more things which are already happening in this front, maybe in the future events.
And we have a paper just about to come out as well in Frontiers on this topic as well. And I look forward to meeting you someday in person.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So please get Peter and Mandar.
Sorry, I thought I hit mute.
Hello, hey, hi everyone.
Welcome to India's second Metabolic Health Conference. My name is Mandar Gadre. I am a metabolic health consultant and a member of DLife.in. DLife is India's oldest and the only award-winning platform. Shashi Iyengar and Anup Singh bring to you this quite historic and scientific feast from India. It's titled Metabolic Therapies. And now let's meet our very special guest for this session, Peter Ballested. He's also known as Don Pedro, the sword father of the Ruminati. So it's I'm going to request him to also a little bit explain that. So just a quick intro as we get started. Peter earned his bachelor's and master's at University of Georgia and then his doctorate at the University of Kentucky. He was the forage extension specialist at Oregon State University from 86 to 1992. He has worked in the forage seed industry for quite a few years, member of several national and international scientific societies, participates in related global initiatives, and is a past president of the American Forage and Grassland Council. And his personal experience has really led him to re-examine human diet and health. And I'm very keen to learn from him today. Of course, what he has learned sort of disagrees with the advice generally given in the mainstream for several decades. And Peter has now come to advocate for ruminant animal agriculture and quite the essential role of animal source food in the human diet. And is really great at connecting producers, consumers, researchers across a lot of scientific disciplines, increasing awareness of metabolic health and ruminant animal agriculture's essential role, right? So welcome, Peter. I'm so thrilled to have you here and get a chance to talk to you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Mandar. I'm very happy to be a part of this. It's somewhat amazing to me that a forage agronomist ends up coming after Dr. David Diamond. I mean, this is just quite remarkable. But I think we are all, we can draw a thread through everything that has been presented today, will be presented over the next 2 days. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Perfect. Thanks for joining us. So maybe before I sort of, start with all the questions, maybe a basic one, but for me and all of our audience, would you sort of briefly describe what is a forage agronomist and, what sort of you do out in the field?
Sure. So forage is those parts of plants that are eaten by livestock. And it could be cut and carry, it could be cut and dried and stored and fed later, it could be pasture. Could be grasses, legumes, other forbs. Some species of ruminants will browse on trees. So basically anything except the mature seed would be considered forage.
Perfect. So, so let me sort of start, how did you initially become interested in researching the nutritional importance of the animal source foods and how does it sort of connect with your background as you just explained?
Well, so my training included a minor in ruminant nutrition, which meant that I had a lot of animal nutrition training. And then I kind of assumed things about what I was hearing about human nutrition. And then, speed forward several years from my graduation. And in 2007, I realized I was a 51-year-old balding, obese, pre-diabetic. Okay. And then I started reading the materials that were then available and through lifestyle, address those conditions, primarily through diet. My joke is today I'm just balding,
Congrats on that, yeah.
It's a really effective lifestyle intervention, but then that led me to re-examine what so many people, all of us have been told about what constitutes a healthy diet and where did that come from? Why do we believe that's the case? And then as you get around that very long, you're going to start to hear other messages about environmental impacts or sustainable food systems. And you realize there's a whole lot of poorly based belief system involved in those. And so I want the farmers that I was trained to serve, the people, which is everyone. I mean, the people that depend on farmers is all of us. But I want people to understand how important animal source food is in human diet, how important ruminant animals are for sustainable food systems. And I want people who are producing this food to understand that what they're producing is the health food. Because many people in that community face the same metabolic disorders that I did and others do, the general population. And then I become aware of the fact that this is all malnutrition. And too many people who are doing good work to try to address improving global nutrition will talk about obesity as if and they will use words like overnutrition. They'll, that they're implying that they believe that obesity is the result of overeating or sedentary behavior. You're eating too much, you're not exercising enough. And so then that's kind of in their background as they envision how to address the really pressing needs for improving the quality of humanity's food supply. And I think it's really imperative to get that understood as malnutrition, that all of the metabolic syndrome and all of those conditions are manifestations of malnutrition, every bit as much as the child that has the bloated belly and the skinny arms and legs, which is kwashiorkor, protein malnutrition, protein energy malnutrition.
Right.
But these things exist across a spectrum. And I think we have really good news. I think we have a clear path forward, but we have to get more people to understand that.
Very interesting. So I think we have this paradoxical situation, right? That we are sort of overfed, but also, as you rightly put it, malnourished or, undernourished. So I always find it sort of funny that, in the modern times with abundant supply of food, one would think that, we would be well nourished. But unfortunately, there is a difference between being well nourished and simply being overfed, and which is actually the title of our session today. So if you want to elaborate on maybe that phrase a little more. I mean, you refer to protein once on the undernourished side, but also on the sort of the overfed side.
Sure. Well, I've come to understand that there are many oversimplifications in the realm of human nutrition. And I can contrast that with my background in animal nutrition. And so people who work, human beings are technically a monogastric animal. We have the one stomach, the acidic stomach. The food that we ingest goes directly to that, and then the digestive process starts there. Ruminants have 4 stomachs. So those are sheep and cattle, goats, bison, buffalo. There's many, many others. Their unique contribution is that they can utilize this plant material, which is high in fiber, low in fat, has relatively low amounts of crude protein, which itself is poor quality protein. And they can take that material and then produce from it highest quality food for human nutrition and development. So calorie from plants is primarily going to come from sugars and starches. A calorie from animal source food is primarily going to come from fat. Well, if I had 100 calories from both food sources, they're not going to have the same metabolic effect on a human being that eats them.
Right.
And some people could say, well, maybe once upon a time humans could eat more carbohydrates than they can now. Fine. The fact is we're in the grip of a pandemic of metabolic diseases. And so to rectify that, you can no longer, basically people are intolerant of carbohydrate. So how are they going to get the energy that they require? And then on top of that, if I had a, 50 grams or 30 grams of protein, and I'm putting air quotes around protein, from plant source foods and animal source foods, those won't have the same metabolic effect on the human being because they're not equal.
Right.
So protein sources vary tremendously in their quality and our ability to use them and their ability to provide us the essential amino acids that we need. And then there's all the other nutrients that come along with those. So we tend to oversimplify and we just talk about protein and compare plant sources and animal sources and forget about the vitamin A and the zinc and the iron and the essential fatty acids long chain that we require that aren't available or are poorly supplied by plant source foods. And then of course there's anti-nutrient components that come along with plants. So it's far more complicated than many of the public health messaging has conveyed. And so it's possible for us to eat a lot of calories and not get a lot of nutrients. Let's just think of, I don't know, eating a sack of sugar. Get a 2.5 kilo bag of sugar and you'll get calories. And then from some of the areas that I work in, we talk about food systems and people will talk about caloric yield per hectare. And I'm going, well, okay, that's sugar cane. But is that appropriate for a population that's metabolically ill? And similarly, people will talk about protein yield from different farming systems. And again, that's just looking at crude protein without looking at its utilizable essential amino acid yield, which is a far more important metric. And so all of these things, I want to do the work with those communities, but I also want people to understand that maybe we haven't heard the whole story.
Absolutely, very pertinent points. So if I may sort of summarize quickly, we have to look at not just gram for gram protein comparison, but also a variety of dimensions, right? You mentioned bioavailability, you mentioned the amino acid profile, any anti-nutrients that may come with it, and fourthly, the carbohydrate load that comes with it, right? Because a lot of your plant proteins are going to bring the carbohydrate. So even if not just anti-nutrient, so all these 4 dimensions. So in that light, I want to ask you, and it's sort of relevant for Indians who are listening to us. See, a lot of times we have a tendency of mixing, the dal and the rice, right? The lentils and rice, and we sort of try to achieve sort of a complete amino acid profile from that. What's your view on it? How well does it work? And what may be the pitfalls of that?
Again, I'm going to lean heavily on the people that I've worked with. But when someone tells me that an 8-year-old boy with unlimited access to rice and lentils could not meet his lysine requirements, if he had unlimited access, just the physical gut size, and then of course you'd have to think about everything else they're getting, all the fiber, that can cause problems, the phytate, that causes problems with, as you alluded to, the micronutrient absorption, because it binds certain minerals. And so the point is that some amount of animal source food is essential for proper human development and function. And when we see children not getting, take a step back, the World Health Organization says that children 6 to 36 months of age, the best source of the essential nutrients they need for proper development is meat, eggs, dairy, seafood.
Perfect.
And UNICEF says that 60% of global children in that age range do not get meat, eggs, dairy, seafood in their diet.
Wow.
So I say that this is a shame and it's a scandal, and I say that we can address this relatively easily, but we need resources. We need the awareness amongst the governments and the NGOs and private funding. And some of that's taking place. I don't want to act like nothing's going on, but it absolutely confronts some of these other public messaging that's out there. And I'm very sensitive to people's individual choices for any number of reasons. But it can be eggs, it can be dairy, it
Right.
can be fish, it can be other, it doesn't mean that it has to be red meat consumption, although some forms of red meat will be acceptable to populations and others not. That's absolutely appropriate. And in fact, the people that I think are treading on people's traditions and cultures are those people who are saying we must eat a vegan diet in the name of
Right.
whatever.
Yep.
Because the vegan diet really has never existed anywhere, right? They absolutely no animal source food diet. And we have evidence of something like between a fifth and a quarter of children under 5 years old globally being stunted. Their brains aren't developing properly because they're not getting these essential nutrients that are best or solely provided by animal source foods. And that's a for the rest of their life decrement, insult, whatever. These people won't be able to achieve their potential because they weren't fed properly. And this has an economic cost. It
Right.
inhibits development of countries. So there are many factors to this, but there are just some, maybe I could go through a few things and you can interrupt at any
Sure.
time.
Please. Yeah.
Let me switch to somewhere here. There, right in front of me, the big green one that I could have seen if I looked. Let's share. So we don't need to look at that. Why are you not moving? Oh, I know why, because I need to click in here and then it'll work, right? Yep. So humanity is the product of grasslands. Our grasslands are actually the most endangered biome in the world, not the tropical rainforests. And if you think about it, grasslands are converted to cropland.
Yep.
But the good news is that ruminant animal agriculture is going to be part of the solution to many of the problems that we face. And I want people to understand, to value their own health more. When you improve your health, you are improving the world, and maybe it's the most practical thing you can do as an individual. You will have an impact to your community, your family, your business or your place of employment, all of those things.
Absolutely.
Whenever we talk about environments or ecosystems, we need to understand that these are incredibly complex systems, and we tend to just reduce them down to some oversimplified conception. So you look at a landscape like this, and you're not going to grow many crops on that landscape, but you can grow grass. You can then harvest that grass with ruminants and have the benefit of those animals in your food system. And in fact, livestock in food systems are essential. We cannot have sustainable food systems without livestock in general, or ruminant animals in particular. And again, without sustainable food systems, we don't have sustainable societies. food security is national security. So I just learned yesterday morning that India is the largest producer of milk. And since at the time of independence, you were not sufficient in dairy, but you have become that. So these are enormously important questions for our national sustainability, if you will. This is one that I got from Dr. Holder. You cannot replace food production with food processors. And so many of these substitute products that are marketed are produced by processing some commodity. And so if we think about it, we take that commodity, which was perhaps already human edible, but now we're going to put it through a process. Well, all of those result in less coming out than went in, right? They're not 100% efficient. And then we understand that a lot of this processing lowers nutritive value. So we're actually decreasing humanity's food supply by these high ultra processed foods that are now in the United States. I don't know about India, so forgive me, but in the United States, one estimate has 60% of the calories in adult Americans' diet coming from ultra processed foods. And for children and adolescents, it's 70%. So this is versus what we have here, where this animal is grazing is converting a resource we can't utilize directly. So they're increasing humanity's food supply. And then just to throw out little things like this, that this whole question of environmental impacts has been oversimplified and misstated. But this study released last year estimated comparable greenhouse gas emissions from animals in wildlife and livestock dominated savannas. So savanna is a grassland with some kind of tree component to it, and you're going to end up with animals grazing that, whether it's wildlife or livestock. It's a requirement for the health of the grassland and that ecosystem. And you're going to have but the way we've spoken about things accepts this assumption that there would be zero emissions if there weren't livestock there. And clearly that's not the case. Globally, like 96% of the feed that's consumed by domesticated livestock, ruminants, is not human edible. 9.6. So there is no feed-food competition. Much as people will say. This quote from the former director of the International Livestock Research Institute. But everyone's entitled to their own opinions. No one is entitled to their own facts. And so people in, some countries can entertain whatever but to inflict those through various means on other parts of the world is a form of imperialism that I don't think is recognized enough. Many people would consider these foods, these 9 foods, as good quality protein sources, and I've heard people talk about them that way. But when you apply even the PDCAS, protein digestibility corrected amino acid score, that's a mouthful, will be a test at later. I want you. The almonds and the sunflower seeds and the peanut butter don't qualify as a good source of protein. And then if you apply the more current DIAS, digestible indispensable amino acid score, only chickpeas qualify as a good protein claim for those foods. Now, if we added some dairy to that meal, if we added some poultry to that meal, if we added some eggs or fish to that meal, we could easily get that deficiency in the indispensable amino acids corrected because those foods are much higher and have enough to offset the deficiency. So, but again, we haven't begun to get this into our conversation. Here's another, this is from the US, so forgive me if this is not applicable, but the dietary guidelines uses this phrase ounce equivalent. So an ounce is like what, 28 grams of meat or 28 grams per ounce. So this is the idea that this amount of food would give you the same amount of protein as an ounce of meat. Okay, so 1 cooked egg or 70 grams of red kidney beans or 15 grams of peanut butter, 56 grams of tofu, 14 grams of mixed nuts. Okay, so people went and started, what's that based on? And they started saying things like this in their paper. The metabolic equivalency of these very protein food sources has not been established. That the basis for considering these protein food sources to be equivalent is unclear. And upon inspection, these equivalent protein food sources do not appear to be equivalent in any respect. Okay. Another author basically said, this gets very complicated, maybe hard to get our minds around all this. It's just much simpler if we utilize muscle foods or other animal source foods compared to the plant-based sources of protein.
Right.
So this is the quote, one can be fed but not nourished. And as you and I would agree, I think we're overfed. And maybe that, maybe what we eat influences how much we eat.
Absolutely.
That we're, especially when we're on these processed cereal rations, which are cereals are the single largest source of crude protein in humanity's food supply. The cereals is bigger than all animal source foods combined. And wheat is the single largest source of crude protein in humanity's food supply. And they're poor quality protein. They're deficient in lysine. They come along with other anti-nutrient components. When we process them, we make them even less nutritious. And so it's not hard to imagine that people are eating more of these foods for any number of reasons. One being to try to overcome those deficiencies. And flourishing requires nourishing. From Dr. Ead's book, she used this quote that mental power cannot be got from ill-fed brains, and I've talked about these issues already.
Right.
And I mentioned this idea that there are many manifestations of malnutrition, and we need to broaden our conception of malnutrition so we can address the problem. It's interesting to see people start talking about subclinical kwashiorkor. That many manifestations of essential amino acid deficiency. But we have more than 3 billion human beings today that are malnourished. More than 3 billion out of a total of around 8 billion. Again, undernutrition is not synonymous with caloric deficit. Another way of saying overfed but undernourished. And
Absolutely.
protein energy malnutrition is a lethal form, especially for children. People want to talk about sustainability issues. In the US, 90% of our healthcare expenditures, which is $4.1 trillion, is due to these chronic diseases. A significant portion of those are malnutrition. Globally, $47 trillion by 2030 is the estimated cost.
Right.
And if you start thinking about limited healthcare resources, would it not be better to have those resources able to address infectious disease or trauma care rather than malnutrition issues that we could address through other means? So humanity's existential crisis then is insufficient animal source food. And this flies in the face of many messages. So these are just some resources that I want people to have available or know they're already available. I want people to know that they exist. This one issue of Animal Frontiers, Foods of Animal Origin, a prescription for global health, want people to know about that. Then subsequent to that, there was the result of some of a Congress that was held in Ireland in October of 22, the societal role of meat. There's a web source that's available for free called Animal Source Foods and Ethical, Sustainable, and Healthy Diets. And then there's some areas in research centers in 2 universities if people are interested in issues of animal agriculture and environmental issues. Dublin Declaration of Scientists on the Societal Role of Meat. There's still an opportunity for scientists to review. Everyone can review this document. Scientists who review it and support it are encouraged to sign it, and they're still collecting signatures. I have a reading list of books that I find of interest. This is available. It's a US Amazon link, so I don't know how that's going to translate. Anybody who's interested, we'll see what we can do. I'm available on social media, and then these presentation materials are available now at the link that's shown there on the screen. And I welcome correspondence to talk about these things, and maybe this kind of quick run through those addressed some of the issues that were on the list of questions, but certainly happy to go through more in greater depth as time permits.
Right. No, thanks for this. It's quite helpful. I have sort of 2 questions that, we also keep hearing about. So one is that, people sort of point to bulls and elephants and, gorillas, and, they will say, hey, they are building muscles eating grass. Why do you need to eat eggs or, dairy items or fish and meat? So people don't quite appreciate what is happening in the digestive system of these animals. So maybe your quick take on that, please.
Yeah, we do not have the same digestive systems. And there's some very interesting work that makes the point, it reinforces the points that have been made already and that I've said in our conversation. But the point still is that we physically cannot utilize the feed resources that those animals can. And so, yeah, pointing to them and saying, well, they're big and strong and they only eat plants, so we could be big and strong and yeah, it's not, you're not comparing apples to apples. You're comparing apples to oranges.
Right. Absolutely. The other question, is that people sort of sometimes misunderstand, how the use of grasslands versus croplands becomes, right? I mean, we have this notion that, I have to first grow these crops and then feed some of that, even if it is other than the grain part, right, to the ruminants and then eat them. So then, naturally some of them ask that, why go through all this trouble? Let's just skip that level and eat the plants, right? So, but if I may check with you the statistics, but what I heard is grassland, the amount of grassland in the world is, I think, 2.5 times, 2.5 times the amount of cropland, right? And we have to do a lot of things to make a land arable, right? So that argument of those trophic levels doesn't quite hold. So how do you look at it?
Well, back to the idea that a calorie is not a calorie, right? So they're looking at the calories saying, well, okay, you're feeding the animal and so you lose some calories in there, and then, but it's not fair to compare calories to calories, number one. Number two, the vast majority of the Earth's surface is not agricultural land. The majority of the agricultural land is not suitable for cultivation. So we can use the example of a soccer field. and we can, or I'm sorry, football. So the if we imagine that the Earth's land surface is within the boundaries of a soccer field, then the agricultural land would only go from the one goal line, would not even reach the center circle. It would be short by several meters. Then if you imagine the arable is the term that we use to describe land that can be cultivated to produce crops, that would only go from the goal line within the penalty area to the penalty spot. Just to visualize the difference. And as a friend of mine said, yeah, and the spot's getting closer and the goalie's getting nervous because we're losing the arable land, this most precious resource, through any number of things. Then also on top of that, we need to acknowledge that this is buying into the either or, right? You can either have animal agriculture or you can have plant agriculture. No, you cannot have either one without the other. The vast majority of the biomass that agriculture produces is not human edible. So if I grow a crop of wheat, over half of that biomass, the above ground portion, is not human edible. One estimate from Europe said that for every kilo of vegan food produced, 4 to 5 kilos of inedible biomass are produced. We have a whole lot of almonds produced in the nuts produced in California. And so my line is you can't get milk from almonds, but you can get it from the almond hulls. Because they feed a lot of those hulls as a byproduct feed to the dairy cattle in California. And then on top of that, there's yet one more misunderstanding, and that is within any 1 year you can have, or crop cycle, you can have livestock on that land and still produce a crop that year or cycle. So for example, a lot of corn is produced in Nebraska, maize. There's a lot of biomass. Again, over half of that biomass isn't human edible. So they harvest the grain, and then you have that fodder left that then cattle will graze on during that fall and early winter period. Further south in the Great Plains, you have a lot of winter wheat grown. And during that winter, early spring period, you'll have cattle grazing that. And then the farmer can say, do I want to produce a wheat crop or do I want to just graze it out? And if they pull the animals off at the right time before that seed head elongates up in the tiller and gets damaged, you could still get a wheat crop from that field. Where I live in Western Oregon, we produce a lot of grass seed. And you'll see sheep grazing those seed fields in the wintertime to maintain, to keep that biomass low so that you get a better seed yield. So now we've got this kind of integration, and then we have research in various parts of the world that's looking at integrating livestock into cropping systems and finding that they get more food produced from the same land area with the same inputs. And then they get benefits to the soil because globally we're seeing still a problem with soil erosion and degradation of those soils. And so a lot of people are looking at how to protect that soil from erosion, and grazing animals is one of the key parts of that soil health regenerative agriculture that many people are hearing.
Got it. We have maybe a couple of minutes. So one last question I wanted to ask you was, around micronutrients. So people seem to have an impression that, you sort of need, vegetables and fruits, and somehow these are always clubbed together, which I find a little bit weird. But anyhow, so people think that they need those for certain micronutrients, and you won't be able to get those from, animal source food. So maybe your quick take on that, please.
I think that people again are confusing seeing, for example, iron in green leafy plants and confusing that with heme iron. And there's a very big difference between those two in terms of our ability to use them and potential impacts from consuming too much iron from some of these other sources where our bioregulatory systems don't respond to elemental non-heme iron the same way. So vegetables, again, good point. And then we also have a lot of immature seeds that are called a vegetable. So we, all of that, so, okay. I think that if people can tolerate them, and people are frequently surprised by how better they feel when they eliminate some foods from their diet that they had been taught were healthy or what have you. So I want people to feel free to follow diets heavier in animal source foods. And I know of many people who are exclusively animal source foods for any number of reasons, and they see improvement in their health. But if you can tolerate the plant source foods and you like the taste and you like the variety, then by all means enjoy them. But I don't think there's anything that says that they're a requirement to provide the essential nutrients that humans require.
Perfect. Yeah, thanks for that elaboration. I think we are coming close at the end of the session. So may I request Shashi and Anup to join, if you're there, please. And we can get everybody on the spotlight, please. Yeah.
Good night, everyone.
Almost reaching.
It's already been a long day and it's not even noon here.
Artik, Yogita, get me in. Spotlight me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's good. So, Peter, thank you very much for accepting the invite. And I think your talk has been very valuable, especially in the context of protein. I think protein malnutrition is very wide in India, where in our plate, we see 70 to 80% components are grains, actually. And in this country, people fear protein. People do not know what protein is, first of all. And every disease which happens are blamed on protein, which they don't have. This is the paradoxical nature of India. And I think in this context, your topic has been very, very important in making us realize that which kind of proteins are very important for us. And from your agronomist point of view also, it's going to be very useful. Thank you for sharing with us your knowledge, and thank you for spending 45 minutes with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. It's an honor, and I welcome the opportunity to collaborate or introduce or share sources.
Yeah, we'll surely do it. We'll surely do it.
Thanks you very much. Thanks, Peter. Have a good day. Get Ira Sai in. Yogita, get Ira in.
Yes, sir. So from here I'm ending.
Yeah. Get Ira in. Fine. So yeah, you can conclude the session for today.
Yeah, I think it's been a great day, and I've been listening to most of the sessions, except I think one that I missed because of the power outage. But what a day it has been, and fantastic participation from everybody, the team. And I've been getting a lot of good feedback from people who've been watching online. And I think that's very encouraging for us to have because of, such a niche topic that we are covering this time. So I hope tomorrow is a bigger and a better and a more interesting day for all of us and for the viewers as well. Thank you so much to everybody who's joined. Thank you, Anup. Thank you, Shashi. And whatever you want to say, please go ahead.
First, thank you. And I think everything went smooth today. Thank you, Imagika team. So today's session was very, very smooth. And we are going to have more interesting topic for the next 2 days also. Anup?
Thank you everyone, including audience, the team, and that's it. Good night for today.
I think Ranveer's participation added a bit of jazz to the entire show, and so nice of him to come over and encourage us and talk about his story. So Ranveer, if you're hearing this, thank you for coming over. Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
You can stop the live stream now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aarti.
So I'm putting the end stream today.